Distant flickering, screen of scenery, the swear that's bringing it all back again. Great adventures, faces in condensation. I'm going outside to take it all in. You say too late to start, got your heart in a headlock. I don't believe any of it. You say too late to start with your heart in a headlock. You know you're better than this. Wear a different pair, do something out of step. Throw a stranger an unexpected smile. With big intention, still posted at your station. Always on about the day it should have flown. You sit too late to start, got your heart in a headlock. I don't believe any of it. You sit too late to start with your heart in a headlock. You know you're better than this. I'm saying to start, got your heart in a headlock. I don't believe any of it. You sit too late to start with your heart in a headlock.
I think I just want the instrumental for this. Really early. You're 5 minutes late! Hello. I'm writing things, and then we will begin soon. Yes. Ah, that's what I was hearing. The steam. A little bit bolster, a little bit. Slightly too loud. I suppose I'm not dead. How is everyone doing? I hope everyone's doing okay, because I was not able to play on Liberty Day. I logged in for the rewards, but I didn't get to play. Fucking head hurt too goddamn much. That's not what I'm looking for. I think I downloaded that picture. Yes, I did. Why does it take so fucking long to do this part? Make this shit go faster, Twitch. Make this shit go faster, YouTube. I should not need to do all this goddamn work in the back end for me to post simple things like a fucking sentence. Okay. Tweets have been sent. Posts have been sent. Now I need to take the copy of the post that was sent. There's a reason I usually do this early. What am I looking for? Okay. With the stage of low expectations of YouTube or Twitch being able to work at all being high standard. True. But I was just trying to do back order things like posting the community link. I click on the button to bring up the thing. It takes at least a full 15-30 seconds for it to actually buffer and load. Otherwise, I'm just looking at a white screen. There's no reason for it to look like that, but it does. That's ridiculous. Her. Ow. Okay. Let us begin. Of course, let me fall on the fucking court. The alcohol is done. I'm saving the bottle. For comedic purposes, for upcoming videos, there will be Kool-Aid in that bottle. Today's news is expected, but it's still boring. But in order to actually demonstrate and visualize how bad the news has gotten on this particular topic, I've had to make an update to my process. Introducing Obsidian. Those of you who are DMs that run programs, processes, and people know exactly how Obsidian works. For those of you who don't, Obsidian is a note-taking application. It exists to do one thing and one thing alone, and that thing that it's meant to do is demonstrate notes. I have so much use for this, but you know, I need music first before I start. My head is gonna hurt. Okay, I need music for this. Something that's not going to annoy the piss out of me. Border crossing. If fucking YouTube wants to fucking work now. Okay. not liking it. How about Neo's apartment? What is with the load time on YouTube today? Don't like that either. Okay, that'll work. Welcome back, Horror. How was the backbreaking? Shame on you, Carl. Her birthday stream was okay. She actually got some horrified clips out of me. I haven't put any of them up yet, on account of preparing the research for this and then looking through all the material research for this was really fucking frustrating. However, be that as may, we may even have to go into the other view for this, because there's going to be a lot. That's good to hear, Horror. Alright. So, let's go over to the other view, because I think I'm going to need the full screen cap for this. Size it up. I'm about right. A little bigger. Okay. Good enough. Okay. The first news story is effectively a catch-up, a wrap-up, a summarization, and the full totality of every single news topic that has concerned Twitch for at least the last 3-4 streams. And every other video that's been made, and every other documentation of every video that I've done, I would say within the last 6 months, if it regards to Twitch, or people using Twitch. Using Twitch, concerning the hierarchy of Twitch, concerning the Twitch techniques and policies and strategies of how to grow yourself on there, the behavior of the people, the culture of the individuals who behave on the platform, any capacity, blase, all of it. This is why I need Obsidian. So, where does this start? Dan Clancy. CEO of Twitch. Steps in. Right? Dan Clancy, new CEO, steps in onto the platform. 2 things technically happen. I don't like that arrow. 2 things technically happen. One. Booby streamers. Become the top of the site. Really see I'd be saying that with a Y, but I don't care. First problem. Booby streamers become the talk of the site. Second thing. The Dr. Dis ban, the circumstances get revealed. As part of this, on a side tangent issue, because the booming streamers become the talk of the site, big platform figures like Pokemon decided to start leaving. And they cite it as wanting to influence big change. Stagnating on the platform. Because one of the big issues with Twitch is that any figure who is on it, who isn't already big on it, effectively exists inside of a giant fucking platform situation where what these figures are describing is that Twitch is a waiting room. Full of streamers that don't innovate. Don't have to. And king make. And because Twitch is a waiting room that is full of these streams and streamers that don't have to innovate, don't have to king make, and do anything, whenever any issue happens, what ends up happening is every single issue that ever comes up, because let's say it's movie streamers, they get pressured about these changes because, hey, you guys have been here forever. Why is it that you can't seemingly get a handle on this shit? What leads from the Dr. Disrespect ban is actually something fucking hilarious. Several things that are hilarious, actually. My fucking thing to communicate with me. What we end up with from the Dr. Disrespect bans, Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Learning difficulties. One of the things that we learn from the Dr. Disrespect ban is the back end of Twitch. Meaning trust and safety is politically captured. This is where we learn about people who are musicians constantly badgering that the reason why they want to make sure the Dr. Disrespect is out because they knew things that they chose not to communicate the way that they were supposed to communicate it, and instead wanted to use the back channels of companies to try and perpetually hold content creators in positions where they can't describe the issues and problems that are keeping them from doing whatever it is that they want to do, while also having a perpetual high ground position where they can tell whomever they want to behind closed doors to gatekeep and doorstop information. Not just Disrespect, but everybody. Any small streamer, any large streamer. I can tell you this for certainty, because I've received back channel communications of this, ironically enough, through a connection that was given to me by Amy from somebody who actually told me about my own channel. That one of the reasons that I get the traffic that I do is because there is a long-standing placement and hold that is on my account that was placed back during the beginning of the Weeb Wars in about 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. And the reason it was put there is because they were heavily searching on sites for any kind of information that they considered to be a big figure that they could be able to deplatform and remove. Now, they didn't ban my account outright because, quoting the contact themselves, your account wasn't big enough at all to make a splash. You didn't matter. This demonstrates that Twitch's backend not only is politically captured, but are also behaving as kingmakers themselves. So, what happens as an extension of these things? What happens right click function. No. What happens as an extension of all this? Dan Clancy comes in, booby streamers become the talk of the site, Dr. Disrespect's ban circumstances get revealed that then demonstrate how communication happens on the back end, and how big streamers want to get off the platform and talk about it in their own texts about what they want to do in their futures. What becomes the course of this, of course, is what we talked about last week. What did we talk about last week? Well, I can just be able to do this now. Find my tweet. Boom, click, pow. What ends up happening is that both these issues stem from the same problem. And they flow to the same problem. And that is, it stems to hypocrisy. The man in this thumbnail, this is Dan Clancy, by the way, the one that looks like the brother of the owner of Virgin Mobile. I'm forgetting his name. Richard Branson? That's Dan Clancy. That's the CEO of Twitch. And the one in the middle of this is Dan Selfman. The titular Dan. That is to say, Destiny and Dan is unto content creation as Joe Rogan is to Jamie. This leads to the hypocrisy of how Asmongold can catch a ban. He immediately sees the problem in his behavior. Whether or not we're discussing he is right or wrong doesn't matter. We're discussing how this flows. Technically, there's a couple more steps before this. So, despite the fact they all flow to the same problem, how do we get here? Disconnect, please. How do we get here to this issue? Well, 2 lines, 2 different behaviors. First problem is what happens when you have big platform figures leave Twitch. First thing that happens, power vacuum. I can't spell vacuum. I can't spell vacuum. Thank you. I have a power vacuum. Anyone big enough to pull the numbers, take the attention. And then, the secondary problem that comes from this, because the platform has no discoverability, you instead end up with streamers using engagement platforms and aggregators. These are your TikToks. This is your YouTube Shorts. This is your Instagram Reels. And this is your Twitter spats. Not just Twitter links and Twitter posts, Twitter spats. Creating controversy and drama. And then finally, community brigading. To pull for attention. So, by doing this, several things happen. What's one of them? We talked about it last week. From this, what bleeds leads. Which then leads to the question of, what's bleeding edge? Well, we already know what's bleeding edge. How do we know? Because these two issues are directly involved with each other. If the back end of Twitch is politically captured, and they have a viewpoint of how they feel the platform should exist, at the same time, you have content creators that are politically captured as well, and want to control how things exist. What leads is the opinions of the people who are making the content, because realistically, the thing about live streaming is that it's less a person just wishes to make shit while they're doing something. It is also that their opinions are being aired while they're doing that thing. If I make a cooking stream, at some point, I may not just talk about the cooking, I might also talk about some other shit. Because of course, my chat room's gonna ask me questions and opinions. And in giving those opinions, I can make and create an opportunity and air for others to contribute to, which then leads to the culture of that live stream, of that audience, of that chat, of that space that I've created for myself to create in. So then, what happens as a consequence of that? My opinions can sometimes end up becoming adopted by the people who are there. So if my opinions become your opinions, what bleeds and leads on Twitch is that what I talk about on my live streams may be the same things I talk about in my Discord. The same things I talk about in my Discord and on my live streams may be the same opinions that I have everywhere else. If the opinions of the big content creators is that they have no problem dealing with politics, and I'm not saying you need to get rid of politics, but the political scene on Twitch is fucking toxic. How do we know that? Getting there. If you have streamers that are kingmakers, that don't have to innovate, they don't have to change, they don't gotta do shit, to the point where it's always funny every time you look at it. They don't have to innovate, they don't have to think, they don't have to change. Where everything is a live Hassan reaction. What this means is the politics of the platform encourage people to become more radical, more left-wing, and more permissive of behavior that is considered or is outright in violation of any other platform's policies. And why is that? The reason why the policies of the platform become this is because here. The reason why the policies of the platform become this is because you have a cycle that goes here between these things. Because they all influence each other. But the back end of Twitch are politically captured. And the only way that you can ensure that you don't get banned is basically playing the political game. You play the political game, and you basically dick suck to the top, and do everything possible. Because the people on the back end are following the people who have these opinions. that are saying these things that are popular to pull for that attention. And if what bleeds leads, both of these lead to the same place. What does that lead to, Carl? What it leads to. Also, why do you hate everything right now, Horror? What's wrong? What it leads to, chat, is it leads gotta go find it. Why is this not pulling up as an old picture? Lord have mercy. Carl, make more pictures. Make more pictures and put them on the back end like you're supposed to. What it leads to is it leads to a full strike against a handful of the who's who of your content creators. So, it leads to this. It leads to people getting together at TwitchCon and on a panel, violating the terms of service multiple times to antagonize other people based on religious views and values. What else does it lead to? Trying to pull it up. It leads to the attention-seeking behavior requiring that broadcaster to delete everything that they said because they saw nothing wrong with breaking the terms of service and the rules. What else does it lead to? I have to pull this one from his YouTube channel. It also leads to this. This one's going to be a little bit difficult because I'm not used to using links. Oh, perfect. That actually perfect pulls links. It also leads to this. It leads to constant political outs where you can have shit like these. What this is a tweet. Destiny was permanently banned from Twitch for this comment. Meanwhile, Hassan can say crazy shit like this and become one of the faces of Twitch, getting happy birthday videos and calls from the CEO, where something isn't right.
Your one-on-one voice trans debates lately have gone well. Don't cancel. It's just not worth it. That community is never worth engaging with. There's just no point in doing it. Like, it's too, the risk of me, like, ending up getting, like, permabanned and my life destroyed because of these, like, inbred fucking disgusting losers is, like, it's just not worth it. It's just totally not worth it.
For Orthodox men, whether they should continue to be allowed to be exempt from the military, but there has been a failure for that to happen.
Bro, literally both options are hilarious. The ultra-Orthodox Jews leaving Israel, fucking hilarious, okay? If they serve in the military and then they get their fucking untrained inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, again, very funny. I don't know if it'll happen, but I'm totally on board with this. I think it's hilarious. Let him serve. Let him fight, dude. If they want the smoke, if they don't want to be conscientious objectors, which some are, and you know, that's valid, and I'm with them all the way. Okay.
That is more or less the whole connectivity of the issue. And all of this, of course, has multiple other things that go along with it. The only reason I don't have pictures for all of these is because, boy, I'd have to do 6 months of backtrack, and because I didn't work on this presentation in time concurrently, I don't have that. But all that is what leads to here. Because we've learned some things within the last 2 days because of Dan. And I'm going to show you what Dan revealed. But all of these things stem back to Dan Clancy being extremely fucking inept at his job. And the back end of Twitch being politically captured and deciding who gets to exist and who doesn't. So let's get there. I'm going to put up a video, a series of videos actually, and we're going to listen. We're going to listen and witness and look, because a lot of these have been made private by Dan himself, but people have gotten reactions for them. So, we're going to learn. We're going to learn, chat.
Let's get right into the news with the first fucking screenshot sent to me. This right here really speaks to the culture of what Twitch is. This is...
All right. A lot of these have been shipped up and chopped onto the platform in the form of pretty much any and everything. Hopefully, every single one of these are here, because you kind of need to see this in order to understand it and believe it, because it gets really bad really fast. Extremely bad really fast. So this is Dan on his channel. The title of this video is Huge Twitch Links with Asmongold Ban, Israel Censorship, and Dan Clancy from Destiny Disputes, which is a Dalaban.gg repost account. But this directly came from Dan's channel. But Dan has since made this private. So.
is Twitch culture right here. So what we have here is in their internal Slack, we had a person make a post like, hey, that's interesting. Twitch has blocked new users from Israel. What's the first reply from Twitch people? It was from a safety developer. What has anyone from Israel ever done for Twitch? Nice culture, Twitch.
So we have casual hatred of foreign members of another country, belittling the inside issue with the attitude and policy against the people from that country, regardless of ongoing behavior, effectively being, what have you done for us lately? Why is a member of TS doing this? Why is a member of TS saying this? Why is a senior member of TS saying this publicly in a Slack? Well, the basic answer is because they're comfortable. They say it there because they feel safe in doing it, and that's what everybody else believes. In any other company, in any other type of internal Slack, you would never say this shit. Certainly you wouldn't type it on a log that can then be referenced by HR. No! This is good! Moving forward.
Nice culture. 2 thumbs up. Oh, someone hearted it. The one who hearted it was Senior Trust and Safety. Based. Wait, can I get the Frogan clip of based?
Based?
Based. And this one right here was just a lowly engineer, the lull, as you can expect, because engineers are just... When they told me they'll block account creation in these two regions, so here's someone who knows about it, Israel and Palestine. For those of you guys who are like, oh, so it's not anti-Semitic, they blocked Israel and Palestine. The first thing to know is that the PS, Palestine region code, is almost meaningless at this point in time. Gaza, in the West Bank, gets most of its internet, not from there, but from Egypt, from Lebanon, and from Jordan. Those are the three. So this does nothing. Remember the block they put in? They said it was for email only. What the f? And it's in place to stop extremist content. Like they think that a fucking terrorist is gonna be holding a MacBook in their hand while they do fucking jihad. Like they're not gonna use a phone or something. Are you fucking high? Never mind the fact that it was a full block, okay? It wasn't just email signups, it was mobile as well. The only people who could sign up, unironically, which is kind of funny, are those that were in Gaza and Palestine. So it actually only blocked people that lived in Israel. How fucking funny, huh? How fucking based? 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 Anyways, when I told them that they would block account creation in these two regions, I told them it was a bad idea, censorship, but they didn't listen. They didn't listen. Okay? And then they forgot to remove the block after the RIF. I forget, this is probably some programmer term. 7 face palms there. Now this is, again, the incompetency at the company. I hope that Twitch as a company is just led by a fucking moron that wants to be liked by OTK, has no management skills whatsoever. That's what I want to believe. So he keeps putting all the people that everyone likes together instead of actually trying to build a business. Well, anyways, on to this next message.
He's talking about Dan Clancy.
Here. Twitch doing something without remembering to undo it later? What? Never. This message brought to you by the video organization who did this all the time, and a bunch of omegalols. So what we have is, it's so funny that this company is so fucking incompetent that they had people like trolling about it. All right, let's go on to the next one. Oh no! Someone leaked. And then what else did they leak? First off, they leaked that they laugh about the way that the code was put into the, so this is a code that was leaked to stop anti-Semitism. And they say they actually hard-coded it. They're laughing. And then at the bottom, look at this. Look at the culture here. Dropping a JIRA ticket in there seems suspiciously cover your ass. They're like, so the engineer, the poor bastard engineer who had to put this code in place to block all of Israel is like, I'm putting a fucking JIRA ticket in here saying that like the crazy lady in Trust and Safety with the purple hair who hates Jews or whatever, she told me I had to block Israel. That's why I'm doing it. Just to be clear, he knew from day fucking one what he was doing was, because so apparently they're saying that that's like unusual to do this, to put a JIRA. JIRA is like a ticket management system. So it's like, instead of just committing a line of code, he committed code, and then he's like, above that code, there's a line. Please see this link to see why the I did this. Please don't send me to jail.
This is called good coding skills. If I'm a part of an organization, and my job as a technician is to fulfill a job in the sourcing of the code, I'm not supposed to just fuck with the code in the back end and just say, hey, this is fine. Because that implies that the responsibility for the problem is not behooving on one person, it's behooving on everyone. No, I'm going to put down a JIRA ticket, and I'm going to say, here's the reason why I'm doing this. Here's the concern that was spoken. Here's the privacy complaint that was breached and approached to the team. Here's the administrative choice that was made by this manager on this date at this timestamp. Here's the reference of the conversation that was had about this choice. Because this is done in this way, they feel that it's suspiciously cover their ass, but why would you need to cover your ass? We didn't do anything wrong. But it is wrong. Moving on.
When Amazon finds out that all the grants, and Twitch finds out that all the grants they got from the government require that we don't block Israel, and we did it. Oops. Well, the ability to dynamically block signups based on...
That's another thing. They get grants. Based on the coverage and the communication that they give to other polices, companies, regions, countries, and other outside resources, including advertisers. We haven't even gotten to the adpocalypse yet. Don't worry, it's coming.
Criteria that could have been coded sometime in the last years that Twitch has been blocking things instead of just appending to a single file. So they're basically saying, you know, why do we not have like a proper system to do this instead of writing a hardline piece of code in there? It's the first time Twitch has ever blocked a country. Let's just give them a pass. It's real nice, by the way, that the country that they ban is Israel, the one that right now everyone in the world seems to hate, the far right, the far left, everything. Have we banned Ukraine? Have we banned Russia? I think there's a lot of drone videos and streaming going on there. Might be good to ban those countries from signing up too. Why only Israel? That's weird. I got every single scandal that Twitch has, every single one. You know the funny part also? You're like, oh man, Twitch right now is probably looking for the one Jewish employee that's worked there in the last 20 years. This guy that leaked it to me, he's actually not Jewish. He's like a Palestinian activist. And he's like, I just fucking hate Dan Clancy. He is so fucking cringe. He just wants to be liked by everyone else. He's shit at his job. The saddest thing, allegedly, don't know if this is true, but he said during COVID, when everyone was fucking locked up and he came in there, he was trying to look cool on a Zoom call, lifting weights in front of everyone else when people were fucking dying in front of them. Based? Dan Clancy is more obsessed with being liked by OTK than fucking building a product that people give a shit about. I'm gonna caution this. Just because you're Arabic or have an Arabic name does not mean anything. It means fucking nothing, okay? But I'm conspiracy pilled because every time I look up anything on the site, ever, it's always, like if I flip a coin 1,000 times and it's like anti-Semitism on one side or incompetence or I don't understand on the other, every single time, it's been anti-Semitism, every single time. So anyways, this is an Arabic guy that was in customer trust, okay? Trust and safety team. I don't agree with people calling this anti-Semitism. Signups from Palestine were also blocked. Yeah, right, except for the fact that nobody fucking uses that shit. This person could be the world's biggest Jewish activist. I have no idea. I'm just putting that there for context. I'm sure people will love to clip this and be like, oh, he said Arab, he's racist. I just put there, and I prefaced it pretty clearly with my feelings on the situation. This is the Asmongold was banned after racist rant about Palestinians. This guy, this is nothing. Shout out to Kotaku for not putting the word racist in quotes like some other sources. And then this guy here, you mean like some other journalists? Now, I'm taking a leap here by doing the triple parentheses, but this is the same person that said this line right here. This is the safety developer. The same person who said, what has Israel ever done for Twitch? That's the same person who said that. So you could say, Dan, you're breaching. That's definitely not triple quotes. It sure fucking reads to me like...
For anybody who wants to understand, triple quoting is when you do a, it's us or them. It's basically a way to claim that someone's being anti-Semitic. This is the Happy Merchant meme. This is 15 levels of Fash Wave. The implication of putting it in triple quotes being that you're speaking about a specific group, a specific class, a specific caste. You could do this for anyone, but in most cases this tends to be about Judaism. So, someone talking about Jews, specifically. In this case, journalists basically means any person who is not left-wing in opinion and isn't a part of a place like Kotaku, Destructoid, Polygon, Rock Paper Shotgun, Waypoint-style news, gaming, journalism websites that hate the consumer that they're supposed to be selling to. And, going back just a little bit so we can have the bigger side of this, post the link of the Kotaku article. Post it as an update. Grammar is important. The quote makes it look like Palestinians will be banned for 14 days due to having an inferior culture. Or Omega Lols. Shout out to Kotaku for not putting the word racist in quotes like some other sources. You mean like some other journalists? The fact that a safety dev said this in this capacity is the exact point that I made with my Obsidian. That I have dislinked for some reason. Somehow. Bring it back. Bring it back. Okay. This is what I meant when I said the policies of the platform encourage people to become more radical, more right-wing, more permissive, and more accepting of behavior that is considered or would outright be a violation of any other platform's policies, and the back end of Twitch politically being captured and behaving as kingmakers. In this, the Twitch backend makes it very clear that they play favorites. They don't like Asmongold, so they decide to shit on Asmongold for whatever reason, because it had to be a policy decision to give him a ban for 30 days, you see. This is the team that bans him. Watch what happens next.
Lists. What has Israel ever done for Twitch? That's the same person who said that. So you could say, Dan, you're breaching. That's definitely not triple quotes. It sure fucking reads to me like anti-Jewish. Maybe I'm wrong. God, we got more shit thought we were done. This is an interesting one. Right now, the current trust and safety policy manager or manager of something, I forget, but basically one of the highest up people at Twitch. This person's last job, they stepped down after an investigation in front of Parliament, in front of the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. It was on TV. You guys probably saw this story. They stepped down because they were being investigated for anti-Israel sentiment or activities or whatever you want to call it. So this is a trust and safety manager here. This is a good one here. So this person is basically defending this person. I've had a chance to talk with this person. I think she has great policy ideas and practices. I don't really like the idea that pitchforks over things that are murky, blah, blah, blah. By the way, do you know who this guy is that I found out? This guy in red. I'm not going to identify him by name. And again, if anything happens to that Slack, I will identify people. I want to preface this very clearly. I hope, I actually do. You know what? Never unban Steve from Twitch. I'm not joking. Never unban him. It's better on YouTube. I don't really like Twitch. I don't want to support that anti-Semitic platform. I don't want to do it. Don't unban Destiny. Now that I've had that said, you know who this guy is? In Destiny's ticket, in his file, there's a thing in there that says, do not even fucking touch Destiny's account or even think about unbanning him until you talk to me. That's who this guy is right here. This is the guy. The guy. And he's like, what's the problem with hiring someone that stepped down in front of Parliament for hating Israel? I think they're totally based. This is the person in the file. Do not unban or touch this without first reaching out to me. This next segment, I just like to call Twitch fucking hates Asmongold. This is unironically a very small segment of the stuff that was sent to me. He's a Dr. Disrespect apologist. That's weird. That's a weird thing. Did more people at Twitch know about Dr. Disrespect? Did they know what happened? Why are you calling him a Dr. Disrespect apologist? That's weird. I thought nobody knew. That's weird. That's weird. That's weird. Did Dan Clancy know? That's weird. Based? All right, let's go on the next one. Thanks, Dan. Not me. Not this Dan. That's Dan KKK Clancy. Okay. Thanks, Dan. I hope you do some wacky onstage gymnastics with Asmongold next. So this is more to the like how the CEO and how low some of the people, even the people that align with him on politics, still think he's a fucking loser. I wouldn't recommend consuming Asmongold content. Emoted by 7 people, liked by more. I'd appreciate the following recommendation. TIL is the first when I search for the incel emote. If anyone is curious why, go to his subreddit and look at the type of vomit that they put onto the internet. Yep, I don't even care if Asmon isn't a garbage person, because the majority of his audience appears to be. So they're basically like, they hate Asmongold even if he's done nothing wrong. Again, he did something wrong. But that said, they hate him even if he didn't do anything wrong.
So, the Twitch safety team will actively talk shit about you behind closed doors, will have hypocritical standards that if were applied to anybody else would actively be a case for mistrial based on YouTube legalese rules that would then dictate policy on the platform, decide as judge, jury, and executioner what you receive, how you receive it, and while you receive it, have absolutely no leadership that keeps them in line and even says, hey, you can't communicate like this even in our back channels, feel comfortable antagonizing and expressing sentiments that show this inherent sentiment and bias, and are willing to even castigate a content creator not for the actions they do, but for the audience they have and the opinions they express. Hey Carl, why is it that there are so many lackluster content creators that just spring up out of nowhere? It's because they're bored on this. They are industry plants, usually platformed by somebody else, if just hitting a niche that exists somewhere else. And they can never have opinions like this publicly, because this is what fucking happens on the back end. They have to be fired. An entire sweep. The entire team. Every team in the back end. Fired. 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 Get a new CEO. Fired. COO. Fired. CFO. Fired. Safety manager. Fired. Managers in general. Fired. Every single person has to leave. Because if this is how it's ran in the back end, no wonder you're having problems. We have to protect Hassan. He cannot not be allowed to make more money on a person being able to steal content from somebody else and then leave his chair and then let it be empty. He has to play another video of political propaganda from a terrorist group to his black friend. He has to do it, okay? It is paramount that we let him do it. But don't you dare let Asmongold watch a curse video live on camera. The fucking vomit that they produce. Closing out.
Just because they want to hate his fans or what he stands for, or because he's not sucking fucking Hassan's. As soon as I even get a whiff of Gamergate these days, I just tune out. Not even remotely worth my time or even worth considering it. There's like, I have a lot more. The Slack only has retention for 90 days, but we've been, this guy had been saving it for a while. So we have more stuff going back, but I still have to filter through more of the stuff. I just wanted to push something out quickly because I got the feeling, I got the itch that Twitch was thinking of putting out a new statement. Here's something I do want to put across to people. I am recommending that if you see ads playing anywhere on Twitch, until Dan Clancy steps down, and this is his responsibility, I highly recommend that you let these companies know who they're supporting with this type of shit. It's easy to do. Like, if you see an ad for A&W root beer, go to LinkedIn, type in A&W marketing, and you'll find the guy in charge of marketing. And then you just go to anymailfinder.com, type in A&W.com and the guy's name, and you drop him an email. And you send him a video of the ad playing in front of whatever fucking insane content happens to be going on at the time. Or you just say, hey, I wanted to let you know that your ad is on this site that currently banned Jews for a year. And the ban would still be in fucking place today, by the way. Don't forget that. Don't forget the fact that Twitch didn't remove this ban out of the graciousness of their heart. They removed the ban because enough people finally told them. For the entire year, you had people in Israel constantly emailing them, doing user voice tickets, tweeting at them, making threads in our Reddit. And you know what happened to all of that? Deleted, ignored, sent to trash ban, generic response. That's what happened for all of that. They knew, and if they didn't know, they're incompetent. For a year, it would still be in place. And you know what's even more fucked up? I know for a fact that if I didn't bitch and moan and do all this bullshit, and Ethan didn't speak up, and other people didn't speak up, and the congressmen haven't spoken up, that just one day, and maybe 6 months from now, maybe a year from now, the ban would just silently be removed. No one would know, except for a few Twitch engineers. Well, we know now.
Now, you'd think that'd be more than enough for something to get changed, right? This being revealed, which is half the reason why he had to go and do what he did, right? You'd think this would change the problem. Well, what happened next was, of course, the ad apocalypse for Twitch. And to see that, we can just simply go to Devin Ash's community post about it, which I linked onto my community post. It's a feature that you actually have. You can be able to share a community post to your people from a community post from another person. So, let's put this up on screen. This might be a little bit of a nightmare for some of you to read, but I'll try to make this easy. Twitch is in an advertising nightmare situation. Advertisers are leaving the website and they are not returning. Twitch has controversy after controversy and can't get its enforcement straight. I don't know if the website will survive long term without serious changes. The solution to it is simple, brutal, and efficient. Ban all extremist, controversial, and political content, or none of it. But simple is not often easy. To understand it and what's going on, we need to go back in time. YouTube's own adpocalypse began in March 2017. Major advertisers discovered that their ads were appealing alongside controversial and extremist content. Sound familiar? A ton of key advertisers pulling ads from the platform, including AT&T, Pepsi's, and others. The next 2 years were savage. The website had to build an algorithm that could identify brand-friendly content against controversial content at scale. It wasn't always right at first, with dozens of creators being banned, sometimes for no reason, but it's still happening today. Building the system cost millions, thousands of hours, and countless controversies and risks. But today, YouTube is the most sophisticated ad network in the world, keeping viewers happy not by serving them too many ads mostly, and keeping advertisers happy by selling their ads on relevant brand-friendly content. During the same period, Twitch was instead investing their live CDN, which is Content Delivery Network, and means in broadcasting rights, content, and streamers. This is where streamers became influencers. A streamer, a content creator, any person of any size, as soon as they got popular enough, money, money, ads, deals, brands. Because that's technically where the money in streaming comes from. It comes from having sponsors and being able to bring money to the sponsors, which then gets kicked back to you. It's a fair, relevant system. From anything from ya boy Raid Shadow Legends to Factor 10 Meals, Magic Spoon, and more. Any amount of advertisers changes it from night to fucking day when it comes to being able to make things. Because now, your money, your influx, is not just based on the wealth of your audience. And I'm not saying that to be disrespectful, I'm just saying what it is. Rather than YouTube paying me money, and my audience paying me money, Coca-Cola pays me money. And while Coca-Cola pays me money, I can still make the shit that I want, because I know what the terms are, I know what my limits are, I don't have these opinions and views that some people have, and I'm able to do this and this and this and this and this and this, because it is the fact that I gave rights to broadcast a certain way, have sponsors for a podcast, have sponsors for a brand deal, for a content delivery system that is a plan that over the next 30 days I make 10 series of videos that are all sponsored by them with the intention of creating things. This is the Mr. Beast philosophy. You can also have the regular everyday streamer philosophy, which is a little thing in the low bar on the side that says sign up for the game, get to this point of the game, and I earn this amount of money for the people who've done this, who've done the tutorial, played up to mission 5, and blah 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 blah. Moving forward. They paid $90 million to broadcast the Overwatch League, signing multi-year partnerships with Riot Games to broadcast League of Legends. These are the pros that then go into the streaming category, the locked position where they can't do anything but stream League. Having paid streamers like Ninja and Shroud to stay on the platform, to pull them, because they're big, they're popular. And if you have the big popular people, this will save the problems as well. You won't have to deal with potentially losing out on anything. You can be able to have attention from that. But of course, the downside of that is that this is what creates a separate problem. We'll talk about that when we get there. Staying on this. Meanwhile, the ad system, primarily the way that Twitch makes their money, languages. Because if you want to buy ads on Twitch, you have to pay a high minimum and talk to someone physically there. Because the ads have limited to no targeting, they get served everywhere on the website, and sometimes to either irrelevant or controversial streamers. And because they're served everywhere, it's only as good as the worst streamer. So, for an 18 plus streamer who doesn't do anything extremely crazy, but they are willing to have big titties, big asses. Every single character's got jiggle physics in places where you don't think they need to be and belong. Every single mod on any game they play always has a sex and pregnancy and fit mod. This becomes where you view that against the most egregious booby streamer, and then you put that against the most egregious VTuber, and then you put that against Hassan Piker stealing somebody's content, or some leftist stealing someone's content, or any kind of lazy reactor, regardless of political side, being lazy and not reacting hard to work. This becomes the viewpoint of Twitch. If every single action that is said and done comes from the position of people that can't do their jobs, that don't know what it is to be an entertainer, and instead of trying to entertain by instead antagonizing someone else to create humor for people to watch through Schadenfreude, and instead actually create something either of themselves or with other people that people then get enjoyment in watching, this leads to Twitch being what it is. Excuse me, I need to pee real quick. cheap ass fucking lids. Get on there. Okay. Maybe Twitch figured out that these problems worked themselves out if the content was good, but they didn't, and the content is now in decline. With extremists on all sides, running huge communities on the platform, with major notable streamers, such as the not streamers, advertisers, the ADL, the Big Six agencies, telling Twitch that the current state of advertising isn't okay, and they are right, because Twitch didn't invest in ad targeting and good systems when they should have, and now they're on the back foot compared to every other company and every other platform. Their ad inventory gets cheaper because the quality of their website is declining, forcing them to run more cheap ads to appease Amazon. With the increased ad inventory meaning that viewers are sometimes getting served 8 ads at once when joining onto a stream, which causes viewers to leave the platform. Because the only way that they don't see those ads is to sub. But why would they sub to a channel that they just joined and they can't be able to see the content of because they have to sit through 7 minutes of fucking ads? And if it's an affiliate, well, they're not watching the stream because they're too small. And so, here we are. With Twitch always operating out of fear, being afraid of other websites that can cannibalize their audience, so they buy streamers, this being Mixer. They thought YouTube would take their viewers, so they tried to buy the broadcasting rights to things like the LCS and the OWL. They thought music would come for them, which was the RIAA, and they spent millions building libraries and licensing rights. Meanwhile, YouTube built the systems to address these problems long term, and were willing to fail for years, knowing that a better future was possible. It's now in an unenviable situation, allowing high brand risk streamers to be a significant percentage of the audience, with the team responsible for the enforcement, trust and safety, not being able to determine who should or shouldn't be on the platform. I would argue that they don't argue who should and shouldn't be on the platform. They actively regulate for it. Remember from the other day where Ethan said, who's the guy that's going to argue against Hassan and push back against him? He's not on Twitch because they banned him? Yeah, that's exactly what that means. That's exactly what that looks like. And Dan's opinion of no, do not unban Steven, he shouldn't be on this platform is shit. That is exactly what that looks like. Why would I want this streamer who has been fucked with by this company, why would I ever allow him to try to bring you good news, good publication, and good coverage? You clearly don't appreciate him. You clearly don't appreciate his work. You clearly don't appreciate his outlooks. You don't appreciate his viewpoints. You don't appreciate his content. You don't appreciate his audience. You think that they deserve to be removed, that they don't deserve to have the platform to begin with, and the opposite of what you believe, the people you do believe should be platformed, are willing to try and on the low and on the sly, in public, call people slurs. Slurs and derogatory comments, based on their origins, the nationality and origin of the person that they are dismissing. A person, or people, that they antagonize only because they were told to, or they feel comfortable to, because that other person is against them on the political spectrum. The trust and safety team is in on it. The content creators are in on it. They can't do this because they are human and they have inconsistent, or by some opinions, malicious, policies coming from the top. They insert their opinions and pick favorites because that's what humans do. Twitch communities are outraged, justifiably, that certain streamers get chosen to stay on Twitch and others are permabanned. Twitch is shoehorned into the position of picking favorites. It can never work, the website quality will continue to go down, and advertisers will continue to leave. The choice ahead for Dan Clancy is obvious. You either ban all controversial extremist content or you ban none of it. Those who remember Asmongold's take around about 5-6 months ago when he said, oh, the booby streamers, either you ban all the booby streamers or you ban none of the booby streamers. Don't decide to pick and choose when to ban them whenever the news gets really bad and the publication and the coverage gets really bad. This is what that happens. I'll give you an example of why this is fucked up, malicious, and horrible. The worst thing I think I've ever seen, if I can remember where I put it. I know I put it here somewhere. Here it is. A VTuber from the other night. Erg. Use this one. A VTuber was banned on their debut following the policy. Streamer MELTDOWN, shark-based VTuber. This is the regular shit that a person can expect to find inside of the hot tub and streaming category. And we'll do an experiment really fast. Because, see, we're on YouTube. I don't think I'll get banned for showing you something that happens on Twitch unless they actually just have their titties out. But the shit that comes from the flesh tubers, the VTuber body. Clearly, she had exposed hips. But you see, she was inside of the hot tub streaming category. So she followed the rules. She still got banned. From the policy team that believes it's acceptable to antagonize Asmongold and to cover for the Hassan anti-Semi squad that themselves may or may not, allegedly, have anti-Semitic opinions. This is untenable. You see, this is untenable. It is very, very, very untenable. And the fact that this fucking happens in this capacity is a testament of exactly how big scale and how small scale the issue is. Because it's not just one thing, it's multiple things. It's not just one thing, it's multiple things. Because this level of double standard only happens when you have inconsistent policies that allow you to let it happen in the first place. So the only place that this content creator could go is to YouTube. Which, to that edge, let's go take a stroll, chat, through the just chatting section. Let's take a stroll through the section. Let's go look. Go perusing, go browsing.
Is that not how you peel your...
Why was that not immediately silenced? But let's go looking. Here, we have just chatting. Everything from Lyric to apparently Quinn69. Let's go high-low, which apparently is the only way that you can sort this now. Popular streamers, popular streamers, popular streamers. Doesn't look horrible, doesn't look bad. Right? Right. Now, the unfortunate factor of this is we'd have to go looking for the worst of the worst, of course. Ah, man. Look at how many of those are already locked off with sexual themes. Not accounting for the woman who's in front of us, but she's actually dressed fine. There's no problem with this. The woman that is currently there. Like, this is an appropriate amount of breasting boobedly. She's just existing. This is not a woman looking for sexuality. This is, by the way, is arranged by high to low. So, let's go to Constantine John. Slow for more pleasure, good music and beautiful women. English only man's content, adult only adult content. That's a violation right there to begin with. But let's look. This content is intended for a certain kind of audience. Runway bodies. Let's go to another one. Bikini dancing. Small video game in the corner. She's playing a video game at least. She didn't pull a classic Amaranth where she was pretending to be playing. Actually, no. Is she? No, she has it in her hand. but I don't see the game interactions. No. There's game interactions. But at least she's not classic at Amaranth, faking that they're watching a video while dancing for attention. Let's try another one. This is somebody just reposting ads, I believe, to EDM music. Let's try another one. Poolside, talking to chat, normal, but not aggressive, not offensive. Another case example, inflatable pool, not exactly showing off the goods. How is it that these girls are up and MELTDOWN is not? Basic ridiculous shit. Basic ridiculous shit, in my opinion. Because if you want to get the really bad examples, we'd have to go to livestream fails. But, not the point of what we're here for. Back to the post. Ban all controversial extremist content or none of it. Because a competitor already exists where all the content is allowed and owns 10% of Twitch's audience, which is Kick, the choice is pretty clear. This means policies, all sides, hateful content, and so on. Some people may argue that the line is unclear. This was true in 2015 when we were figuring out advertising, but today it's very clear and these categories are well understood. You can see each level of what's controversial or not on YouTube's pages when you upload a YouTube video. You can try forcing this content into categories and then demonetizing that content, but that's far too gone, and the Twitch Kingmaker system still throws that content to the top of the discovery. You can't fool advertisers, but this is a stopgap that might at least help temporarily. The worst place though is to sit in the middle, and that's the problem here, the waffling, by being half in on every decision that Twitch has managed to anger everyone, which is advertisers, viewers, and streamers. Advertisers get annoyed because, hey, I don't want to sell Hershey's chocolate next to Hassan cheering along with the latest Hezbollah attack policy, where they burn 15 Israeli flags. Why would I want that? Viewers get angered because, hey, I was watching that hate stream. Why are you banning all my favorite viewers? I only pay $100 a month, but I'm not going to give you my $100. Multiply that 100, that 50, that 5, that 2.5. I believe actually now it's 6, but that $6 sub 100 times, 500 times, 1,000 times, 2,000 times. Even for the smallest three-figure Andy, you're talking hundreds of millions of dollars over years, year by year, month by month. At the very minimum, you're talking a person who could be able to build a platform that on Twitch, maybe they pull 5K on the lower end of work. But then they have an entire network of content creation that allows that 5K to actually fund what then ends up becoming 100,000 a year. That person pulls from your platform, and you no longer have any involvement in that. You can't bring interest from them to them, because those viewers, they're finding them on TikTok. They're finding them on Instagram Reels. They're finding them on YouTube Shorts. This is the Pirate Software situation you see. Pirate Software and his ferrets. If he was to pull both, I'm pretty sure they would lose at least 150K minimum easy on the low end, and upwards of, I don't even have the brain to calculate that statistic, but lots of views. Somewhere north of maybe 1 billion impressions, because of course content creators like that are everywhere. You'll find them on every platform, because too big to fail. And then streamers get angered, because you're inconsistent on your policies, you clearly play favorites. The dichotomy of the Kingmaker system means that I have to kiss and suck the dick of bigger content creators, instead of just being able to do my own thing and have my own thing with my own audience, which of course is always the cope that many people tend to say. Haha, you shouldn't want to be popular. You should just be content with having fun with your people. Why would you ever want and need to have attention? You don't care about making content for the fun of it. You only care about being popular. You want the popular people to platform you. You're an attention seeker. You're a grifter. You want this and this and this, and you think you're deserving and belonging to it. But then, streamers that do worse, say worse, behave worse, frequently escape punishment. You, or someone like you, this being especially the basis when all of the streamers were just stealing content like MasterChef, Atla, watching Hollywood movies like The Dark Knight live on the platform. You follow trend with those big streamers and you get permabanned, but they don't. Bro, whatever. I thought this was a country. These behaviors lead to the same place, the same outlook, the same punishment system, and none of it helps anyone. Because how can it help them? How can they be helped? How can they be assisted? How can they be able to grow? What mechanism can they grow if the only people that are given help are those that are already popular? How are they able to find their niche when every single game is monetized to shit? And for that example, I can now pull up the thing, but I'm first going to need to start my phone. Unless I can pull it out of my website back end of TikTok. All of this causes the full collapse of Twitch. Because for the longest time, all the blowback all of the blowback that Twitch has ever received has always been from the consumers. Those that are the users. Sometimes they get advertiser blowback, but it's never permanent. Whenever they get criticism, whenever they get regards, whenever they get problems, it's always people. It's never the companies. Now it's the companies that are getting shit and giving shit. So now you're dealing with a high level of money. Because of that high level of money and that monetary issue starting to affect people, you can't pretend that it's not a problem. You can't say, I don't understand. Here we go. So, you've got all that. And then, on the other end of problems, you have this being basically what happens in the gaming side of things.
I'm sick of it. I'm sorry, but COD's dead. It's not the game. It's not hackers. It's content creators. First 3 games. First one goes well. Second one, I played against 3 prestige guys. 3 guys were prestige. Next game, I'm playing against hackers and a bunch of guys with voice changers trying to troll to get their funny montage part 6 in. I just played a game of zombies and the 3 guys I queued with were trying to speedrun the Easter egg. And not even do the Easter egg for a game that's been out for a day. They're trying to speedrun it. Go figure, what do all these people I've mentioned have in common? They're all content creators. I just went on Twitch, and 9 of the 10 creators on it are speedrunning and doing 24/7 gameplay. You're telling me those people aren't ruining the game? I just went on YouTube too, and I just saw 2 videos. How to unlock gold camo fastest in Black Ops 6. This video, going 50 and 6 in Black Ops 6. How are you going 50 and 6 in a game that's been out for a day? Hackers are not the problem, and it's not the games. These games, these CODs that have come out are better than all the old CODs. Not even close. 100 times better. Way more content, more maps, more game modes, better maps, better graphics, feels better, everything. That's not the problem. The problem is the content creators. The second it's popular and gets a lot of views, they show up, they ruin it, it's no longer popular. 6 months later, they're reacting to the Black Ops 7 trailer. Black Ops 7 is coming out, and they're complaining about the game and like, yeah, we need to bring back the 3-lane map system. No, you need to get a job. You need to go outside and get a job. I heard they're looking for a new cameraman at black.com. Like, holy shit, you're ruining everything. I'm sick of it. I'm sorry, but COD's dead. It's just all multiplayer games. Any FPS game, anytime something's really fun, any game is really fun, content creators are going to show up and they're just going to ruin it. I'm sick of it. I'm sorry, but COD's dead.
Now, he's 100% correct. I'm going to show you an example. I have received from someone else the ability to now do Deadlocked. Deadlocked is, of course, the game that has not been released publicly yet, that by Valve. It's one of the newer up-and-coming push the payload style esports. This game... Why is it always loud? This game is a multiplayer game. It is in early development. It has not gotten an announcement time. There are multiple people on my playlist that want it. It's right here. It is not released, but I have Deadlocked. I have not played it yet, because I see no reason why to. For Deadlocked, this game has too much content put out about it. How is that? Well, let's go to single player Carl. And then let's go to one of my more favorite channels that come from pro players. Fine OK. Solo player and new support for a team. And let's just go ahead and look at that. Post of Nash. Oh, look at that. Content from 2 days ago. Buffed big pulsating paradox bomb. Testing the new playable heroes. The viscous gun meta. The most effective tactic available in a game that hasn't been released yet. 6 days ago. Multiple links and shorts. Smite 2 layouts. Him announcing that he's going to probably be moving forward from things. Making multiple video game content based on Deadlocked. Let's just look in general, because it can't just be him, of course. Deadlock. Gameplay. Pumping out damage. Masked. This is a Smite creator. IGN. For showing off a full bot match. Vanunu. This is a Smite content creator. Michael S. This is a Smite content creator. Masked again. Marcosal. A beginner's guide for a game that has not been released yet. Masked again. Game Mojo. Mikhail again. Deadlock ProView. Mikhail again. MF Palip Time. Not familiar with him, but I have seen videos of his before. Deadlock in. Kelski. Natero. Marcosal again. Shroud! On the game end of things, how do you expect people to be able to grow if the Kingmaker system of Twitch says I only get to see the top numbers? And if I go to a game, the only other way that I can see things that I want to watch, outside of course, viewers high to low, is my recommended for you, so that I can see others. Adrian, Roexa, Nemesis, The Balfs, TF Blade, Aguirre, Cineris, Spearshot, KP, Tarzan, Gemini, Pinkward, Alantimo, Averse, Centaurin, Azap, Tiltarella. There's a couple people who are not online right now. Scrub Noob, Valori, Alois, Tempest. It's the only way that I can find, quote, content that I want to watch, if it doesn't already exist, is to make it. But for games that are not yet available, because they're not released to the public, of course that one doesn't work. Because the games themselves are not released to the public yet, and the content creation side doesn't let me have that in, because the only way you could have gotten Deadlock is that you were given a code by somebody else, or if you were given a code by the developer by being an already platformed content creator that was popular. And the cottage industry of games journalism dictates that they won't cover you if they don't like you. And having a platform on this platform means that you basically have to suck dick or not be in the space that allows them to target you for your opinions about shit that they dislike from the Kingmaker system of the Twitch policy team. What's the path forward for people who want to make something of themselves? I guess you're just going to be stuck into having to talk about the drama and news of the week, huh? I guess you're gonna have to fuck a member of OTK and become a baby mom or baby daddy to them, huh? I guess that's the only path forward. Because the logic trap of this, it goes only one place. You try to make things, you get antagonized by literally fucking who's. Every single time that you broadcast, there are more people trying to troll you than trying to play with you. You spend time making content for those games. The success that you do find is going to be always a person trying to find a way around being involved in it because they want to make money off of you and not just exist. And every person's doing that because every person's trying to fight for that attention that anybody else could take. And it's not like it's just free viewers that are up for grabs. Because in the Twitch system, just because you're alive doesn't mean that somebody can't choose your stream over somebody else's. Add that in with political opinions, add that in with bad sponsorship deals, add that in with protracted drama or personal attacks made by other people, and that is the Twitch problem in its totality. Turn the music on. And let's go back to the post. I don't care if it's a supervillain take, but Twitch was much better when it was a gaming-focused website. It could have been a live-streaming platform for everything, but again, the systems weren't built, and the ship has sailed to YouTube and TikTok. By removing all controversial content and bringing it back to gaming, music, crafts, and etc., you can pull in advertisers again and bring back your core audience. Your CPMs can go back up, and you can serve less ads for more money. Well, you appease Amazon, and you also completely end the debacle that is the selective enforcement of policies. You'll be able to heal, because you won't be punishing people for the smallest things in its totality, because you'll have an actual rule system, and you'll have actual standards that you held yourself to, not just insisting that you hold other people to them and then never holding yourself to them. I don't know if Twitch was willing to make the tough decisions. Along with the above, you probably need to massively cut your staff, which was 500 last year being a start, but it's still bloated, and then you need to rebuild the trust and safety team, apply policy evenly to every broadcaster, and work on true ad filtering. But it starts with banning all the extremist and political content, with Twitch proving it's incapable of handling the responsibility of moderating the website, with the line needing to be drawn somewhere. Because when you make extreme mistakes, you have to enact extreme solutions. I used to love people having good vibes and sharing epic moments together in their gaming. I used to love the community. Fixing this requires ruthless executive oversight, but without it, we'll continue to see the slow and sad decline of the platform that so many people fell in love with in the past. And that's the sentiment that I have. Now, we don't have to just make up reasons for this to be. We know this to be true, chat. And why is that? The example that I just gave with that, how many people were here during me playing Once Human? Between Seasons 2 and Season 1, as well as what happened in Season 1. And if you don't know about that, please go watch the Once Human review. You can go see examples of it. How many times did I have that conversation with other people? How many times did examples of what I just described happen? How many people went out of their way to tell absolute straight fucking lies, to create content out of antagonizing me instead of just playing the fucking game? How many people tried to make normal social interaction into a problem for themselves? That's Twitch. There's no interaction on Twitch. There's no community on Twitch. There's no understanding on Twitch. The only understanding is that it's a zero-sum game, winner take all. I get your subs, I get your views, I antagonize you, I make fun of you, I find ways to say that you're a worse person than this. Outside of that, everybody is either friends with everyone on the back end, or they're all at each other's throats. There's no alternative. There can never be any alternative. The system doesn't allow you to have the ability to grow together. Because the people who grew together, they're the game makers. They decide the policies that are acceptable. And if they aren't in the back end, as streamers, arguing that they should be allowed to antagonize groups that they hate, they may be people who then became a part of the system. Because there was another guy there. He used to be there. I can't remember his name. If you go to all of the history channels to talk about it, they probably have his name on hand. But it was a streamer who then became a part of the system, who then left the site. When you had people who were streamers as well as members of staff. They understood. They knew the culture. They were a part of it. The people who are there now, they're not a part of the culture. Not the culture that they want to push, of course. They're not a part of the gaming culture. They don't believe or like games. They outright destroy them. Because why the fuck should they care about making your games or collecting your games? They care more about making sure that you're angry and upset and suffering. That's what matters most. Nothing else matters. So, that then brings us to the interview that Dan had with Devin Nash. Find that on the back end. Should be right here? Yes.
You know the best person to run Twitch? It's some startup right now that's worth like $100 million or $50 million. You acquire that company and have that guy be the CEO because he's a startup founder and he's hungry and he's fast and he's not going to put up with the bullshit. And he knows how to ship products. That's what you do. Slasher left.
He did. Well, more so that
defending.
we just ran out of stuff to talk about, really.
Oh my god. What was just... I heard he was defending some dumb ass shit. And you were doing your best, but there's only so much one man can do. What do you think?
I think that his side of the argument is just not an argument that I'm like really interested in feeling.
Oh, I didn't tell you. What?
Yeah.
Here, let me tell you. I can send you screenshots, but I assume you'll just believe me that this is true.
I will
Hold on,
believe
I'll
you. Yeah. You don't have to send me screenshots. I don't need. Yeah, you can, but I don't need it. Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Woo. Yeah, I heard about the. Yeah. Oh, baby.
The last one was yesterday. Oh, wait, and I think there's one more. It was on the...
Just to read what's inside of his Obsidian really quick. Mobile update, exclamation point at the top left corner. Justin TV, everything. Not everything is good. Which then led to Twitch TV. Gaming for all. Then, what happened on the site was money, things, power, hot tubs, and politics. Which then led to not being able to relate to anything on the website anymore, making Devin tired and sad, which then filtered back as a cycle all the way into Twitch again, over the years.
Subreddit, and then I had them remove it.
Good lord.
I think, yeah, this is why I'm saying I think like just the big one right there is those first two.
Yeah.
That's like a huge amount. Like that's one of the big things that ads are constantly used for there. So by the way, you know how I know that? Because the person in charge of that told me that personally. They reached out to me, not the other way around. But you can probably say, like you could say, oh, Twitch has probably lost more than half of its ad budget, probably close to 70% at this point. They have, and it's not going to come back until Dan Clancy steps down.
Maybe not even then, right?
Maybe not even then, because Twitch doesn't. It's just such a brand. It's so unsafe for ads, and it's completely Dan Clancy's fault, literally. Like why would he invest in it that he did? Like every single person, I think inside of Twitch and outside of Twitch said, why are you spending all this resources on this join ad, like the knock the join thing that no one's used ever, right? Think about all that resources that could have been going into having ad targeting on correct channels or all this stuff. It's crazy to me.
Word, dude. I'm so on board with you. Yeah.
I think the thing we don't agree on, like I retweeted your thing, and you said that you think that they should get rid of politics. The problem is I don't think it's sustainable because you're still gonna have people like Steve that would play StarCraft and talk about while he's doing it. I think the solution just has to be a actual unbiased trust and safety team that has real rules. Like it works on YouTube somehow. Why does it work on YouTube? Because they're actually unbiased. Like,
but because they're machines.
Yeah, and they're well that too, right? They built that tag, yeah.
So I guess like this is the thing like I want to like bounce off you, right? Like I feel like it's actually impossible for Twitch to have impartial moderation. Like actually, unless they build a CDN. Like
here's the thing.
Do that. Yeah.
I don't know if it's impossible to do. I think it's possible to get close because there's ways that you can do it. So first of all, we can both agree that right now it is the opposite of impartial. Do you agree with that? The problem is I think that if you make it equal, actually, right? That first off, that's good. It's good for the platform, but you can still do stuff if it's not perfect, right? Here's the whole thing. I think it's okay, believe it or not, if you get banned by mistake. Okay, like if they ban you because you said something that was a little bit unhinged and you get banned for that and you put an appeal, I think a good idea is that like maybe you can pay money if you think you're actually wrong. Okay, you can pay money and maybe you get so many free per year. You get like one free appeal per year or something based on your viewership count or something. But you put an appeal and guess what? You can actually have a roundtable with the Twitch trust and safety people or some delegation and some streamers that volunteer for it and maybe get paid to do it. And then you're actually represented by your peers and by Twitch. Now you're saying, Dan, what?
That is a nice idea. Ironically, this is what many people thought that the Safety Council was going to be. It was going to be streamers that came from every place of business and every part of the website that were going to be advocates on behalf of those streamers. A ban happens. Ah, man, Zizrin, a member who's a part of the platform. And of course, everybody remembers the Deer Girl. Everybody remembers Ferociously Steph. From the craziest blue hair, which in this case was Ferociously Steph, to Zizrin, which is to say, Kjell, a man who plays knowledge information games. Men, women, deers, and the trust and safety team would come together, you talk to them, and you explain yourself. You have a roundtable on the issue. The same way that you could talk in a board meeting with people who are deciding choices on whether or not you get a raise, whether or not you're going to be terminated. Which in this case, termination would be usually the highly likely case, because there's never not a, well, we thought you said something that was wrong. Let's use an example from when I was playing Monster Hunter World within the last 2 to 3 months. There was a line of statements in which I was trying to describe the Nazbol Grin, and the YouTube system tried to strike it as hateful content. Because context requires that I'm trying to describe the Nazbol Grin that exists amongst those that are Fashwave supporters, that don't just make Fashwave views to make their views look funnier and bigger because they like to meme on characters like that of American Psycho. They actively are trying to make Nazbol opinions and politics look cool to the passerby viewer. You take an example like that, you put me in the hot chair, and I have to explain with context, no, I wasn't supporting fascist opinions and ideas. I was trying to describe a meme and the words weren't coming to me at the time. Show the clip, show the VOD, because they're going to have the VOD on the back end to begin with anyways. You have the ability to describe this. Then you have the ability to illustrate it. Then you can follow the thought line of the conversation all the way down to its eventual end. You said that we think that you're being anti-Semitic. We think that you're being hateful. I wasn't. I was trying to describe a meme. Can you prove it? Yes. You're right here on the VOD. You can see that I'm trying to describe it. Listen to the words that I said. These people, they think, like, no, I hate this kind of person. I hate this kind of person. You see how I'm trying to describe it? Simple. They, of course, did not do this. It was more like the Twitch Safety Council was more of a focus group that would hear about new changes and they would give their opinions on how that would affect people at various levels of control. And they could also just be vetoed by the Trust and Safety team, and they would push those through the product regardless. Because the push team on product development doesn't give a shit about the opinion of those people, because it's not your platform, it's their platform. They make it for themselves.
What other company does it? But Twitch seems unique in not being able to know how to handle this problem. I don't understand why it's only a problem for Twitch and not for YouTube. YouTube just must be the fucking shit, honestly, at the end of the day.
Well, can we talk about that? Because a lot of
I don't know how YouTube does it.
They have data. So what's happened is over the course of literally since 2017, right? Every video has been thrown into training data to inform a system that says this is okay for advertising and this isn't. That has been rated by the advertisers over that same amount of time. So those advertisers have basically built an automated system that then can dictate with near perfection what is and isn't okay. But the problem is that took them an apocalypse, millions of dollars, tons of time, like literally 7 years to perfect, right? And Twitch should have started on this a decade ago, and they don't have a single thing going towards that system. And I think I agree with you too, where Twitch is a rather unique example.
I'm sorry. Can I ask you, what is so rotten inside of Twitch's culture that the employees haven't made a statement? Forget that part. How incompetent is the CEO that they're not making a statement as every day they're bleeding more advertisers? Maybe they would be like, okay, I gotta step down before I destroy this company.
Yes,
what the is going on? Why?
I don't know. I wish I knew that. That's a really good question.
I feel like if I was Dan Clancy's boss, I'd be like, okay, let's see. First thing everyone always does. Let's wait this out. They might just blow over in a day or two, right?
Yeah.
But now you're seeing it's not blowing over in a day or two. And now it's only getting worse every day after every day. At what point do you say, you gotta go, bro? You're gonna destroy the company. I'm so shocked. But I'm actually, so there's that part that I'm shocked about, the incompetence, but I'm saddened by the lack of an internal letter from people at Twitch saying that they don't approve and that Dan Clancy should step down. That's disappointing. That's fucking sad, is what it is.
Do you think that the people at Twitch understand the gravity of the situation yet? I don't think they do. Like the employees.
No.
I think this has been kept very close to the chest at a very high level right now.
That's probably fair.
Yeah.
I would hope. Well, actually, I don't know. It's been all over live stream fails, and I feel like a lot of Twitch employees probably browse like that for fun.
They might just think it's another drama. Like
their jobs are literally on the line. And
I know,
they're saying nothing. That's what's crazy
but
about
they
it.
probably don't understand the damage that has been done at an actual. Like this is the first time that something like this has gone by. Like to the outsider, it looks like just a normal drama thing. Like, oh, it's like about Hassan versus Destiny or something. Like it'll probably
Exactly.
but like internally, people don't understand, and probably staff doesn't understand that like this is the first time that real damage has been done via advertisers, and like that this is as you say, an existential threat to the platform.
I would say that it's not the first time that real damage has been done to the platform on an existential level. I would say that this is probably one of the things that actually makes it kind of safe in the viewpoint of any person wanting to describe an issue or understand the issue, not truly getting it, right? Because really, what we're describing here is what I did here on this. Everything that I put here on my Obsidian, because I changed this to this, everything that I put here on the Obsidian, this is that in its totality. And it all goes back to Dan Clancy being the CEO and being the reason why these things happen. All of the dramas that have happened over the years of Twitch is what this has led to. All of that. That's what it all comes from. All of it is decisions so that a select few people are allowed to be very proud and airing their political statements and then for covering their asses, have to try and hide those things so they don't get more punishment. Because the only way to get a change, don't break it, Carl. The only way to get a change is to scare you into changing. Oh, you don't want to stop doing what you're doing? Okay, I'm going to tell AT&T what you're doing, and then we'll see how much money you make at the end of the month. I have to attack your pockets. I have to attack your pockets to make you be a better person. Something you should already be doing, because you shouldn't be supporting these kind of policies and these kinds of tactics on the internet anyways. But remember, it's not about bad tactics. It's about bad targets. In the general viewpoint of any person who doesn't understand any of these things that I've described, you would see this as just another drama. Technically, all of these arrows, you could say, are a case example of that drama. You could say that the Hassan anti-semi squad is just a drama in and of itself. You could say the comparison of how Destiny was fucked with, and Hassan not being punished and fucked with this, like this, is an example of just more drama that adds for nothing. You could say that the power vacuum of people like Pokimane wanting to leave the platform alongside Valkyrie is a case example of just more drama for nothing. You could say that the exposure of the back end of Twitch and their personal opinions about the policies of the platform is just some bullshit back end drama. You could say that Hassan stealing content itself is a back end drama when he was confronted by EFAP. You could say that the opinions about the Dr. Disrespect ban circumstances being revealed, and people wanting to call other content creators ban apologists, content apologists, antagonizing an entire audience of a content creator, even if they didn't have a reason to dislike him, disliking the people that watch him. That's just drama in of itself. But no, all of the problems comes from, realistically, a lack of culture. That is the core problem. There is a lack of care, concern, and respect for actual community culture. And they've built a hollow, rotten kingdom that is falling down. A little bit bigger. That in its totality is the problem with Twitch. And that's really the issue from every situation, from every example, time and time again. It's the same problem with the cottage industry of game journalists. It's the same issue with the cottage industry of contrarian YouTubers that make videos against the public opinion, not because they have strong opinions and they dissent with the public opinion for reasons that are personal, that they then are fully capable of articulating and describing. It's literally just to get the attention, to bring attention to their channel, while doing the same bullshit on Twitter or the same bullshit on YouTube, and saying one thing on one platform and saying another thing on another, with no interest of working with other people unless they are politically in agreement on each side in opinion, and politics on each side in opinion that they all illustrate. This is where it stems from. That is what it comes from. It is a lack of concern to build actual community and to respect the actual culture of that community. And because they're not willing to do it, they were hoping that they could kick the metaphorical and proverbial can down the road. And they can't. Now, after years of fucking around and finding out with other people's money, now they're finding out with their own money. And it is beautiful. It is beautiful to watch them erode and die and rot. But the problem is that they're eroding and dying and rotting while the thing that you hope could be able to recover dies with them. They parasitized an entire way of socializing. And they made it into the most toxic exemplification of internet involvement in its totality. Now, I would say Reddit could be a microcosm of that. But ironically, the behavior which I encountered at any time in any of these situations that I could describe for myself has been less from random people and more from one particular kind of person. And each person who behaved in that way, they only had that behavior when it was monetarily valuable for them to say it and do it. They only had that opinion and only backed those things when they could have used it for some kind of benefit. Because entertainment for just annoying somebody, that's not enough. No, it's not enough to just antagonize people. It's not enough to do that. It's not enough for any of that. No. You gotta put it onto an aggregator. You gotta show other people the thing that you're doing to them. You gotta do all of this in any totality. You gotta be able to say that this person is egotistical, and I'm gonna show you how I'm gonna record this guy. I'm gonna show you this guy behaves. All of that. It's all of that. It doesn't just happen to small-time people. It happens to every kind of person, because that's what people do. Just with the example that I showed you from TikTok of being annoyed by content creators destroying the entertainment value of new games because they have to find a way to make every single thing make money. Any game that could potentially become popular, even if it's not released, no. Make 50 billion videos so that every person that's going to be cheapening the experience, they don't want to play the game to play the game. They don't want to play the game to have fun. They're trying to make the game to make money. Destroy any discoverability about any tactic, any trick, any trade, any mechanic. On one hand, it allows for discoverability and growth. On the other hand, it takes away enjoyment. Do that on every single game. On a website that was supposed to be for games, the only thing that's left to talk about is the drama that comes from people doing this. Add in politics. Now it's not just about the games that you play, now it's about the opinion you had that you expressed while you were playing it. It's shit. I'll be right back. 1 second. Okay, launder's done. Let us return to the video.
The closest equivalent, and that's why I made that equivalent to my tweet, was that Adpoc in 2017 was pretty equivalent to this. But that was like an existential threat for YouTube. Truly, the argument was that like hateful content was showing up against, like, basically the result. If you have extremist content on any side, it's showing up next to an ad for like Mata, and like that's just not okay, right? That was the same. It was a different way we got there, but we had the same problem. And YouTube was like all hands on deck. And I think like people don't remember it because it was so long ago. But like there was a real question mark if like YouTube was gonna make it through. Like anybody at Google at that time would tell you that like it was like I don't know. and I don't think that like so the thing is Google as a business saw YouTube as a platform that it could have a future on. And so they looked at YouTube and they said, look, like we're willing to put in millions, maybe billions of dollars of investment because we think this is where video is going to live, and we think that it is going to be the future of content. And it was. That was a good bet. But Amazon doesn't have that same faith in Twitch, right? Like Twitch has already demonstrated that live streaming is kind of a niche thing. That's like very specific demographic. It's like power users with like long ad durations. There's no argument to be said that like the future of live streaming, like the future of live streaming is TikTok. That's already been established. So I don't think Amazon is going to back Twitch in the same way, where they're like, oh yeah, like cool, like we'll put you.
Can I ask you?
Yeah,
that's a tough question. What's more likely to happen first? The implants to get fired, or for them to just say that we're divesting of Twitch and they're selling it? Like, 'cause I'm thinking, like to fire a CEO, you got to bring someone else in, and if they're like, we just want to get rid of this fucking thing, because it's been at a loss for years. Then I think it's losing more and more more money every year. And actually, I think, believe it or not, I think the worst thing to happen to Twitch is actually all the Spanish streamers coming in there because it's insanely expensive, and the ads down there do not cover the cost of supporting all of that.
Yeah, it's all
like,
tier 2. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, right? So like normally people, oh man, I can't wait to have 500,000 people from Brazil that I have to support with like 1 million servers, but it's like there's like 4 advertisers that know about it and will do it. There's just I still think that Dan Clancy will get fired before the site shuts down.
I wonder if the calculus is, okay, Dan steps down, and then we bring in like an Amazon level VP who's like willing to make significant cut costs and then push the website further towards like monetization and further towards like I think that's the most likely outcome. Yeah.
You have to get rid of Twitch Prime, obviously.
Yep, you have to. It's brilliant. You have to.
Twitch Prime's gotta go, and then they have to. I'll tell you what I would do if I was the new CEO of Twitch. I have a plan for Twitch right now. Okay, if they're looking for a CEO, I will put Redact on the side for a little bit, and I will come in. Tell me what you think about. You ready to think about my plan? Okay.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, step one, we're obviously there's gonna be equal enforcement of the law across the board. Right? We're not getting rid of politics or free speech or anything, or sorry, getting rid of just chatting or that. Okay, that'll stay, but there's actual rules. Doesn't matter if you're the biggest person on the site or just one. If you have a nip slip, it doesn't matter if you're someone with 10 streamers or 10 viewers or 100,000. Same punishment. So that said, I have a strategy. So Twitch Prime's gotta go, but we are gonna empower you and the users to make more money. How fucking stupid is Twitch that they tried to charge such an insane tax on bits? How stupid?
Yeah,
do people not think that like, hey, Streamlabs is a whole thing? Maybe you should think about integrating the donate button in a way where people get a much larger cut to the point where people don't want to use Streamlabs, where they want to use your system because it's much better converting because they don't have to go to PayPal and do it. They don't do that. So the first step is to bring in more monetization options directly for the streamer itself. Make the streamer feel like they own their page. So the twitch.tv/DevinNash shouldn't just be a video and a chat. You should really be able to customize this across the board and make it feel like it's your home. You should be able to put your YouTube videos there. You should be able to send emails to your greatest subscribers. It should be a pseudo Patreon page, if you will, for your greatest people. Your home on the internet right there. And the amount of money that they would make from doing that would be unbelievable. Doing just that system right there. But instead, they focus on the most cringe bullshit on chasing ad dollars, which is never going to get there. Like Patreon shouldn't exist. Patreon should be something that Twitch has built into its system.
Yes, 100%. So I completely agree with you. Yeah, and the fact that Patreon takes 8% and Twitch takes 50%, it's like why would ever?
Insulting.
Yes,
it's insulting. It's like hey Jake, yo, what's up, Dan? Hey man, so we got this new Twitch bits product. How much do you think we should how much should we charge? Can we tax them? Oh, I don't know. What do you think? Like 50? Like half? That seems fair, right? It's like okay, like so yeah, you can get this, but it's like how much does this hinder your growth? Like just be smart. Make people want to go to Twitch because it's like the best platform that lets you do everything there. Like let's think about this. I do a live stream on YouTube, right? Obviously Destiny's banned, so there's part of this that doesn't really fit in here, but let's say that he wasn't banned on Twitch and he was banning let's say he wasn't banned on Twitch and we were streaming on Twitch. We would still be using Patreon. Why? Why? Explain that to me right there. Why am I using Patreon when all I use is video content?
Why are we using Reddit to upvote clips? Why don't we have twitch.tv/clips? Everybody bitches about livestream fail. Like if we just had twitch.tv/clips that literally was the exact same system as Reddit was, and you could click an up arrow and then the clip gets served to you. Holy fuck, it's been 10 years. Like why do we rely on Reddit for our marketing? There's a website gets so many things like this.
See, now that you're saying this, you're making me feel bad. Like maybe Dan Clancy is a fucking retard. Because these things are so obvious. They're so fucking obvious, and he doesn't do them. Like
this is a guy who came up. This is a guy, okay, that came up on TwitchCon. He showed up, okay, and he comes up on the platform and he says, "We haven't updated our mobile app in 7 years." And I was like, I was here on stream. I was like listening to the thing, like just going through the TwitchCon. And it's like, "We haven't updated the app in 7 years." And I like had to pause it. I was like, "What? like what do you mean? There's like 45% of your users. You haven't updated your app in 7 years. Like what is this?" So that's why like just the sheer level of incompetence that happens at Twitch is it's almost staggering to the point of like I don't blame you for that thought process. Like
it's a conspiracy level. Like
it is. It's like you have to be.
You have to think that they're so stupid and incompetent to have it not be anti-Semitic. That's what it is. That's actually the perfect way. There are only two options. Twitch is fundamentally ran by some of the dumbest motherfuckers of all time, from the top to the bottom, every step of the way. Okay, because that quote I saw posted online, that wasn't that amazing either. They are the dumbest marketers, the dumbest advertisers, the dumbest trust and safety team, the dumbest analytics team, the dumbest executive team, the dumbest support team, the dumbest engineers.
Can I ask you a question? Like, what do you say? And I just like genuinely want to hear your opinion. Like, what do you say that Dan hasn't had, like Clancy hasn't had enough time as CEO to make these?
He's had enough time. Here's how I know they've had enough time. If you put me in there, if you put yourself in there, okay, here's how it's gonna go. Day one, okay, you have change it. You have certain things you can't change right away because of contracts. Fine, but the rest of it, it's like okay, this you spend the first 2 weeks deciding what are we building, where are we going. So we talked a little bit about that so far. We're building a Patreon. We're gonna make Twitch for our creators. This is gonna be their destiny.gg. They're gonna own their users. They're gonna have the ability to email them. They're gonna have the ability to have like a Patreon experience on site. We're gonna do more discoverability features. You don't have to go to Reddit to find the funniest clips across all of Twitch. All of that stuff we're gonna build. Okay, great. What do we not want to focus on moving forward? Well, I think ads are a distraction. So let's get rid of most of the ad team and just keep the core relationships that make up like 70% of our revenue, and let's not worry about the other 30%. Let's just drop those people. It's too much of a distraction. Well, what's ads? You have Amazon backing us. That's fine. We'll do that. But in general, that's not our strategy moving forward. We would like to go to a completely ad-free experience if we could, ideally. Then you start making the changes. You get rid of the people that do not fit into the vision of that moving forward. So that probably means getting a brand new trust and safety team because they've lost all trust. That probably means investing in better technology for AI so that you don't have to have 1,000 people in Egypt clicking deny on every clip coming in. That probably means hiring like a pretty good, competent team to run your tech stack instead of people that have been there for 20 years and are just skating by. Whatever. So it's a bunch of changes. But I tell you, if you had all those things in place, like you can build with money. You can build a website and these features. It doesn't take years. Act like a fucking startup. Everything we've talked about in this call, you could get done in 6 months or less.
You're right. Exactly. CEO would like someone like Shopify or Satya or someone come in like would fix this in like 6 months. No problem. Yeah, they just
and they would have it rolled out in 6 months. Not just fixed it.
They
had rolled it out in 6 months.
Because they completely replaced the engineering teams. They did butterfully up. They literally do like an Elon style thing where it's like they send an email out to like tell me what work you got done this week. And if you can't respond, like you're out. Like it'd be that kind of. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
I mean, so basically, fundamentally, Twitch's entire culture is broken. It's extremely woke to the detriment where they have all this stuff. It's like almost like a union shop right now. Like literally, you need to cut all of that shit out. Like I bet there's like it sounds like there's a lot of bureaucracy there as well. Like gotta get rid of most of that. All of that bureauccy needs to go.
Like 6 PMs for one product, that kind of thing. You know, that's actually. You've seen plenty of companies like this. Yeah.
I mean, you know what? I hate Elon Musk, but that motherfucker fired 90% of the people. And guess what? Twitter's still fucking running.
It's fine. Yeah. They don't even have a day of downtime, right? Like.
Oh, I mean, it's had some bad days, but like it's been fine.
But game. Yeah.
You know, he knew that there was fluff. There was just overage. It was just a waste. It wasn't needed. Granted, Twitter is not great right now, especially in the trust and safety department side of things. But that said, he got rid of like all the engineers. He got rid of everyone. He said we're gonna build some. And you know what? That motherfucker was pushing out features every day. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, guess what? We're selling Twitter Blue now. Hey, guess what? We're doing video calling now. Like old Twitter, right?
Yeah, like there's all kinds of stuff that's new. Yeah.
I mean, granted, it's stupid things. Right? I'm not saying that they're good at what they do, but they are pushing out features and they're doing shit.
Yeah.
Right? Twitter Spaces.
Creative monetization. Yeah.
Yep. I mean, granted, there's not a lot of money in making money as a creator right now, but still, they are doing it. And under the old Twitter, I kid you not, that was the same website from 2009 until 2020.
Literally. Yeah.
No changes.
Yeah.
Ever. The whole time, not one thing.
Yeah. Exact same website, exact same moderation, exact same like everything. Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's kind of like Reddit. I mean, I put Reddit in the same boat as that. But I guess for Reddit, that's a little bit of a benefit because they changed almost nothing. That's what caused it to be so successful, kind of like Craigslist, but it didn't work like that. Like people point to Craigslist and they're like, listen, this is good. This is why you shouldn't like go and do a fancy new design or have a mobile app or this other stuff. And I look at them and I say, I understand that your site is easy to use, it doesn't have any bullshit, but you are a bunch of morons that did not have a mobile app until, I mean, I've been saying this for a while, so I don't know, but like maybe like 2019 or something. They didn't have an iOS app, right? It's like, what the this is not like, ooh, we're some cutesy little startup that we're only available on web. You're just a moron. Let's go and offer up exist because you are stupid. That's it. Those are billion-dollar companies that have basically come in and molested your business because you're too stupid to have made like a decent mobile app. That's what happened. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a situation where like did Craigslist survive because it was like, oh, the cutesy app that everybody's used to, or did it survive because there was no significant competitors? They just like they got lucky with the space they were in. Like they didn't need to make that much revenue to run the website as it is because they're a posting board, like that kind of stuff, right? Like yeah, and like I argue that like Craigslist got cannibalized a huge amount by Facebook Marketplace and like the stuff that it made like in terms of its production. So like there's always a cost to not innovating, always.
Yeah, I mean certainly there's always a cost to innovating, but I mean,
not innovating. To your point, your point of Craigslist, yeah.
To both things, but yeah, but I think historically companies that stand still always end up losing eventually. Always. Now they can last a while and be kingmakers like Intel, but eventually if you stand still, someone comes in and switch it up. That's it.
Exactly.
You have to always be innovating, even if that.
Realistically, the same thing applies to streamers and anything in the business sense, because you can't just not think of ways to make a better product, not think of ways to switch some shit up, change some visuals, try to simplify things, try to make things better, try to make things new, just so that people are not seeing the same shit, doing the same shit year after year after year. Because at some point you're going to have to blame yourself more than blaming the things that you're on, because it just doesn't work like that, of course.
That means keeping your core product the same. Like an example of this is like, you know how bad Twitch engineering is right now? Twitch is a company. It's getting to the point for me where I would never, ever hire anyone that was ever in the marketing, advertising, or management team of Skype, ever. I would not a single person. I don't care. If I find out that you work for Skype, I will not hire you, ever.
That makes sense to me, yeah.
Right? Because this is a company that was a verb, Devin. It was a verb for our time. We all used it.
Yeah.
You would say Skype me later, right? And it wasn't cringe. That's literally what everyone used. It was the Discord app. And they threw it all away because some PMs thought it would be cool to try and make a really shitty Slack version of Skype. And it killed the product.
Agreed. Yeah.
Completely. That is how bad it feels like Twitch is right now. To a point where if you ever hire anyone who worked in the management of Twitch during this period, you deserve every fucking bad thing that happens to your company. Like, it's so bad, I would just rather say that I was unemployed for 4 years than say that I worked at Twitch. That's how bad it is.
You're still going right even after everything that's happened, right? Like you're still committed the same way, right?
I'm not stopping until Dan Clancy is fired or resigns.
Would you so if a new CEO steps in,
I will absolutely stand down completely because I already know what it means. It's like they don't even have to say anything to me. If they're like, "Hey, new CEO's coming in," I'm done. And the reason is it's so obvious. It's because when a new CEO comes in, he's like, "Hey, you fucking what the f did you guys do with the place?" Like he's not gonna be like, "All right, the old guy's out, same as the old. Let's keep going. Let's get in the shop." He's gonna be like, "What the f happened? What did you guys do? You guys need to get the f out of here. You need to get the f out of here. You need to get the f out of here."
I guess what I'm worried about is that Dan Clancy was that new CEO and that didn't happen. So what I worry is like,
well, he was
right. So like what if we get a new CEO but it's the same kind of story?
Wasn't he an engineer? Never make an engineer a CEO.
Yeah, Clancy was on the tech side of the product, and then before that he worked for like he had like a weird history. I remember looking at it's on Wikipedia. We can look.
It's like NASA. And
yeah, it's like some weird like
don't. This is my big piece of advice. So you're a startup CEO. I'm a startup CEO.
Yeah.
My biggest piece of advice I always give to maybe I should make a video on this if I haven't already.
You should.
The big thing is very simple. Okay, your napkin determines the programmers, not the other way around. Imagine the perfect product in your mind. Okay, write it out on a napkin, how it looks, the buttons, what they do, the experience you have. Imagine the perfect experience of a website that does whatever it is that you're trying to do. Put that on paper, and then say, "Hey, engineers, go build this."
Yes.
You always start that way. You never start with the way I would say, "Hey, listen, we have some crazy tech. What should we build?" When you do that, you get Dan Clancy. You put an engineer in charge, you get the worst fucking product. Always, always, always.
It seems like Dan Clancy worked for like NASA and Nextdoor and like a bunch of like weird like stuff. So
you know what Dan Clancy should do? Dan Clancy should be like, if you've seen Silicon Valley, he should be that really weird dude who's like inside the data center. He can be that guy. He can be in charge of like the Twitch data center.
Oh, like a CTO type or something?
No, not a CTO. He can be the weird guy inside of a data center.
Oh, like an IT PM.
Yeah, he's like managing 10 people inside of like a Virginia data center too, and that's his job. That's what he can do.
You know what's another really weird thing that no one's ever talked about with the Twitch situation? It wasn't just Emmett at the time. I'm reading the Wikipedia and I just realized something. It wasn't really Emmett at the time that was like super calling the shots on Twitch. Like he had a whole C-level suite of like Mike Aragon, who was like the chief content officer. I had a weekly call with that dude.
For people who don't know the context, Emmett refers to, I believe it's Emmett Clance. I know I've covered stories involving Emmett. Emmett Shear, who was co-founder of Just TV, and he was the CEO until March 2023. He was doing absolutely nothing with the platform, basically allowing changes to happen. Either he supported them or he just didn't know what the fuck to do. That's Emmett.
Dude, he was like in charge of like what the content was and the enforcement policy. And there was Sarah Clemens, right, who I didn't know, but she was doing she was very significant to see something. What is it with like we don't have any C-level executives at Twitch that I know of that are actually like normally like if you're running a company at this size, you got a COO, you got a CTO, you got a CFO. Like are
I had to look up who the CTO was. I didn't even know.
Do those people even exist? Like do they have a C-level team right now? Do they have a C-suite at Twitch at all?
There's a CTO there. Yeah.
Okay, what are they doing? Like,
I don't know.
Is there a chief content officer like there was like for Aragorn? Like
listen, I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know. This is stuff we should know. I hope that if Dan steps down and fixes it. I don't know if you think so. Yeah.
I mean, because I think there's this thing. I've only seen it once, but I think it's probably a thing that when a CEO leaves a company, there's flight that goes. The people that are ideologically aligned with that CEO will go with them, right? It's not like the CEO is not going to be fired.
What channel is this from? I said that from the beginning. This video here is from Devin Nash's channel. Confronting the man at war with Twitch.
And then like you're going to have the woke staff that's still going to be there, right? It doesn't.
Back to the opinion that I was about to say.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, because, you know, I think, well, there's this thing, I've only seen it once, but I think it's probably a thing, that when a CEO leaves a company, there's flight that goes, the people that are ideologically aligned with that CEO will go with them, right? It's not like the CEO is not going to be fired and then like you're going to have the woke staff that's still going to be there, right? It's not going to work that way, right?
This is effectively what happened at Twitter, as I already mentioned. When all of the things were coming up and were going to be discussed about the future of Twitch, people remember, it was originally Jack Dorsey, and then Vijaya Gadad or Vijaya Gaddy. Let's go with Gaddy. Less vowels. It was Jack and Vijaya. That was the creator, and her as the head of policy management. The HR lady that controlled the wand of who remained banned or not. At the peak of Twitter's inability to function as a platform, you had people from Memphis to active groups like Sleeping Giants that existed to antagonize content creators if they did not go along with a particular left-wing political agenda. Terrorists were allowed to use the platform inconsequentially. Sexual content that was not made in a certain way, being, I mean, not porn stars just listing their shit, I mean active open sponsorships of people just posting revenge porn, posting child porn, posting bestiality was going unrecommended and unchecked. Your regular who's who of attack vectors of people stalking and doxing and cybersecurity violating accounts for the purposes of I don't like this person because they had a viewpoint and opinion about shit. People posting evidence of crimes that were not being persecuted or prosecuted because they couldn't be able to confirm the information because despite being made off the governments, they didn't really reach out to the point where your regional police officer police station needed to have an officer that was a Twitter user and have a Twitter page to be an official group to be able to give opinions about the problem being had any sort of function. All of this happening because of the viewpoints being had not just in government but also inside of Twitter as a company. Then Jack steps down and brings in Parag Agrawal, who basically was Vijaya 2.5. Not 2.0, 2.5. Put this alongside the awful white woman Jen. Awful in here is being used as an acronym. Affluent, white, my chest hurts. Feminist, urbanite, leftist. Affluent, white, female, feminist or female, but usually white female, urbanite, leftist. Those who don't remember, that was the Speaker of the House at the time. One with the straight, broken, fucked up hair, who always looked like a robot staring directly into the camera. That was the one that came before the next speaker, which that acted more like a black granny. I don't remember these people's names. I think her name was Jen something. But when they did the photos from inside of Twitter, when Twitter was being taken over, if I can go find that. Yeah. If I can try to find the Twitter takeover photos. I don't think I can. They might be way too old. No, I'm getting just videos of his face rather than the actual photos themselves. Unfortunate. But when he entered into the company and he took photos of all the things he was seeing in there as he was passing through after he had bought it and was sold, she was there. High-level executives from the government were there. High-level standing figures in positions at the cabinet were there. because it was all interlinked, of course. When you have that level of cultural bloat, you have to clean it out. Because, of course, if you leave people in the cabinet, let's look at it from the position of presidency. People from the old position, if they were capable of doing their job because they were bipartisan, they did things for the good of the public, not for the good of themselves and enriching their wallets, why would you have to fire them? They did their jobs beautifully. If they were underperforming in their position, they gotta go. If they were politically captured, they gotta go. If they were appointed as a deal for having backed them in the campaign or having paid for money, they gotta go. That's obvious. Need to be again. It's obvious. Because if you don't remove them, then you're allowing for problems to happen down the line. Because how the fuck do you solve the problems if you allow the people who caused the problems to remain in the company while you try to fix the problems? Stupid. Ah. Okay. So, obvious.
So, they're gonna go naturally out the door with them. Like if Dan Clancy is fired, it's not like the trust and safety team is showing up tomorrow and be like, all right, so what are we doing, boss?
Yeah,
they're probably like, ooh, yeah, that's not. I think I'm gonna start looking for another job. Okay.
The problem is that, like, under Emmett, a large amount of that TNS team did transfer over to Clancy. That's like my issue. But I think you're absolutely right. The situation is different now. We would probably get a pipe-hitting Amazon executive that's like, all right, boys, like, the game plan has changed. Yeah, it's different.
I don't think it needs a businessman. Like, I don't think you want like a button-up dude in that guy. No, I think you need someone like a startup guy. You know the best person to run Twitch? I already have the answer to it. You know who the best person to run Twitch is? It's some startup right now that's worth like $100 million or $50 million. You acquire that company and have that guy be the CEO because he's a startup founder and he's hungry and he's fast and he's not gonna put up with the bullshit. And he knows how to ship products. That's what you do. I don't know if I would bring in like a seasoned guy who's like all they know is like, you know, direct reports and I run Amazon Music and 300 people. I think what you do is like, I don't even know a good example of a company they would acquire. You acquire something or you find someone that's in that type of position and you have that person come in there.
So you think you need like a full-blown like startup mentality, like super cut cost.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that's probably right. Yeah.
You need to come in there and like start over and be like, okay, we gotta keep this thing on life support, but we're building something new. That's it, right? If it's like you almost make Twitch.tv become old.twitch.tv. You start right away working on new.twitch.tv. And old.twitch.tv is what it is and it keeps working and it's kind of just a show, but eventually new.twitch.tv will be the new experience and then old will go
You
away.
actually could do it, right? Like you could literally do just that. Where like you actually just do it old.twitch.tv and say we're changing the whole thing.
I think probably so many of the problems with this company have to just do with the fact that there's so many people who have been there for 1,000 years and they're cancer. And like when someone new comes there and is like, hey, why don't we do a Patreon thing on our site? And then some stupid PM or some stupid developer is like, oh no, we can't do that.
What that ends up happening so often is like these good ideas, they just become discussions like that just get lost because like that was like so many things, like the Twitch Safety Council and all that stuff, right? Like there's supposed to be this new oversight committee that can like do what you were originally saying, which is like, oh yeah, like we can like actually introduce this to streamers and we can have people like have this like impartial group of people that are like you. Doesn't work out because there's 7 PMs that need to insert all their ideas and do everything, right? Like it's so frustrating.
I do fault these engineers for not creating a letter telling the CEO to step down and saying that we should have radical change. I definitely fault them because they should know what the fuck's going on. But every fucking executive, I guess like in program or not program, but like leadership terms, I would say everyone that's L6 or above is fair game. Absolutely, 100%. If you're L6 or above, to be clear, that's like so L9 is a CEO, L8 is a CTO, COO, CMO, L7 is like a dude in charge of 6 people, and then L6 is like the various leaders of trust and safety. So L6 and above is fair game.
Do you think they know what's going on with the advertisers right now? That like
they all
L5 and L6 know?
Want to know how I know they all know?
Yeah.
More than half of them have deleted or private their LinkedIn. Cowards.
Oh, really? I see. That's actually pretty crazy. Okay. Yeah.
They're brainwashing our kids. Like, unironically, because people watch Twitch, and this is what my fucking kids are seeing, and that's what fucking.
But what I'm saying is, like, my position is that let's say that this is a total right-wing website, okay, and like it was I don't know right-wing influencers, but just list all the right-wing influencers on it. Like my position would still be exactly the same. That like whether it be right or left or whatever, like just get rid of all of it and like let's play video games.
I still think it can be saved.
Do you see a universe where this platform continues to go forward with, and let's say that there is fair enforcement of political content across the entire platform? Do you see a world where that can exist? And like that's
Me personally, no, I don't. And it's for the thing that he just said.
Want to know how I know they all know?
Yeah.
And above is fair game.
Do you think
100%.
they know what's going on with the advertisers right now? That like
They all do.
I'll find out. No.
Want to know how I know they all know?
Yeah.
More than half of them have deleted or private their LinkedIn. Cowards.
That should be automatic dismissal and removal of Twitch from the stock market. What is Twitch's stock at right now? They're not publicly traded, but Amazon is. Twitch accounts for less than 0.5 of Amazon's revenue. When you involve yourself in Amazon stock, you're involving yourself in Twitch's stock. Based on Twitch's stock is currently being valued at $189. I have to zoom in for it to get up in like this. But it's being valued at $189. So, if I am a person who works for this company, and I am hiding my details, if I pull a Sweet Baby Inc. and I start privating or deleting my LinkedIn profile of the business and work that I do, and I'm a part of a platform that happens to be in the front cutting edge of live stream and broadcasting, with some of the biggest names that are literally all over every media product, they're selling the shit that you buy in the stores. They're selling you Triscuits, they're selling you soda, they're selling you burgers, they're selling you Sonic, fast food, everything. Media appliances, products. If I am a part of this company that's being traded at this value and I hide my shit, my company should be taken off the stock market. But of course, since Twitch is a subsidiary of Amazon, they're able to hide this in the financial reports. Because who's going to be able to go through and do one of these on the company? Person who has over 500 stocks in Amazon. Are you about to sell all of them because you believe that strongly? Probably not. And that's the problem. Twitch probably won't change. You can change the culture of the people who are using it, but you can't change the culture of the company. Not unless you fire everybody in the company. And then put it inside of their terms and clause and contract that you part of the ship, part of the crew, part of the ship, part of the crew. You best be believing in pork champs, Miss Turner, cause you're about to be a clip. You have to do that. You have to. Because if you have no faith in anything that's happening on the platform, and people are willing to hide their hands when it comes to their involvement in the product's financial reporting, and they are getting money, and they are receiving returns and benefits for being a part of the shit show that they caused, and they believe they can be able to hide themselves and their involvement and jump ship, they have to be immediately fired? Or you have to replace them? Or you need to remove the company from the fucking stock market? I consider that to be fraud. I consider something like that to be fraud. Not only because it is, but it shows a disingenuous, a front-facing standard. You're willing to say the shit and do the shit, but you're not willing to take accountability for the shit. It's attributable to murder. They're killing the platform. They're killing the business. But they don't want to take the consequences of getting arrested for the murder of the culture of the site, let alone the financial return of the business. Sure, they don't give a fuck about the culture, but they do want the money to keep flowing. So someone has to fall on the sword. But it's not just one person, it's everyone. Because, as I showed you with the slacks, or rather as Dan showed us with the slacks, it's cultural industry rot on the inside. He needs a root canal! Continuing.
Oh, really? I see. That's actually crazy. Okay. Yeah.
They're brainwashing our kids. Like, unironically, because people watch Twitch, and this is what my fucking kids are seeing, and that's what fucking.
But what I'm saying is, like...
And it's also that, too. I will never let my child watch Twitch if he's not watching me or his mother. assuming that Star ever becomes a streamer, which I don't think she wants to be, and I would not push her to do so. Though she would want to play video games with me on her own battle station. Because what the fuck am I about to let my son become a victim of fucking Hassan or any other inheritor of the Hassan anti-Semi squad? And that's assuming if he ever gets to the age of 13 and he wants to involve himself in it. He might just have a strict diet of single player games. Why the fuck would I want him to suffer this shit? Other than, you know, for the culture. Maybe he can get done up in some old copies of Tenkaichi Budokai over the Hamachi. But no. Why would I ever allow that to happen? Why would you allow that to happen to your kids? You want your child to have a 10% chance of coming along a Hassan stream as they're looking at the latest video game that's being monetized down to the last quarter? Probably not. Who would want that in any totality, especially if he's doing it against terrorist content? Probably nobody.
Like, my position is that, let's say that this was a total right-wing website, okay? And like it was, I don't know, right-wing influencers, just list all the right-wing influencers. Like, my position would still be exactly the same. That, whether it be right or left or whatever, like, just get rid of all of it and, like, let's play video games.
Yeah, I know. I still think it could be saved.
Do you see a universe where this platform continues to go forward with, and let's say that there is fair enforcement of political content across the entire platform? Do you see a world where that can exist and, like, that's okay?
Where what can exist?
Just like the universe where Destiny, Hassan, this guy Nick, you're saying all those other guys, they exist on the website. Is that your ideal world? Like, or
do
like,
I want like a free speech thing? No,
yeah.
I think there should be guardrails, and I think that.
What do you think? That's essentially we've never gone here. So what do you think those guardrails should be?
Like YouTube.
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally agree. I guess this is cool. So now we're at a hard issue. It's like, I completely agree with you. I guess the only place we differ is I don't think that can be done by humans. I think that the YouTube CDN is so advanced that the only way for that to actually happen.
But there's still rules, by the way, and there's still people that will look at stuff if you bitch and moan enough at the end of the day on YouTube. So YouTube knows if you're like doing a study group talking about the history of like the Middle East and you're reading out like different conflict things and you're reading a terrorist quote followed by like a quote from Israel, like they know that and they're not gonna just instantly ban. They're not gonna be like, oh, there's a terrorist stream, ban them. Like they're not that stupid enough. There's people that will look at it and get context. And it feels like on Twitch, like I watched an obvious TOS violation and I reported it. I've done this multiple times. First off, I've never gotten a response. I'm going on 3 days now with no response on my report. I don't know if I'll ever get one. Maybe I'll just never get a response. Twitch has taken no action, right? I saw a TOS violation, clear as day, reported it, and nothing has happened to that person. I mean, it's broken.
So let me give you this argument, okay? Like, let me think of this, right? Slasher and I were kind of having a discussion because Slasher said that you can't afford to get rid of like all the politics streamers on Twitch and then like run a website. And I kind of took issue with that. I showed them the stats, and I said like, well, it's like it ends up being
ads aren't even that much of money.
Yeah, it ends up being pretty negligible. So
like everybody thinks they're so important. You know, like the joke is like when you talk about viewership, it's like all these American streamers are like, oh, we're such a fucking big deal, and then like people are like, bro, who the fuck are you? This one random Hispanic guy you've never heard of has more followers than every single person in your entire state.
Yeah, exactly. So the question then becomes like, okay, we could build a CDN, we could get a partial moderation team, we could like maybe like get this to work, and like we could finagle this, like we could make it like YouTube, and like build the systems, or it seems like we can ban the 4% of total people that are creating like this extreme political content across the board, right and left, and then we'd be done. Doesn't that seem like an easier answer?
Yeah, I mean,
and that's where I'm at.
But you want to put some money on how long you think Clancy will last?
I mean, because I'm gonna lose. You're too scary, dude.
I have no idea either how long he'll last because he could, you know, for instance, Twitch could announce tomorrow that they're looking to divest of the company and Dan Clancy will remain as CEO until that happens, and it could be like a year, right? I have no idea they could do that. The question is, how do you think it'll be over or under 3 months? And I think it's under.
I think it's under 2. I would not take a bet against you. I think people would take a bet. Didn't XQC take a bet against you?
Yeah.
I think it's under 2 months. I'd give him towards the beginning of January, towards the middle of January 15th, tops. Hard lock-in.
It's 6 months.
He's a bad man. What was the bet?
Listen, oh my god, you know what the bet was? I got a 1984 Nissan 300ZX anniversary edition in manual, 5-speed. And if I lose, you're not gonna. This guy, he doesn't even know who he's talking to. Do you know what I have to do if I lose?
Okay, what do you have to do?
I have to wear a catsuit.
You already wear catsuits all the time.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
So
he thought he was like getting me or something.
Oh no!
I couldn't believe it. I was like, bro, we'll do that for free. Are you kidding me?
Oh god.
Oh man.
Oh no. He buys you a new car.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, granted, this is like a $10,000 or $20,000 car. It's not like a Ferrari or anything like that. But I don't know. It's funny.
Oh no.
I don't know. I'm super disappointed in Dan Clancy. I think he must be a selfish person because anyone else would have fallen on their sword right now to protect their employees. It actually makes me a little bit mad. I would do a lot for my employees. Like if they start getting harassed, I get really pissed.
Yeah, me too.
I would go fucking beast mode, right?
Yeah.
And he's like a pussy that does nothing to protect them. Does nothing to anything. Fall on your sword, you dumb piece of shit.
I mean,
like you're shit at your job. Obviously, you're incompetent. Like he had meetings today all day with advertisers, all day.
Definitely,
yeah. Every single one of them was like, hey, we're pausing our ads. We're not gonna keep going. You know, maybe some of them were like never again. Some of them were like until you give us an amazing plan. That's what he was doing all day today. And his dumb motherfucker thinks he can salvage it. I can't wait, Dan. I hope you find my IP address because then I can just use my cell phone. You're gonna need to geo-block all of Florida because every day I'm gonna wake up and I'm gonna look for ads. And when I see ads, I'm making a fucking video. I'm gonna make sure it's by the most vile, reprehensible shit you've ever seen in your fucking life. You will not beat me. Okay, there's no chance. Just resign before it gets any worse. All right, I'm gonna go.
Okay. I'm glad we had a follow-up talk. This is good. You gotta say Dan is dedicated. like that guy is locked in, man. I would not want him as an enemy. I think it's like pretty clear where I stand. Trust and safety needs a complete overhaul. The CEO at a minimum needs to step down. Like there needs to be a serious evaluation by Amazon and Twitch on the situation. And I think we're pretty close to agreeing, both of us. You know, where I differ is like I'm just coming at this from like sort of the business perspective, and then he does see a world where like advertising and political content and that sort of thing is possible. He does see that world. I just think that like it's been a decade of time where the moderation team has already like demonstrated that they can't handle this, and so I don't know if we're likely to see a reform even. But like Dan's point is pretty good. That, like if we saw like an exacting CEO, like a really badass exacting CEO, I don't know where my drawing went. I think a lot of things would change. Do you really think that Clancy made the company worse, or do you not remember 2 years ago? I think it's worse in ways that matter a lot more to the existential threat of the platform. In terms of like the content delivery and in terms of like the actual content of the website. Sorry.
big words that mean several things to people that probably don't understand them. The way that the platforms are worse now is that before in the past, the worst the conversation was, hey, should you be having all these women monetizing these kids? This is beyond that now. I could give a fuck less Caitlyn trying to monetize little boys and probably little girls, and by little I mean 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and above, giving their money away, knowingly aware that these men and women are married and are never going to respond to them properly, and are gonna give them the good old Super Pedo Brothers runaround, where the husband of the woman that they're trying to sex up is responding to them as her on YouTube, on OnlyFans, on Throne, as her to get more money out of them for a private video request. Like, I could give a fuck less. I could give a fuck less. Because at that point, you're consenting to having your money taken. Of course, it's annoying as fuck to see women throwing themselves sexually at a wheel. Because realistically, if you care about women, you should want them to do more than that. You should be capable of whooping an ass and breasting beautifully. Because video games are supposed to be played by anyone, and the talent's supposed to be demonstrable of that. You should be able to do it while wearing a hot dog suit. You should be able to do it, preferably not naked, but you should be able to do it as a VTuber. You should be able to do it in a bikini with all the amounts of proper coverage and slips in an environment where people are cheering you on, and you and your opponent are able to talk shit while doing it, and then when the match is over, win or lose, shake their hand and go to the fucking loser circle, they go to the winner circle, or vice versa. All of that should be possible. But the first problem, the first order magnitude issue, started there. But we're far beyond women sexualizing themselves and trying to monetize children. Still bad. Still needs to not happen. We're now at the point of monetizing terrorist supporters. The most popular people on your platform literally want the destruction of the political system that allows them to speak in such a demonstrably ugly and filthy way. People cannot be able to work together with other people on a platform, even if they want to grow together, because every single step of the way they are met with resistance by the management team itself. Advertisers can't trust your platform, because when they show you the example, you then say, but I can't ban him, he's my biggest worker, come on. Do this enough times, and you're gonna lose more money than that booby streamer ever gained. Period. Because of course, this is no longer about the streamer's monetization tactic. Yeah? That woman makes her money on probably Patreon, sexualized websites, of which they are in totality, but I'm gonna hold up a single finger, sometimes Twitch, and probably YouTube, at the minimum. 4 fingers. Since finger number 2 represents like 5 different platforms, I'll put up another finger in total of 5 for OnlyFans. So Twitch, multiple outside platforms like OnlyFans, Patreon, YouTube monetization, and then probably direct donations. We're talking about the monetization strategy for an entire company. You need ads, you need partnership deals, you need events. You need to bring people to the live, you need to keep people after the live, and you need to make them into frequent watchers. Removing the streamer from the equation. Why the fuck would people want to go to your platform if there is a greater than 5 out of 10 chance that when they go to that Twitch Rivals, it's going to be Hassan Piker, and he's going to make some offhanded comment that's supposed to be an inside joke in his audience, and that inside joke is, oh, he just called his opponent in the game an incel, and that he would be a glorious sacrifice for the glory of Muhammad. Any person could get fucked for this because of the policy. And all of it comes from the fucking CEO, who is too busy gooning. Because you see, that's what ties this all together. Most of the booby streamers don't get banned because the CEO likes to goon to them. I mean, outside of his beloved desire to try and fucking please OTK and suck their dick, he keeps most of shit around because it pleases him. He likes watching it. He's fucking Master Roshi. Twitch is ran by Master Roshi. And then the Trust and Safety team is ran by Frieza and the Ginyu Force. It's ridiculous. It's untenable. It has to change. Other platforms have other issues and other problems in other ways. But this is it's untenable. It has to change. It has to change. It has to. There's no world. There's no world. It can't be done. Not anymore. My wife is trying to finalize plans for Thursday. That happens around the same time, actually. I think Versus Chat is going to have to happen earlier on Thursday. That's something we're going to worry about later. Right, next story. This one is near and dear to my heart. This one makes me smile. This one makes me smile. And the reason it makes me smile is because motherfucker's finna go to jail. Okay. Go back to this screen now. Okay. The racism is giggling in my blood. David Wald. Voice actor, ADR director, convention booker, and director. He is one of those. As you can see, he works on Fairy Tail 100 Year Quest. I'm just going to do an IDM of him. David Wald. Born in 1973. He's worked on several different projects. He is known for Vampire Hunter D, Gintama the movie, which probably extends itself to Gintama, Attack on Titan, and Gogol 13. He has worked on several different things. Go to the big screen view. Journey Through Another World, Raising Kids While Adventuring, Fairy Tail, 100 Years Quest, The Wrong Way to Use Healing Magic, Sake and Peeps, The Weakest Tamer Begins a Journey to Pick Up Trash, Vinland Saga, My Hero Academia, Reincarnated as a Sword, Mahousekai Remiki, Attack on Titan Again, Therme Roe Nova, Tiny Tina's Wonderland, The Genius Prince's Guide to Raising a Nation Out of Debt, Sing a Bit Out of Harmony, and many other things. Some more than others, including things like Golden Kamuy, Seven Seeds, Black Clover, Stand My Heroes, and Kabukicho Sherlock, and Knights of the Zodiac, Fairy Tail, as Gajeel, Inamaru Sumo, Mr. Tongwanawa Middle Management Blues, Garo Vanishing Line. He has been one of those voices. And he's one of those voice actors that leads with his politics first. Not shocking, not surprising, is exactly what we expect of him. I'm not going to fault him for that. However, what brings David Wald to our focus today is it appears that Funimation and Crunchyroll has been committing federal package fraud and theft. Because you see, as all of us should be aware and know, if you steal packages that have been delivered by the U.S. Postal Service, it is a federal crime. And tampering with mail that does not belong to you, when you can prove it, sends you to prison. They've been doing it for 5 years. 5 years of theft. 5 years of theft. I saw it. We'll get there. Dear friends, if you sent me anything care of Funimation or Crunchyroll in the last 5 years, I apologize. Focus, girl! I didn't get it. I learned yesterday that Crunchyroll opened my private mail, threw away your letters, and passed out any included items to their staff. And there's been multiple reach out, multiple people responding to it, that not only is this mail fraud, it's mail theft. Not being able to speak about it publicly, because if he was to do so, there would be public reprisals to the fact of the matter that if he talks about this, because he's talking about it. So he might end up being on the outs in the industry for a bit. He might go the way of Victor. He might get Monona'd. But he can't talk about it publicly for who told him or how he found out, because then somebody else will be at the punishment of retaliation, which is also a crime. So they commit a crime, and if he tries to do what any normal person in this situation would do, which is, Helen, yo bitch ass at ASR, you better give me back my fucking booby mouse pad that was sent to me by Big Dick Swagger 467, they committed the crime. And of course, because we know the kind of fans that are fans of voice actors like these, this is what they stole from him. Are we shocked? Are we surprised? No, we're not. We are not surprised by a single thing that is in this image. Carl, what's in this image? What you mean? You looking at it? Oh, you want to get a closer look? No problem, baby. We can get you a closer look. Ta-da, how you like it now? Basically, stickers. What I can only assume that's a cutout for the pipe. That's a cutout for the pipe. So, okay. So, outside of stickers and a Takitomura pillow cover, and what I can only assume is a bookmark, it's so funny. It's so funny. More than likely, personal fan letters about the characters or character that he has voiced for the American dub over the years. The absolute gunners! The Gooners, as they are. stole his shit and, as can then be sent here from the Adam Dirt zine in the life of Ein Alaske Shindo, which is a 16+ Adam-centric unofficial Skate the Infinity charity fanzine, they stole efforts and works that were given to him by passionate people. This is not a question of, do you like subs or dubs? People that were fans of the VA had their shit stolen that was intended for the actor. They were stolen. Given to people on staff in Crunchyroll and Funimation. Because this is just one of the packages. They had who knows how many packages delivered in care of him, passed around, and given to random people. And just for fun, mail theft, U.S. Postal Service. It does not appear to see that they have a registry of how long you go to jail for it. This is going to show me based on what it is inside of my state. This is the response from generative AI. Mail theft is a federal crime governed by 18 U.S. Code subsection 1708, making it illegal to steal, take, destroy, to receive or possess stolen mail, to break into a mailbox, a postal bag, or a mail truck to steal mail, or obtain mail through fraud or deception, with the penalties being severe, with fines up to $250,000 and imprisonment for 5 years. This should be per charge. Because it is a felony, you'll have to be registered as a felon. In Georgia, it is possible for a person to be convicted of a felony if possessing stolen mail if they have mail addresses from at least 3 different mailboxes and at least 10 separate pieces of stolen mail, with the judge charging it as a misdemeanor, with the judge being able to charge it as a misdemeanor instead of a felony. How many packages were taken? Let's start there. We don't know the number. He hasn't said that number publicly. However, in Georgia, at least, because these people live on the West Coast. They don't live over here. How many packages? How many counts are we talking about? When they charge those people, if it ever goes to court. The other part about this is that they may try to settle this out of court, of course. Focus, girl. When they charge them for the theft, how many charges, how many means of monies and fines, and how many years of pound me in the pooper prison are we going to give to these people at Funimation and Crunchyroll, since they are now effectively the same company? Which voice actors are going to jail? Just tell me. Just give me a list. I want to know. I will pull a pre-Ricada stream for every single one. I will follow the depositions. I will go through the fucking arraignments. I will be there live streaming it, every single part of the process. Just tell me who's going to jail. That's all I want to know. Tell me who's going to jail. You can clean up anime right now. You can do something funny right now. Send them to jail. Send the entire staff to jail. I don't care. Y'all should have never done this, and he should pursue you to the fullest extent of the law. It might actually fix animation. It might actually fix Western anime. We could fix Western imperialism with one single funny trick. Please. Please, God. I know my birthday is already come and gone, but I have a second wish I didn't know I wanted to make. It'd be really funny though. So, I wish David very well in his legal pursuits. While I might not care for the things that you choose to do in your own personal time, although that's really not that hard a bit of a sell, because why would I be against him having an opinion to support trans organizations to defend queer rights inside of Texas? Why would I be against that? Because I'm not. But other things that he may not have said publicly, opinions that he might hold privately, there might be things that we can disagree with, but Lord, as my saving witness, there is nothing I am more ready to ride down bad for than making sure people that fuck with things on a federal level get federal fucking punishments. Because when you fuck around and find out on a scale like this will be either the way to make these people change permanently into good people, or we won't have to deal with them because they're going to be too busy getting fucked up in jail. Alright, now, let's get into what Horace brought me. What you brought me, girl? Alright. This one I'm probably gonna have to bring up in the private screen. Because of course Diario has me blocked. Copy. Paste. There you go. Where is it? This one. There you go. Right. YouTubers Rosano Pacino and Dogpack404 released a video this week accusing Chris Tyson of posting child porn in a company work chat. In this video, Rosanna and Dogpack review the uncensored image that they agree is child porn and do reverse image searches from where the picture originated from. Happy paste. Looking forward to see how many Redditors are going to side with them reviewing, censoring, and uploading what they thought was child porn to own Mr. Beast. Diorio goes on multiple rants on Twitter on the Rosario Pacino video about the Mr. Beast chat links, notably on showing what she deemed as child porn in the video and the validity of these leaks. Same thing here. Now that the tweet is deleted, why are people exposing Mr. Beast with a thumbnail that had a censored image of a 13-year-old? What the fuck was that? I'll try to provide some context here because the tweet has been deleted. Chris Tyson, in a leaked DM, posted a picture of a 13-year-old Ivanka Trump related to some pedophile investigations on modeling agent John Casablancas. The thumbnail someone posted to Twitter used this image and covered the child with 2 red censor bars and removed all relevant text. What the fuck was that? No, I'm reading. I can't physically see it because of the account that I have on there, so you're gonna have to show me the links post by post by post, because I have to bring them up in the private view. I can't look at I can't look at any of them like that. Okay. Thank you. me this back up on here. Full screen. Trigger capture. Will this work from a full screen? Kind of. Okay. Alongside downloading this image and staring at it on screen, they also used it to promote the video with red censor bars in the thumbnail and the tweets. The picture that they were reviewing was, admitted by them, uncensored child porn. Their video makes it clear that they only censored it in post. In Rosanna's promotional tweet, she maliciously photoshopped and omitted the context as why this was posted in the group chat. While no context ever makes posting alleged CP okay, Chris posted it for the exact same reason Dogpack and Rosanna downloaded it to review it for their video. And then, from here, it's ironic that these people completely lost the plot in the investigation and are now going back into YouTube editor to further blur what they think is fucking child porn. I've also seen no evidence that this was an official work group chat. I'm personally not convinced. I don't know who needs to hear this, but if you're editing black or red bars to censor child porn, you're completely out of your fucking depth and it's time to step away from the exposed videos. I'm pretty sure that that's fucking production and a crime. You can't have that for any fucking reason on your hard drive. You're in way too deep. I need to go find the sock account. I should have one. That's already prepared. 1 second. Will you let me log into my other account? Because it's supposed to already be up here, but I guess when we changed it over, they logged them out of those accounts. Okay, can angelize Carl. Look at this. Okay, we're in business. Angelized Carl can look at it. This is less work for horror. Hooray. Alright, I should be able to follow this fine now. Close this. Right. Back from the section that I couldn't read before. Rosanna's promotional tweet. She maliciously photoshopped and omitted the context as was posted. Blah, 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 blah. It's ironic that Chris Tyson's cropped messages were condemning the pedophile who created the original image, and then the smooth brain investigator slapped 2 censor bars on her with the caption, "She's only 13," before blasting the image out to millions of people. It's ironic that they have completely do this, blah, blah, blah. They've lost the plot, you're in way too deep. She did report it to the FBI, so that's fantastic. You still can't edit censor bars over CSAM and then post it to fucking YouTube. You'll always look for something to complain about with these two people, no matter what they do and how they do it, you're still gonna pick it apart. Sorry, I don't give a pass to people screwing up a report on CSAM, you freak. Now, back to the original link, on the second one. Looking forward to see how many Redditors are going to side with him reviewing, censoring, and uploading what they thought was child porn to own Mr. Beast, with all these guys being so happy to support this behavior. Take it to the full screen. Princess ain't peachy. What does he stand to gain from this? Like, Mr. Beast isn't gonna give him money like anything like that. Why die on this hill? I legit don't understand. I'm in confusion why he's trying so hard to defend Mr. Beast. There's a bit of conspiracy theory spreading due to the link screenshots fearing Mr. Beast and Keem having a connection, that Keem might be pulling favors from Mr. Beast with the commentary channels. Just another loser Mr. Beast pick me. He's a fucking moron. Nick, Willie Mack, and another few people are weirdly obsessed with Dogpack to the point equating flagrant dick riding from Mr. Beast. Dogpack has definitely made some serious mistakes that have hurt his credibility, and his third video was definitely a mistake, but that does not change the fact that it's still valid criticism of Mr. Beast and his crew. That doesn't magically make the very real documented evidence and testimonies of others a subtly invalid. These guys love to stroke themselves while claiming that they're super fair and unbiased, but from the minute this dude posted himself high as hell in a cornfield, he was too cringe to have any valid takes. As if these commentary bros aren't literally cringe every day of their lives, farting into the chairs while doom scrolling on Twitter and growing paler from having no sunlight. This guy's so brain dead, he thinks like an uber elite big brain who people should be thanking for his work on drama. Some of my favorite tweets are just him being like, you should all thank me. I literally solve everything with my videos. Dumbass. He's fluent and yapping bullshit. Then, from Chud Logic. You may have missed it as the thread got deleted. Dogpack444 responded on Reddit with his reasoning for including what he believes to be CSAM, apparently legally censored, in Rosanna Pacino's recent video. Dogpack deleted his community post roughly 2 hours after posting it. This drama has been posted in the subreddit before. Redundant from a moderator of the YouTube drama. Boop boop. Dogpack here, from Mr. Beast Creative. I've received access to the work chats not knowing that there was potentially CP, obviously. Pause. Read the logs first, then post and redact. Do you see how easy it was for Dan to censor the Slack and to not go out of his way to try to bring drama by identifying the people in question, in which he only threatened to do so if they tried to delete the evidence of the shit that they were doing in the back end from what he was given from his contact? That's how you do it. If there's child porn, don't touch it. Tell the police. I received access to the work charts, not knowing that there was potential CP, obviously. When I saw it, I reverse image searched it, thinking it was probably fake news. Cursory search revealed nothing conclusive, and I obviously didn't want to dig deeper through weird websites, so I censored the image and deleted the source. Ro and I only ever acted or distributed the 100% legally censored images. It's still child porn. Putting censor bar lines over it does not make it not child porn. I'm sorry. If I took the picture of a woman's body and I was to use black bars to completely censor the image, it would still be child porn if that child was a woman, or excuse me, a girl, under the age of 18. Because the age of reason tells us, why the fuck you doing that? If they're not 18 plus, they shouldn't ever be being photographed in this state of undress. Now, of course, the humor of this is that if you were doing it for an ad campaign, you would obviously have them wearing covers. And because they're wearing covers for their own decency, the intention is to give the illusion. But we're talking about an uncovered picture of someone. You came across it, and you decided to put it in your video. For reasons. How bad was the argument you were making that you had to be like, no, guys, you have to see this. I gotta put it in your face. Woo! You see how it jiggles? Woo! I swear, if I could just reach to the screen and just slap some fucking sense into people. The reason we deleted the censored image is because people were using it to find the uncensored image, which was being posted in Twitter replies. So obviously want to mitigate that, but I assure you that Ro and I are legally good. You probably shouldn't have put the image there to begin with, or publicly admitted to downloading, reverse image searching, editing, and finally uploading child porn, censored or not. That's more association with child porn than I've ever had, and certainly more than I ever admit to, regardless of my intentions. It's a highly censored photo, and it's the alternative. Post a black rectangle? Probably. Just tell people to trust me, there's a potentially illegal photo underneath? Probably. Even just based on the description Ava could give, people could still find the photo. That means that you should probably just not make no mention of it at all and give no details. I'm just trying to reduce that as much as possible while still spreading awareness, which is more important for the obvious reasons. I'm open to hear your alternative, though. When you give the material to the cops, you ask the cops, hey, when you review this, can you have an officer of the law next to somebody who used to do my job, like me, be there and describe to you what it is? This is literally the fucking clip again! This is literally the clip again! Oh my god! Excuse me, I'm Officer Dan Brown, and I am the ghost of single player Carl. Carl, can you explain what it is about to see here? Yes, you see this image of the totodile? This is the picture of a child being molested. Can you be able to describe what it was that you received when you were given the digital archive for forensic analysis? Yes, I did a spectrograph of this. This is an unaltered image. This means this image is nowhere on the internet. This is not a creepypasta that was put together. This was not a faked image that was crafted from other images. This is real. I have metadata that this came from. Whoever did this is a sick fuck, and I'm on your ass. That's what we're dealing with here! That's what you do! You give it to the police! The police do their job! You then ask the police anything that you can directly give me about this that leads to the effect of a prosecution. Anything that's been entered into discovery on this for a civil case inside of this county, in this district, for this state. You can do that. Somehow, in the infinite wisdom... Aneurysm. Somehow, in the infinite wisdom of you two fucking knuckleheads, you decided, nah, it'll be fine. I'm gonna put some black bars on it. If we put black bars on it, that'll make it okay. I won't get clapped for posting child porn on the internet in the form of CSAM. No, it's fine. Nobody knows what the rules are. You're hurting me. You're physically actually causing me brain damage order. Oh my fucking god. Now, assuming that everybody who will listen to this broadcast or any replay of this image don't know, Carl, what's a digital forensic archive expert? It's the guy whose job it is to verify that the picture of child porn is actual child porn and not a hoax. Then, it's their job to find out, where did it come from? Okay, this is extremely illegal. Is this a part of a brigade? Is this the result of revenge porn? Was this taken by a person in an intimate relationship, and this person clearly took advantage of their trust and intimacy with this person, and they released and used... Get out of there. Get out of there. Get out of there. Get out of the package and get into my mouth. Is it revenge porn made by the boyfriend or the girlfriend or by a member of the aggrieved party's inner circle of relationships seeking to punish a member of the victimized party? Is it a cabal? Is it a organization that works to traffic and solicit these images, pictures, videos, this material? If they did the job correctly, this would add more legitimacy, not less. Because obviously, if the picture is child porn, you should already know, don't post it! But in the infinite coked out wisdom of, but how will you believe me unless you see the curvature of her ass? You committed a crime. Stop trying to do the government's job. I understand. The government tends to be fucked up. Stop doing the government's job. This is extremely fucking bizarre levels of fucking main character syndrome. This is unreal levels of main character syndrome. How the hell could you ever say anything like this and then be smug about it? Next on the line. People who call me compromised and a dick rider would rather defend their team mishandling alleged child porn than admit that I'm 100% correct in calling it out. It's insanely blackpilling how many people project their own biases on the people that they disagree with. Nick Gregorio truly showed his true colors when I completely lie about his argument despite him clearly saying the exact opposite in the tweet that I will not link to reference. Maybe you should quit your creative writing class and trash the villain origin fanfiction you were drafting about me if you're too low functioning to comprehend a simple hypocrisy argument. And from the inside of the detail, here's what was said on this post. I think Rosanna Dogpack's story messed up, but I also think Diorio isn't motivated to just take out a bad content creator. IMO, he shows his true colors when he complained about the context of the picture not being shown. If he believes that it's child porn, then Rosanna and Dogpack messed up by showing it censored, then he's effectively saying that there's a good context to show uncensored porn, to which there's no acceptable context. Let's be clear. There is only one good context in which a person can show uncensored porn. The only context that matters, in which it exists, is if you are showing yourself breaking out of the facility that you are being held in the hostel that they're using to create the slaves and the trafficking. And you are showing how you escaped and then how you got the footage. That is the only proper context that exists. In some capacity, which is to say, the only good capacity that exists is the context behind how you're able to prove what happened. But that's not for you to post onto YouTube, which is the problem. This is for something behind the closed doors of a case in court, not for the consumption of the court of public opinion on YouTube. Who the fuck, whomst, truthfully believes this is an argument that exists? It doesn't. You say shit like this in court, they're going to rule against you. You're not the judge. Very few of you could ever be able to perform as a paralegal. Shut up! Your opinions are wrong. Shut up! But realistically, I think he's trying to subtly defend Jimmy by saying the context matters because it's an attempt to discredit some of the biggest names against Jimmy at the moment, but he said a pretty vile thing in doing so. I don't understand how you got there, important question Tex. Can you explain a little bit further what you mean? And then, Nicholas Diorio's opinion from his own tweet. Which then brings us to the next one. Or was there another one? No. This is the tweet now. Open. 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 This is a screen recording. And then this is from the transcript. And then open. Alright, going in order. Dogpack's response. Just to clarify, the claim that Ro and I redacted to uncensored child porn, or reacted to uncensored child porn, is a blatant lie. I have the original screen recording of exactly what I showed Ro. Every picture was sufficiently censored, thus not constituting child porn. I downloaded the work chats and deleted the uncensored images as I believed that they could be illegal. Neither Ro or her editors ever saw the uncensored picture. It is a fact that I never knowingly saved the uncensored picture. Never knowingly saved. Knowingly saved. It is also a fact that I never distributed the uncensored image either knowingly or accidentally. I'm happy to invite the FBI to verify these facts. No, you should have invited the FBI to verify it before you ever fucking reported it. Also, I explained multiple times in the video the only source I could find for it being a 13-year-old was Ava, who distributed the uncensored photo to a company work chat. I have found no other evidence verifying the individual's age. My exact quote in the video is, "In my best judgment, if this is a 13-year-old, as Ava alleges, I would say that this constitutes child porn in my opinion. Basing my opinion on federal law, subsection 2256 of Title 8 U.S. Code. A picture of a naked child may constitute illegal CP if it is sufficiently sexually suggestive." Why am I getting congested? We never claimed the image was in fact child porn. We would not make that claim based on one source and a vague legal code. Our point was that Ava knowingly distributed an uncensored, explicit photo of someone they believed would be underage in a company work chat, with everything being reported properly to the authorities and handled in accordance to law. But not before you published the video. No. Listen, guys, I'm saying that why are you posting this picture? That's weird. Not, hey, why did I publish this video and this directly onto YouTube to millions of potential viewers? That's weird. Both of these are weird things to do, Dogpack. Both of these are weird things to do. And then, pinned by WestJet, from YouTube. How am I getting accused of possessing child porn when all I did was download the MrBeast work chat? I wasn't expecting to see allegedly 13-year-old Ivanka Trump in a sheer top. I thought it was an edgy meme or some shit. Anyways, by every legal definition, I never actually possessed or distributed the uncensored image. I reverse searched a censored version. Feds can search my hard drive anytime. All of this is the shit that would matter in the court of public opinion. Not anything that would actually matter in an actual fucking court that will actively fucking prosecute you. All of this so that you can try to cope for people online. Bro, you're more than cooked. You are more than fucking cooked. Alright, back to the main. I don't know when it logged out my fucking alternative account, but it apparently did. Regardless. The less that could be said about how retarded people who don't know how to interpret the law comes up frequently, the better. But I'm not going to say that I'm surprised, but I am extremely disappointed. Because, of course, what else? What else could a person expect it to be? You know? What else? Who else but YouTubers? I need to pee again. It is not shocking or surprising. I would have probably stumbled upon it within a day or two, but the more that goes on about MrBeast, the more that I keep seeing and hearing, or kept seeing and hearing from Dogpack, the more obvious it became to me that eventually it was going to hit a point where he was going to run out of things to leak, which tends to be the case with leakers. And he eventually did the mistake that was going to happen. Ah, man, I've ran out of things that people are entertained by. Man, I wonder if there's some way that I can keep people interested in me before I end up running out of things to keep myself relevant. I know, I'll keep leaking things to keep showing how horrible the company being made by Mr. Beast and Chris/Ava Tyson is. Oh no, I have seemed to have broken a federal law. I know, I'm going to say that I didn't break that law, despite physically breaking that law, and everybody witnessing me breaking that law. It'll work out positively. It will never end out poorly for me. There will never be a way that this ends poorly for me in any regard whatsoever, because I'm a smart person. I do smart things. It can never work out bad. Anybody who says differently, that's just cope. This story actively gave me onset migraine. This story actively gave me an onset migraine horror. I am not welcome. They need to go to court for this. Both of them. Because the problem here is that you put it onto Twitter and then you put it onto YouTube. That's the problem. You can make a fuck up and you can end up accidentally stumbling across this material, but you put it out for a video that was for public consumption into the court of public opinion on an issue that needs to be handled at a federal level. Federal level. Because we're talking about sex crimes now. We're talking about publicly front-facing content creators doing opposed sex crimes in public, using their wealth to hide the level of rot in their companies. The same shit that's supposed to be happening to YouTube and Twitch is what has to happen to the Mr. Beast organization. But of course, this first requires you to be able to prove things. So, if you bring them in about things about money, and then you tie in sex crimes, the implication is they hide their sex crimes using the money that they brought in from these platforms, so the only way that you can truly take them to task is to freeze their assets and also take their accounts away from them. Because if they don't have the accounts to make the money, they run out of the money to be able to defend themselves, and they can't be able to hide things because you also seize the assets and you also get the material that comes from the business. You can show the misgivings and the wrongdoings inside of the personal conversations, because then you have to ask yourself, well, why do you feel so comfortable about it? It's the same thing that was just shown to us with the slacks from Twitch. Well, they were talking about it, they were bragging about it in secret because this is the culture of the company and blah 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 blah. But this is actually the opposite of that problem. This is a variation of the issue where, and let me close this now because I don't need this now. This is a difference of the issue where instead of the normal problem that you'd get, this is instead a subset of that problem. And the subset of that problem is, wow, I can't believe that I'm being antagonized like this. I can't believe that you guys are aggressing me because of how badly I did research. Because that's what this amounts to. You didn't do your job. You didn't do your research. Then you put some shit out there on Twitter and YouTube.com. And then you went on to Reddit.com and Twitter.com to defend yourself for making a mistake that you shouldn't have fucking made. Because you're supposed to be smarter than this. Making excuses for yourself. Can you expect any different? Can you expect it to be any other way? No, not really. It's what I expect. And then in a follow-up of the same story I talked about on Wednesday, concerning, people beginning to turn on Grums. Focus, Carl. Beginning to turn on Grums in the conventional sense. Let's talk about the male vote, guys. Before we talk about the other thing. During this political cycle, the Democrats have demonstrated an inability to connect to the male voter. Now, I'm not a political channel, but this is important in the sense of this is shit that actually matters on the base level of things, because this is systemic to everything. The left are confused on why they can't get access to men. How do we get access to them? Do we nag them? Do we door knock during football? Do we say shit in a bar in front of bear that you're not drinking? Do you tell their women to lie to them? Do you continue nagging them? Do you play Madden on Twitch during real-time football games? Do you threaten them with fatherhood? Do you shame them? Do you close down a bar for a photo op during a huge in-state rival game? Do you continue nagging them? Do you tell them to watch porn? Do you offer to kill their unborn children? Do you attack the most famous comedian of the current times for making jokes? Do you shame them for laughing at jokes? Do you attack them for more nagging and more lecturing? What's the way in which you get access to these male people? This ties in a little bit into Hassan and whatnot, because the culture of Twitch being as it is, and the culture of YouTube being as it is, which is the most popular viewpoint, is repeated ad nauseum for money and attention, reaches out into games because this is really the macrocosm and the microcosm of how communities and content creators go about doing things with video games. You know, I'd rather go to a place that's neutral or a place that I'm loved and celebrated than a place that I'm vilified and hated. You're surprised that there are people that are commenting on the fact that this is happening on a concurrent view to the point ad nauseum of what we end up finding here to this issue? Realistically, they all follow the same viewpoint on this issue when it comes down to this. I don't want any affiliation with Mark Kern, because Mark Kern clearly has a viewpoint where he is allowed to do whatever he wants, because there are people like the Mighty Keith, because I spoke about this the other day, but it came back up again because somebody else was able to put it into words in a way that I could demonstrate. And I'll even use this tweet alongside what we can find on Mighty Keith's channel to demonstrate this point. People are divesting away from issues and problems because they do not want to be associated with people who are going to pester, insult, and antagonize them in any true capacity, because they clearly just hate men to the level of hating women. Which, that gives me a great chance to bring up Mia Khalifa! Because I didn't actually talk about that day. I believe I got caught up with a story that was more interesting. Mia, where are you? Mia, where's the dumb shit you said? Mia, Mia. Did I post it in Tism? I did. Alright. So, when you hear opinions come from porn stars like this.
Good morning to everybody who is not in the US military. Good morning to everybody who is sitting at home and not on soil that doesn't belong to them, fighting a war for a country that doesn't care about them. I hope you go over there and get your little brain all scrambled up with PTSD and then come back here and see how much the United States cares about you, Pookie. See how much they care about you when you come back with, oh, I'm so sad. I piss my pants every time I see a falafel stand in Manhattan. Let's see how much the VA cares about you. Let's see what they tell you to do with your little broken brain from going over to fight a war that's not yours. They're gonna tell you to try breathing exercises because the US government does not give a fuck about you once you cannot die for them. Once you're done, once you're a shell, they don't care about you. What did I say on Z-Way that one time? Yeah, I think that still stands as very accurate. Good morning to
When that is the viewpoint and the opinion, just put that right up next to Frogan. This might as well be one of your cousins. When this is the acceptable position that is said publicly and it's accepted, it's tolerated like it's a reasonable position to approach. And that's the casual opinion people have. And that's in every single issue in its totality. Alongside this, so you go from the social and the social economic to escapism and entertainment. How the fuck do you expect people to build a community when you're constantly destroying it? Let alone the fact that you demand that women need to have access to male spaces where they can talk about their concerns and interests. How did that work? Men can't have safe spaces to speak because when men get together in a group, they become hateful misogynists. But then when women get involved in those groups, they use the platform that comes from the rules that are used to hold you to account, to hold them to account, being ignored. And you go surf down my timeline. There is a post that actually puts this together in its totality. I believe it came from Homath, actually. No, it came from Mimetic Sisyphus. Wrong view. This is the problem. So, from a weird subjection of people, because, as you can expect, from the usual ones, it always comes from the usual ones. Incredible things are happening in Spanish television.
Queremos llamar la atención sobre el cambio climático. Debemos detener el abuso indiscriminado de los recursos naturales. ¿Es este el planeta que le queréis dejar a vuestros hijos? Un mundo estéril y contaminado. ¿Qué es más importante, el arte o la vida? ¡Quitaos la vena!
This comes from a series called Bellas Artes. People have been memeing saying it was inspired by true events. Bellas Artes is about Antonio Dumas, an appointed director of an important contemporary art museum in Madrid, struggling and facing a range of disparate circumstances and conflicts. So basically the equivalent of something like House, but it's an art director, and he's dealing with the problems of the week. Apparently, this is from, I believe, the second season, where he's basically dealing with Stop Oil. This went viral because, man, people can relate to that. People pick up on this, and then people like this come through and say, this is porn to conservatives, and that should be more shocking than it is. 3 blockers in the replies. This one really attracted the psychos. Yes, all of you with red names and check marks are very upset. It's okay, I forgive you. It's not pornographic. It's cathartic. Slacktivists are useless creatures that don't deserve human rights. Something tells me you don't have any plans this Christmas. Every other meme the trans community makes is centered around murdering people. Making something up and to do with whataboutism, puppy? It's crazy that if a show called Climate Activists Going to an Oil Meeting and Shooting All of Them is portrayed, the climate activists are heroic and protagonist, it'd be a comparative outcries, but this particularly gets a praise. Relax, just tell yourself that it happened because they didn't respect the painting's pronouns. This is morally and ethnically correct. It is art! I'll put that in memes simply because I find the picture funny. Kukureo's here. I mean, I'm not conservative, and this is still pretty cathartic because I'm an artist and I loathe the fuckers destroying art for attention. It's beautiful. Spain is going to be okay. It's good art because it expresses the feelings normal people have on all sides of the political spectrum. It's healthy to dislike narcissists. Yes, nobody likes activists. Nobody. Glad you're finally catching up. Reap what you sow, leftist. Yeah, this would be an improvement. This award-winning and provocative faux documentary imagines what might happen if President George W. Bush was assassinated and explores how the American government would react to this tragedy. Botted likes. This one seems to be botted. More like an orange cream popsicle. Tasty and satisfying. We don't understand people that... The takes that you expect happened. Both from mutuals, as well as from sympathizers, as well as from people across the spectrum, and then the hug box effects happening in conservatives. But the issue with all of this, honing it back in on why is this happening and why do you expect people to ever reach out to people with this and build community with those individuals, on the whole sense, comes down to this. There is a breakdown in the logic of the protester. They think that they can make their issues into your issues by blocking a road or destroying something that you like. In the game sense, they believe that they can make you care about their politics by using political proselytism in the middle of your content. Make you actively go through the actions of a Just Stop Oil campaign. Make you actively listen to trans issues told through the viewpoint of 14th period peace century France in a universe where the Belmonts are people who exist in the canonity of Wallachia as a country existing in this fictional franchise being made by Netflix. Using active propaganda talking points that belongs to groups like Hezbollah, the PLO the Hamas-controlled PLO organizations, Sleeping Giants, an activistic group that works as a hand of Antifa in the West Coast hemisphere of political activists. Members that are a part of activistic groups that seek to destroy art for the purposes of gaining attention through news pressers. Individuals who want to bully a man because he's apparently the only person in the state that is willing to bake cakes, but they consistently keep going to the same person so they can try to get attention from antagonizing this content creator or this business for the purposes of going viral. Because, I attacked THE person. Stalking a lolcow, IRL, and attempting to get fame off of being one of the many greats to be a part of the grand trolling brigade to antagonize said person. All of these things come from the same energy and the same source. When you do this, I'm on the same page. Pull. When you do this, it all comes from the same energy. All of it. It's from the same source. It's from the same energy. And because it's from the same source, and it's from the same energy, it has the exact outcome that you'd think it would have. It's because it's not full screen. So it all relates. It all relates. This isn't true. Instead, what you've done is you've made yourself an issue by being able to block a road. You've made yourself an issue by getting a business temporarily or permanently shut down because you didn't like something that they did with the processes. You personally destroyed a person's entertainment value by getting a game pulled or getting a game changed in some way that you didn't care about because you didn't play the game, but the person who did does care about, to the point that they no longer want to support it financially. So if they don't support it financially, that developer now has to make changes even further out of the scope of what that person wants to portray and appeal to the audience that would give money, that did support the change vocally, but not financially. There's an anger that people will feel because you're violating the law, whether that be the actual in the book by the letter law, or the law of personal expression, I'll call it. That's not what it's called. It's more the social contract, but the permissiveness of what is socially acceptable. How far are you willing to extend your rights across someone else's, where my rights end, where your boundaries begin? Things like this. There's an angle people feel because you're violating the law to express your personal grievances. These types of clips show you... Losing my place. Dyslexia! These types of clips show you what ignoring the law to satisfy our personal emotions would really be like. You want to strip away the layers of civilization? You want to flagrantly disregard law and civility and respect to your fellow citizens? This is what that looks like. You do not want that. You want all the protections that those things provide, while being able to disregard them when they're inconvenient to you. And this is the source of this anger. So, whenever I'm mauling or seething or annoyed by the actions of someone who's trying to harass me on my stream, and then a person says, well, Carl, why don't you just ignore them? And I can't get away from them because they're stalking my content. This is where that anger comes from. I'm supposed to play a game like a social invalid by myself, always, no talking, no communication, no personality, no nothing, because somebody else can't handle the fact that I'm sociable and I will talk to other people socially in the game. I have to protect my audience members from weirdos that want to force an interaction because they can't handle a conversation normally, so they decide to go out of their way to do things to try and get some kind of revenge because they can't handle shit. I'm supposed to be at the mercy of somebody who wants me to play a social game where I suck their dick because when I call them out for something that they're doing, that's supposed to be right and purposeful. I'm supposed to bend on my knees and allow somebody to financially buy me, in my opinion, because you're supposed to be on the good side, and I say, fuck you, I have my principles. A business is supposed to bend the knee to some random activist who decided to attack them. A business like Twitch is supposed to kowtow to the internal positions and opinions of leftists on staff that believe that they know what's best for businesses and associators, to the detriment of ad collection and CPM costs, because the advertisers don't trust us to be able to run the platform, because we're constantly putting things that are terroristic in design and inherently at the most basic normal level of the minimum of this harm, caustic to the building of community. This is where any of that anger could come from or stem from. It's entirely human. It's entirely natural and human. Because this is what that looks like. The man in this quote here, well, I suppose the less said the better, but for the fun of it, let's reverse image search on the back end. Because of course, it's not about what I think, it's about what people who have no context to this think, and they need to have the context. Here for the kid's action, a 77-year-old white man and retired American lawyer, Kenneth Darlington, being arrested in Panama after he shot dead 2 activists on a highway in a demonstration against a government mining contract on Tuesday. For weeks, tens of thousands of protesters expressed their outrage at the controversial mining contract, which allows Canada's first quantum minerals to restart an open pit copper mine surrounded by rainforest for the next 20 years, with the horrifying possibility of extending for another 20 years for the total of 40 years, with environmentalists saying that the mine will pollute drinking water and that can devastate parcels of the 32,000 acres of land. Kenneth Darlington. U.S. retired lawyer with a conviction for illegal possession of firearms, Kenneth Darlington, 77, shot dead 2 environmental protesters blocking a road, declaring that this ends here before opening fire. Ideologically motivated violent extremism, terrorism! This. Political violence against our environmental activists is becoming more and more encouraged. In the UK, a couple of times, these people have attempted to run over and generally assault people blocking roads, and it gets defended by people. There might be some stochastic terrorism going on, too! Stochastic terrorism is when you need to get to work and somebody is blocking the road, so you get fired. Because even though you have a dash cam showing that I literally can't move, I am stuck in traffic because these people won't get out of the road. They have physically put me out of a job. Stochastic terrorism is when you try to keep yourself alive by getting your job, because if you can't work, you can't eat. Can't generate money, you can't survive. But that's the problem with capitalism. People should just be able to exist without things. For anybody who wants to know, Kenneth Darlington was sentenced to 48 years in prison for the death of those protesters. So, I'm not advocating for you to do this, by the way. Don't. It's not worth it. Don't do it. And also, just for the fun of the context of it. What? Don't tell them because they're not worth it because their lives are worthless? No. Don't throw your life away because people make bad decisions with their lives and decide to personally relieve you. Your life is worth more than sitting in jail because of this. This is not morally profound. It's dumb to do this. Dumb? That's all you gotta say? Dumb? No. I could use a lot of other words that I can't use on YouTube. But the simple thing is, this is dumb. Your life has value and meaning. You shouldn't have to suffer this. Shouldn't happen in the first place. But, you know, this is the entire reason we're going over the thread. Anyways. This is correct. What being correct is this person's statement. Not today. From Amiri King. I'm not gonna play this. Because I'm pretty sure this is about to be the picture of violence. So, the man slugged the person in the face. Okay. So, what happened is that man in red hoodie approaches the man. I suppose I can pick this back up after I'm done at the section. Man in red hoodie approaches man in white hat, taps him on the shoulder, basically telling him, oh, hey, yo, run your pockets. Closed fist, into jaw, knocks him on the floor. Finishes paying for what I can only assume is his package of Dasani water. Ask yourself, are you able to do this if you had to? Not just physically, mentally. Can you transgress everything you've ever been told in order to be able to protect yourself? Hitting somebody first in a self-defense situation is the best offense, but it often feels wrong. Arguably, this is the hardest thing in order to train into people. Aggressiveness, will, shifting into the, though this is real, in a moment. Most muggers and random attackers rely on people being unable to do this. This coming from Amiri King. And then, of course, it's one of those accounts. It's true in many societies. Once you realize it, you can see it everywhere. Antisocial people in all walks of life will gladly transgress social boundaries and conventions that they rely upon you being able to obey. I once worked for a 5-work-to-nothing they-them that talked shit about cops that came by one day. One time, I looked at they-them in the eyes and asked, how do you think you would do in a world without the police? They had no response. Yep, true, it is this. The truism remains unbeaten. The police aren't here protecting me from you, buddy. They are here protecting you from my justice, and you should fear the day that they are gone. This, of course, coming from the Hodge twins. The cop arrests the guy that moves the people off the road and not the dumbass protesters. I believe I could play this one, but I'm not going to. One day, maybe not now, but too long from now, someone will snap, and there will be blood. This is Kenneth. Will the police standing there do nothing, allowing the protesters to upend people's lives and legitimate freedoms of movement, feel any responsibility at that moment? I don't endorse the violence. I just see it as inevitable. How long can people accept that the police tactically endorse a political position that interferes with their lives and endangers the lives of the loved ones in ambulances waiting in stop traffic and other such actions? They only put that at one example, but there's more examples that exist. The port manager that was a part of the strikes that was happening at the time of the first and then the round 2-ass hurricane that was passing through the east coast of our region, the one that fucked up the Appalachian country, that In Praise of Shadows decided to come back saying, man, I can't believe I was fucked up by this, and I can't believe there are people wishing for my death of this. That port manager, who was responsible for all those deliveries, deciding that he was going to make this a smug, I'm going to show y'all what a real protest looks like. Basically making companies, businesses have to deal with shortages and outages of their supplies and management material. People choosing to have political opinions inside of a company to the point that they try to cripple that company's business to be based on the internet to fucking leftists, and people who depend on that service not being able to use it when they need to, leading to somebody getting stranded and needing to ask somebody for money. Not just in the social sense of a business that is organized by a capitalist outlook for the purposes of making money, but a government fucking need. A governmental program, a governmental service, a city-ran service, buses, medical supply, emergency room triages. direct delivery services, like the food that is delivered to my home. Government-insured packages, like food delivered to healthcare assistances. Medical supply, serviced by that government through the form of Medicaid or Medicare. Red Cross, Blue Shield. Any kind of organization, any kind of service that is managed through taxpayer money being fucked with because somebody inside an office decided, nah, they ain't voting Kamala enough. I'm gonna make sure that all your grandparents die. Little Timmy ain't finna be visiting me mama no more. How long are people gonna suffer the indignancy of these actions by people who are antisocial in the worst way possible? My general answer would be probably not very long, because people will snap like this. I will crash out immediately. And usually it's over video games, because you're wasting my time. Time that I could have spent doing anything else is being fucked with because somebody else decided, no. What I want is more important than what you want. The truism thus remains undefeated. Rules, policies, EULAs, TOSs, the actual written law as it exists on the books, they exist to try and hold civility so that other people don't take the law into their own hands. And when justice can't do that, well, that's when we take old Yeller out back. Which then brings us to, this is correct. The expectation is for you to follow a set of rules and that they follow a different set of rules, slowly tearing away any kind of social trust. If you're going to break the laws and law enforcement doesn't stop you, eventually someone will decide that the law no longer matters, and therefore, get out of my way. It's ugly. It's an ugly thing to get violent on this way. We have worked very hard to build a society in where this is very rare, and people who act like this ruin it. Then you have people like this that will say, stop pretending that this old piece of shit was some kind of people hero. The guy was an employer of the mining company that wanted to fuck with people's homes, and the majority of tough guys on X are just pussies and larpers that like to suck big dick corporations. And ironically, people of all people who are posted here was Panda! American lawyer, 77. Ha! Fuck them. Those commies got what's coming to them. Shouldn't have blocked up the road. Then, from Panda. Man, I can't believe the New York Post lied and said this guy was popping climate activists. Those people were protesting a mining company that had been given the right to seize people's land so they could extract mineral resources from it without compensating them. Oh my god, I can't believe it. And then over in the corner with the Nazbol grin. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Now, of course, the immediate thing people would probably ask in this context is, Carl, what the fuck does this have to do with people grifting on the internet? What does this have to do with video games? Well, tying all of it together, this is basically a male-dominated entertainment value. Realistically, women don't like doing podcasting. They don't like broadcasting, they don't like podcasting. They like videos. This is dominated by men. It's dominated by males. It all ties together with the men. That doesn't mean that there aren't women that don't have it as an interest. It's just the audience of this is going to be always dominated male. And with it being always dominated male, there's going to become a point where when you see opinions like this all the fucking time from people like the Mighty Heath, you're going to get annoyed by this. Now, of course, I made a video about this, but let's look at the opinion from Sir Diamond. When he says grifters, let's be very clear. What he means is he's talking about Grums, Smash JT, Endymion, J Viper, and probably Madam Savvy. Grums, guaranteed grifter. Smash JT, I would say he is a commentary / news-based YouTuber. And a lot of what he's been saying, posting, and talking about has been shit that's happened to him. It's not that he's going out of his way to look for attention. People are doing things to him that are newsworthy, or he is doing things that are newsworthy. He posts about it. People like the Mighty Keith decide to get upset that he's posting about it, and they're mad that they exist. Endymion, supposedly one of the bad ones, from the words of people like the Act Man, he reads the articles that come from the news publications that he dislikes. He parses through the news, and he adds his opinion to them. J Viper, this was a new one to me. Let's look up J Viper and get a sample of what they look like. J Viper uploaded videos on gaming news and topics, culture and gaming memes and music videos, always honest in my reviews. So, independent news journalist, basically. Independent news journalist that has an opinion that he likes to talk about in videos. People watch them. Not every video is a hit. Sometimes there are bad things that are reactions. Covers topical shit. He covers topical shit that one can expose to talk about. And then probably Madam Savvy. Savvy is not a political grifter. She literally does things the correct way. Those who remember when we were covering the Grum situation saw that when she was involved inside of the conversation with Abu Bakr Salim, she was kind, respectful, direct, and honest. When she gave her coverage of Dustborn, it came from her opinions of the material that she was experiencing and could criticize the same way that I did with mine. When I covered it, I covered what she viewed, and then when I played it with chat in stream, I experienced every bit of the shit and saw exactly how bad it was from beginning to end. She didn't make up an opinion about what was inside the content of the game. She played the game. She saw it herself with her own eyes. She didn't have to cope about future reactions in the viewpoint of somebody like Zane talking about other people's opinions and reactions to his opinions about why he's allowed to do what he does. Or Mighty Keith doing the exact same thing here in this post that he made. Or then being retweeted by the celebrity gooner himself. Now, of course, if he was pressured to name names, if he was to have an actual conversation with someone, or debate with someone, I don't think he'd give those names. Me, personally. Me, personally, I don't think that would happen. Oh, did I miss Aiden in the chat? Wait a second. Erg. If I missed Aiden posting, I'm gonna be sad. A comment from you. Per Aiden, that's a very true point. The predominant consumers of things in gaming is usually male. You must have just been referencing her. Not one of them said one of them said that a single game on this list would flop. They called out minor annoyances and things that they didn't like, such as weird localization and weird unnecessary censorship, etc. This is why I don't take Keith seriously at all. Dude's just straight up lies and has a headcanon about the people that he doesn't like on Twitter. Now, how true is that? For those that can actually find out, Keith does not have opinions of his own. The opinions that you're going to find on his, let's call it 650 in roundup, 650k YouTube channel from the Keith crew, sponsored by Ewin, and whoever the fuck TCK is, which I guess is the Keith crew. The crazy guy that just wants to make you laugh and him making skits videos, none of the opinions that he says are expressed on his main channel. These are all opinions that come across exactly how you think these opinions would come across. Let's look at what's on his gaming channel. Concord cost $4 million. My thoughts. Sonic X Shadows generation is incredible. Ubisoft delays Assassin's Creed Shadows. My take on the current gaming landscape. Starfield looks like everything I asked for. Starfield direct reaction. The PS5 Pro has been revealed. 15 new character reveals for Sparking Zero. Akuma looks crazy. New Akuma gameplay. Reactions. By any viewpoint and regard, according to his opinions that he puts out on Twitter, any of the things that people should be guilty of, he's supposed to also be guilty of. Aiden discussed this on Twitter. Can you give me that link so I can put it on the screen so that I can inform everybody else of what Aiden's opinion was? By the standard and regard that Mighty Keith probably has here with his own clickbaiting of thumbnails, the way that any person can be described as a grifter is exactly what Mighty Keith is. The opinions that he posts on Twitter are not the opinions that he posts on his gaming channel, more than likely, or on his main channel. He doesn't He doesn't risk anything. He's willing to say condemnable things online and involve himself in the culture war, and then acts as though, bro, I just make funny videos. I'm just a funny guy. I'm just a funny dude. And if he does have these opinions, which we will look into some of them today, it's up in the air. No idea, no problem. No idea, no problem. Just like how I said, removing your LinkedIn and removing your involvement with a company should be immediate rights to pull that company from the stock market, as well as firing those people immediately from the company. This should be where a person's opinion should no longer be in regard, and whenever they talk about the issue, they should be disregarded. You cannot make claims like this and then not back it up. Because, of course, as she demonstrates, when you routinely catch people in lies like this, they just block you. I imagine so. But okay. Who even is he? Like the Cranston midgets, these people seem to be hyper-influential but have no reason to be. He's some cringe YouTuber who gained popularity after a skit went viral, so he's been doing the exact same skit over and over again for years ever since. Jesus, why are so many people beholden to such nothing burger bullshit? Who the fuck was saying that Sparking Zero was gonna bomb because of wokeness? No one. Lying moment. Still waiting on those receipts, mate. Any day now. Let's see the receipts, bozo. He blocked me after accusing me of lying. Classic. People complain about Trunks saying no cap and other such cringe localizations. Nobody claimed it was woke or that it was going to bomb. Some of his YouTube videos are funny, but his takes on Twitter are so disingenuous it's unreal. Not sure if it's because he wants to rage click for Twitter Blue or if he actually thinks like this. I said a while ago that he has decent video game opinions, but the moment he mentions anything related to politics, he activates the retarded side of his brain. Coming from someone that said Drums isn't usually right, because he is. But you're welcome to poke out anything he said recently that'd be wrong about. The guy's a clown that just makes stuff up, begging for attention. The gorgeous and yes, fightly girl in your profile picture and your name too are oddly familiar. I wonder if everyone's rare. I have no idea what you're talking about, sir. Bingo, that's what any of these people mean. They just hate the other side and it's quite apparent at this point. Let's be even clearer. Every single one of these games was praised by all the people for knowing its audience. Critiquing issues and saying a game will flop are very different things. It hurts so much to see Sonic the Hedgehog now get swept up by this garbage. I've hated every single change in Sonic's X Shadows generation because it was either forced or outright worse than the original. I actually replayed the original generations on PC this weekend and there was no reason for a remaster. And there is, and the reason is money plus younger audience, which goes along with the criticism I said the other day, which was the only reason remakes and remasters happen is because people want a sparkly, shiny new thing because they think that the graphics between the old thing and the new thing is bad. To this edge, there is actually a link that I came across that is actually important to this, which actually does remasters and remakes in a way that I think is actually smart. Granted, the way that I would do it is different than this. And that was here on this. Another thing that I appreciate about the Medieval remake is that you can unlock the original PS1 game as a reward, the Medieval game on PS4, as a reward for collecting all the Lost Souls mechanics. The funniest thing with this is that you have 4 different ways to play the first Medieval. You can play it on PS1 Classics, the PSP remakes on Classics, the PS4 remake, and the PS1 version inside of the PS4 remake. And there's not a damn single thing for Medieval 2. A remake would be awesome, but I feel like it would have happened by now since it's been over 5 years. I hope that they put out the OG on PS5 and PS4 as a classic soon. Me, personally, the way that I would feel about this, when it comes to packaging a remaster and a remake, this is an interesting thought experiment that you could actually participate in. For Sonic/Shadow generations, if instead of delisting Sonic and Shadow, or excuse me, by delisting Sonic Generations, and you instead made Sonic Generations a part of Sonic and Shadow Generations after completing the Sonic portion of the game, which is Sonic unlocks the extra of this. So, for those that played Sonic Battle, Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, or Sonic Adventure 2, do you remember how you had to play the hero path and the Dark Toon path before you got the true finality ending path that conjoined each of these to deal with the finality of the story's conclusion. Something like this. For any game that gets a remaster or a remake, if you're going to have the ability to play the game, instead of, one of the few ways that I would do this, if I were going to put this choice in, instead of the only way that you can play the original being that you have to emulate it, or you have to buy a physical copy of the original game, instead, make the game accessible by being able to play the game by having it as a toggle, having it as a reward for playing the remaster to completion, to the end of the story, or as a free add-on that you could access when the game is delisted. This would probably be better than what they have done, which is the original game is sold on the platform, the remaster is made, the original is delisted, and now every single feature that existed in the original is dumbed down, simplified, or broken in the remaster. Example off the top of my head, Dark Souls 1, which is to say Dark Souls, pre-appendage of the Prepare to Die edition, which is the edition of the Alyssal Township. The way that invasions are broken inside of the remaster is because all of the additional spawn points that existed as a part of the map don't exist in the context of that anymore. Now, going back to what I said on the broadcast where I talked about the remasters and remakes, for this, I wouldn't consider that an under-the-hood remake. It would be a remake with the original game inside of it. In my opinion, the remaster, because I don't think it was a remake, I think it was more of a remastering. It was only a remake in the appendices that they added on things that weren't there before, which would technically make it a remake, but it's not that big of a deal. For examples of that, I can actually go get footage. I actually looked at a bit of it beforehand when I was on stream, before I was on stream rather. Where is your should be right here. Right here. It'll remake PS4. Some of the additional things. Okay, I'll look at that in a second before we get into the next thing. Some of the things that were added to the Medieval remake, for one, is the first obvious one being from the map, and obviously the use of textures with using the PS4 engine. Physical updating of the images, updating of the scenes. This is something that I would call a graphical fidelity update. If the technology existed at the time at which this was made, Medieval could have and would have looked like this. One of the first things that they update is the look, but the voice acting is all the same. One of the other things that they add with updates is, of course, voice acting. And maybe a better simplification of the menus and windows to access your resources. And then, of course, the visuals of the game world and the map. Obviously, as you saw in the clip there, that is not supposed to be the position of the graveyard, as it was in the original clip. When you get to the graveyard. Clearly. Between this and this, that's obviously different. But the idea, or realistically the idea, is that you want to be spiritually successing the idea as best as possible. And that's what they tried to do with Medieval. That's why the Medieval remake for PS4 is good. And if you don't like the remake, after you complete the game, if it was designed the way that I would, you can play the original. And then you can compare and contrast the experience that you just had. Modernizing it in this way, because another thing that they put inside the Medieval remake is they added a wisp. Because the original game had free aim for all use of your items. So instead they added the wisp as a way for the player character to be able to aim. And they tell you as such on this interaction. This is for the convenience of new players. People who, if you want to approach it from the position of Video Game Donkey complaining about the tank controls of Resident Evil, imagine if one of the rewards for completing a game of Resident Evil 1 through 4 on any of the remasters or remakes is that you get to use the original tank controls as they were inspired by the DualShock controller of the PS1. And if you didn't like the remake itself, you completed the game, now you get to play the original game in its whole context, with no alterations, no changes. Basically, pulling a collection edition. Package the original concept inside of the new product, and ship it with delivery. Then, if you were to do that, you could actually justify that price tag. Because I shouldn't pay $60 for what I would see as an inferior version of a product. I don't want to pay $60 for it. I don't want to pay $70 for it. You package the product with the original concept. Technically, I'm buying 2 games for the price of 1. Of course, you'd have to tell people that this exists, and you'd have to tell them the way that they access it. Like, it'd be a nice surprise, but this would be a way to justify the price tags and the gigantic file sizes. Oh, there's 2 games in here! Oh my god! Oh! A good example would actually be any kind of HD collection pack for a game in a series of things. So, gotta beat the dumb allegations. A good example of this would be for, get my Steam up, the Devil May Cry collection. So, let's imagine someone is arriving in my home. I need to put on my shoes for a second. I'll be right back, chat. on something in her car, she'll be in soon. I had to do responsibility things. So, let's say that for the Devil May Cry HD edition, when they put out the collection, all of the other games are locked off. You have to play DMC1 first. But then, when you complete DMC1, it unlocks both discs of Dante and Lucia for DMC2. And then, once you complete both Dante and Lucia's discs and stories of Devil May Cry 2, it then unlocks Devil May Cry 3. If this were released in that way, which I don't remember how much I paid for this, $29.99, that technically means that the Devil May Cry HD collection, on top of being sold at the concept of basically each game is worth around about $10 each, which, bro, that's a steal. You're able to float the cost of what would have been released at a $60 and $70 price tag, where each game itself has the infinite playability and replay value of something like Devil May Cry 5. Devil May Cry 5, on its sale for the deluxe package, look at bundle, won't actually show me the price of the bundle, but base game, all these DLCs, $1 here, $1 here, $4 here, $2 here, $2 there. Let's say that's $15. On top of the price of Deluxe plus Virgil. Actually, no, I think that is the totality price. $40. By concurrency prices, when this was released at launch, $60, $70. Plus the DLC, maybe add on $20 value. This depreciated over time. $70 plus 20, 90, $90 game, having the same or less replayability than a $30 game. One second, you're back in. Did you happen to honk the horn as you're coming up? No. Okay. I have no idea what happened there.
I did blow the horn, and the neighbor with a truck flag is pulling out of their driveway and not stopping.
Okay, I was confused for a second because I heard that.
Yes, I did blow the horn in those people.
Okay. But you could be able to justify and float the cost of these games and actually justify having these inflated prices as well as these giant fucking files. Just look at it yourself. How big is Devil May Cry 5? Properties. It's saving 5 megabytes of this, but that's not what I'm interested in. 40 gigabytes here. 2.47 here on Devil May Cry 4, and for the sake of argument, Special Edition, $25 at game release. This maybe would have been maybe 40, maybe 50. That's a completely single-player product. Adding in and unlock all modes, plus Super Nero and Virgil and Proud Souls and Lady and Trish costumes, plus more shit, and the special edition for the game itself. Having you bundle this for $40. You can justify the prices of games that have remasters and remakes by including the remake and the original game in the same purchase. Lord knows if they'll ever try to remake this. But imagine if they make a Devil May Cry franchise collection. Every game inside of Devil May Cry for the upcoming release of Devil May Cry 6 Special Edition. You get Devil May Cry 1 through 5 plus D lowercase MC for the price of $40. All the games unlocked to you, able to play all the time. All these together, probably somewhere around maybe $150, based on increase from ESRB. You could do that. It could be done. It could be done. It'd be fine. Because then, for any game that ever gets a remake or a remaster, you no longer have to worry about this problem. You don't have to worry about whether or not the game's gonna be broken or insulted and disgusted. Right? So, Star Ocean franchise. Any game that ever gets a 4K Full HD code or remaster. Granted, in my opinion, I don't think you'd ever need to remaster Star Ocean because Tri-Ace doesn't know how to make a bad game. Depending on people's opinions about them, at least in my opinion. You never have to worry about Tri-Ace making a bad game and needing to have things redesigned and remade. Whether it be the Divine Force. Actual games, please. Whether it be Resonance of Fate. Whether it be The Last Hope. Whether it be the Divine Force. Let's go to Square Enix. For any of the games that they ever make, which Lord knows is going to be a lot. Things for Romancing Saga. Only games, please. Things for Romancing Saga. If they were to make a bundle edition for Final Fantasy XVI. Visions of Mana, which just released. The Kingdom Hearts series and franchise, which also includes the entirety and the totality of HD 1.5 and 2.5 and 2.8 Final Chapter, and then finally Kingdom Hearts 3 plus Remind. Look at these prices! $50! $60! $60! Why isn't this a part of the same fucking deal? Sell it for $80. I don't care. Make it a part of the same fucking package. But of course, if we want to take the logic and say they already did that, Carl, they're just concluding them in a way that actually matters. Because technically, I think Integrum Masterpiece is the example of what I'm describing here. Yeah, that is their packaging deal. Because for their packaging deal, they want to sell you all these for fucking $100. But the inflated cost itself is basically saving you $70 on the purchase. So you still pay $100, but at least you're not paying $170.
Rated E10 for ages 10 and up.
But within the whole of this, you're paying for Final Mix, you're paying for Final Mix Chain of Memories, you're paying for Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix, 358 days over 2, with the HD cutscene compilation, meaning the ones that don't have the visual tear. Birth by Sleep Final Mix, and then recoded, again, without the visual tail. Instead of selling these games for $14.99, which it should be sold for at least $35. I'm sorry. This should be $35. If you wanted to sell it for more, you'd have to give me the original copy of the game, because this is the finality version of it, not the originals. Now, of course, the argument for that would be the same argument that exists for Final Fantasy International and Final Fantasy X with its HD edition. There was content inside of the international version and the Japanese version that was not available in the American version. Just like for the Kingdom Hearts American version, there was content that was not released to them because all of the Japanese exclusive for Final Mix was a Japanese exclusive product. So when they then got the additional Final Mix 1.5 HD update, it was bringing that content into the American region. Different problem, different circumstance, my point still stands. If you started including the original game into each of these contexts, and you did your job of trying to reduce the bloat of these things, so you don't need to have 60 fucking gigabyte space in order to play these games. You can have them all installed at the same time. You could be able to have this, and then this, and then this. Because realistically, what's stopping you if these are ports of these games from putting the first and second packages together? These are supposed to be together to lead up to the story of Kingdom Hearts 3. Why aren't these together and being sold for $70? At that point, You're dealing with literally the same number and the same argument. You're dealing with the same number, the same argument that already exists. Where is it? That already exists in Mega Man Battle Network and Mega Man Zero. And this is for a handheld console. What is stopping you? I know the answer to this. But what is stopping you from putting them together to reduce costs for the consumer and include quality on delivery? What is stopping it? Answer is industry standards and laziness. For any of these games and more, you could solve this problem, especially with the example of things like franchises such as Final Fantasy. Because of course, if you look at it from the true point, there are multiple case examples that you could use for Star Ocean. So, if you look at Star Ocean in the store, if you simply just go by what's being published by Tri-Ace, you wouldn't get all the Star Ocean games. Lord have mercy. Bloatware games. So, you've got things like Star Ocean, the Second Story R, Star Ocean The Last Hope, Star Ocean Divine Force. There should be another one. I don't think they have First Departure. I might have to go look it up on Wikipedia. Yes. Okay. So, Star Ocean Second Story, Blue Sphere, Till the End of Time, First Departure, Second Evolution, The Last Hope, Blue Sphere on mobile, The Last Hope International, Material Trader, Second Evolution, Integrity and Faithlessness, Amnesis, Till the End of Time on PS4, The Last Hope on PS4 and Windows, Departure Remake, Divine Force, and Second Story R. What is stopping us from putting Star Ocean 1, Star Ocean 2, Star Ocean 3, Star Ocean 4, Star Ocean 5, there's Divine Force, and Star Ocean 6 in a collector's edition package that's sold for $70 to $100, plus or minus a sale? And what is stopping Star Ocean 1, which is to say First Departure, and then Second Evolution, which is the second story, from being sold together, alongside Blue Spirit, of course, in the same kind of package that already exists for Sonic? I'm sorry, I just realized that you couldn't see that. Carl is stupid. What is stopping them from doing anything in that capacity for the release and storyline of the games? What's really stopping them? Because unfortunately, for the story of most of these games, Star Ocean 1, Star Ocean 2, Star Ocean 3 happen to take part of multiple timelines of actions. The Last Hope is technically an alternate universe. Integrity and Faithlessness happens between Star Ocean the Second Story and Till the End of Time. Amnesis is technically a game that existed as a MMO. And then Divine Force is another game in the same design philosophy as Faithlessness and Amnesis, with designs for the characters. What's stopping them from putting those games together in their own packages? and selling them for a fair cost. It can be done. And now, let's get to the part that's probably going to annoy the piss out of me. Let's look at some of Mighty Keef's opinions. Look, he has a lot of opinions about grifters. Let's find out about some opinions that he has. Let's find out. So, listed by latest, let's go through. Let's go find ourselves some videos. Let's go find ourselves some opinions. Let's go to the first opinion. Concord cost $40 million. My thoughts. And he's here alongside his friends giving his opinion. Let's listen.
Mighty Key. As if it couldn't get any worse, we are still talking about the failures of Concord. Ladies and gentlemen, there have been numbers going around. Now, just as a general rule, I don't like talking about topics that I don't have full understanding or proof of.
That's a fucking lie.
Which is why sometimes I will steer away from them, or sometimes I just won't entertain them. Now, there was a bunch of...
I don't have the ability to talk about certain topics, so instead of choosing to inform myself so I can give strong opinions like the opinions that I give on Twitter, I'm instead just going to not talk about them, especially if it's something that I can't be able to defend. See, that's what I do. A good informed person.
Talk about Concord costing $200 million, 8-year development, and people said it wasn't really $200 million. That's just what I guess Sony bought it for, or someone, the Firewalk Studios paid $200 million, but then Sony got it for just $100 million, and then it wasn't really an 8-year development; it was a 4-year development. There've been numbers all around the court, right? And so typically,
the numbers of the money doesn't explain the amount of development time and the inability to lead the processes on what mattered most to work on. Now, Pirate Software dug into some of the things that he liked about Concord and about how they did a lot of in-depth stuff concerning the creativity of the gun models, because they put a lot of work in on the gun models, but they didn't matter because people weren't worried about the gun model. They were worried about the characters that they were playing, the characters, the way how the characters played, etc., etc.
I don't really believe stuff like that until I actually have some type of, I can see like a financial documentation or something, right? That's how.
But you never show that in any of your things. In fact, the tweet that you stated all of your opinions on, you didn't show a single source link for a single person complaining about the things that you claimed. So, the behavior that you claim about the business is not what you follow for things you choose to make on the internet. So you're just full of shit. Just full of shit.
I feel like most people should be. However, this gentleman, Colin Moriarty, seems to be a very widely accepted resource source.
Colin Moriarty, a actual good video game journalist that talks about multiple things, who owns the podcast Sacred Symbols.
In the gaming community. I didn't really know who he was. Apparently he
probably didn't, because he's not a grifter.
He worked for IGN or did some type of PlayStation podcast that people talked about. Either way, he's I guess highly decorated, and a lot of people take his word as truth. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna watch this whole video, and we're going to actually figure out what just happened, because they're saying that Concord actually cost $400 million. And I just need to see where that money got delegated to, because it didn't look like it got delegated to the actual game. So who knows, might have been advertising, might have been future projects with Concord that they have already put money into. I didn't think about that. Maybe that could be it, but the game itself does not look like it's worth $400 million.
Ever talk about this game again.
So, let's get
because who
into
really
it.
gives a shit? However, and I don't do journalism really anymore, as you guys know, and we talk about this a lot. I was a journalist at one time, and I used to break a lot of stories, and these days I don't really grind like that. So the stories that I break these days are usually people, always, not usually, always people coming to me. And someone who worked on Concord reached out to me, and I verified who this.
So already, whenever I hear stuff like this, I don't like it, because it kind of just sounds like you know, a friend of a friend, or I know someone who does it. Whenever.
Considering most of the updates that ever come through in video games happens to come through friends of the friends and people who don't want to have the source linked, because then it comes back to them and they get financially punished because it's an access pay-to-play industry. I wonder why that might be. Oh man, I don't want to listen to these people. I can't confirm whether or not they're true or not. Oh, the person tried to confirm it. It's the same shit that just fucking happened with the CP in the other story. Man, I don't believe this person until they show me something of concrete evidence. Oh man, this person showed me something of concrete evidence, and they were fired. Well, they were legitimate before, but ever since they got shit canned, I don't listen to a single thing they have to say now. Nigga.
I don't like entertaining stuff like that. Now, again, everyone's saying he's he's a very credible source. So we're gonna go with what the general consensus is of the entire community, right? Let's just see what happens.
For a long time. And got some, I think, interesting information that I can share about Concord. I think people will be interested about it. The reason that I wanted to talk about it is because some of the assumptions that I had made about the game were dead wrong, as far as how much it cost and how much Sony really lost on it. So the big thing that you really need to know here about this is that Concord cost about $400 million to make.
Which sounds insane.
Oh my god. And
I hope he explains where the money went to. I don't know who these other two people are.
By the time Concord was, so in the first quarter of 2023, Concord had basically entered an alpha state. This was before Sony had even purchased the team, but Sony had been working with Probably Monsters, which was the original owner of Firewalk, and they entered an alpha state.
What year? 2021?
By the time Concord was, so in the first quarter of 2023, Concord had basically entered an alpha state. This was before Sony had even purchased the team, but Sony had been working with Probably Monsters, which was the original owner of Firewalk, and Firewalk probably since late 2020, maybe 2021 at the latest on Concord. The game was in development before that. Up to the point that the game went into alpha state, they had already spent about $200 million on it. And it's unclear how much of that money is from Probably Monsters and the original investors into the game, and how much of that money was from Sony.
Okay, so it's not confirmed that Sony did the full 400 million cost. They're saying that prior to Sony's acquisition, 200 million had already been put into the game, which is insane because again, it does not show it at all. Like, where is that money going to?
Places that can't be described, because if they did, people would get upset.
I don't understand how that's even feasibly possible. The only thing I can think about is because, you know, later on, what's it called, was supposed to be, the game was supposed to be part of some type of like just huge like plan, right, of it being in multiple universes, multiple games, multiple like media, right? I think they were going to plan on doing a movie about it. I know it was supposed to be in a video game series, I think on Netflix, I believe. I forgot what, I think it's called Secret Level or something like that. They showed it at the Game Summit or Summer Game Summit, whatever, where it was going to have an episode devoted to itself, right?
Yep, the game's dead, and when the fucking service and animation comes about it on, it'll be months dead and buried.
Along with other episodes like with Kratos from Ragnarok, Kratos from God of War and stuff like that. So maybe they were just like, I guess, all in, and they paid up stuff up front. But it doesn't, so far, the only thing we know is that 200 million was made from it, but we don't know how much of that was from Sony originally, right? Now, we got to figure out where the other 200 million came from.
There's this term in product development, not only with games, but really with everything. You can like manufacture a tchotchke. You guys might have heard of it. It's called minimum viability, or a minimum viable product. The idea behind this, or MVP, the idea behind this is that this is like what you're trying to achieve, and it's like once you cross this barrier, you feel comfortable selling it. It's not that it's the best it can be, or that it's what it's going to be by the time you launch it, because there's all sorts of extra stuff you do to it, but like, this is the minimum viability of the product. When the game had already had $200 million spent on it and was basically in an alpha form in quarter one of 2023, from that point until the game launched, Sony spent another $200 million on it.
Okay.
The scuttlebutt behind the scenes about.
So he's saying bare minimum Sony spent 200 million on it. Bare minimum.
Concord is that the game was in a laughable shape.
Now, does that include the acquisition cost?
When
That's
it was
what I need
shown,
to know.
and basically like when the alpha was ready to go, and they were kind of being like, we're ready to kind of get moving towards getting this thing out in the next year or two. It was in such horrible shape that Sony felt like they needed to spend that much money again. So 200 plus 200 to get the game to the MVP status, not to the status of it being like
I'm sorry, because he keeps saying that they paid 200 plus 200, but I want to make sure, right, that I'm
monsters and the original investors into the game, and how
all this insurance to try and find out something instead of just allowing the man to speak unbroken. But you can't do this for a single thing that you say on Twitter. But you can stalk people on their social media feed to go to keep up on what's happening in Mark Kern and make fun of him in case he's getting embarrassed by other people in another sector of the internet that you don't populate yourself in. Very interesting. Very interesting.
How much of that money was from Sony?
Yeah, right here he says that they don't know how much money was actually from Sony in the very beginning.
How much of that money is from? They spent about 200. The game went into alpha state. They had already spent about $200 million on it, and it's unclear how much of that money is from probably monsters and the original investors into the game, and how much of that money was from Sony.
Okay, so yeah, we do not know how much money of the original 200 million was from Sony. We do know that what seems to be the general consensus that Sony did spend 200 million after it got into pre-alpha, which was in 2023.
Barrier, you feel comfortable selling it. It's not extra stuff you do to it, but like this is when the game had already had $200 million spent on it and was basically in an alpha form in Q1 of 2023. From that point until the game launched, Sony spent another $200 million on it.
That's the part that's getting me, because he keeps saying another. No.
The scuttlebutt behind the scenes about Concord is that the game was in a laughable shape when it was shown, and basically like when the alpha was ready to go, and they were kind of being like, we're ready to kind of get moving towards getting this thing out in the next.
I don't understand why Sony would even do this. Money! Money! They're trying to get the new audience. Money! Why is it so hard for you to imagine? That's strange.
It's a year or two. It was in such horrible shape that Sony felt like they needed to spend that much money again. So 200 plus 200 to get the game to the MVP status, not to the status of it being like a great game, to get it to just viability.
That's insane.
And that at that time in Q1 2023, there was nothing done. Like, a major expense was having to urgently outsource much of the game to other studios to finish building the game out. And that two fundamental things were not worked on at all up to the point in which the game was shown in alpha.
If that's true, that could be where the 200 million is, because if Sony didn't do it, they had to outsource other people. That could get pretty costly.
Onboarding, nothing about that. No, like there was nothing about how players get on, like how they make their character, all that kind of stuff, or choose their character and get there, and monetization. Two very expensive, very specific and boutique things that happen to games like this. And so that's the first thing that I wanted to say, is that it's not only about the ongoing cost, which would be in the millions to keep the game going per month, but that the game cost about $400 million to make, soup to nuts.
That's absolutely
Sony put most of that money in, and it is not only so, because we had kind of said like this must be Sony's biggest loss ever on a game, and it is. It's the biggest game Sony's ever released from a budgetary standpoint.
It's probably the biggest loss in gaming history.
So
I don't see anything else that
sink in.
did worse.
It's crazy.
And so would you say, with your own words admitted from your own broadcast, this is one of the biggest gaming losses in history, that people should have the right to compare and contrast it against other things that are done? Or when people compare and contrast it, are they being grifters when they compare the sheer fiduciary responsibility that was not held with this product against everything else, and how they could have opinions about it being that bad? Do they become grifters for being concerned with why would they do this? They're just going to lose money when they behave like this. This is something that I'm definitely going to be concerned about. Is that something that they're allowed to be concerned about, or do they become grifters that don't have any investment in any opinion that is deserving to be understood? They're just a bunch of fucking losers that are concerned about nothing. Words that you've said live on the camera, live on the internet. Also nice, Abyssal Depths. Is that something they could be concerned about? Apparently, according to you, no, they don't. They're not allowed to have concerns.
And it's totally unintuitive. There are games that are in development right now at Sony first and second party that are more expensive than this. But as of the games that have come out so far, so think about like Spider-Man 2 and so on and so forth. We know The Last of Us Part 2 cost $220 million. Spider-Man 3 is going to cost about $350 million. This game costs more.
I don't understand.
It's called bloat. You probably wouldn't understand because you don't pay attention to anything that's not in your interest. It's called bloat. It's called bloat. It happens. It's normal. It's not supposed to be normal, but it's normal. And you're all for it, as long as the chuds are mad. By your own words. Unnecessary changes, bloat, repackaging of losses that don't need to be made, but were made specifically to bring in, a quote, the new audience. That's where it comes from. Never gonna hear and see that with something concerning a game of these standards from something like Nintendo. Not directly. Not unless somebody really doesn't like themselves. That's where it comes from. Shouldn't be shocking. It's normal. It's normal.
And they lost all of it because they made no money. They made about $1 million gross revenue.
What is the ad that they're not already saying? No! Nothing! Where's the attitude? Where's the snide? Where's the remorse? Interesting.
And then they gave it all back. So this is a huge, multiple hundreds of millions of dollar loss. Now the question is, why?
Yeah.
Why did this happen? This game was...
Well, you have any opinions? Any opinions, Keith? No? None? Oh man, I'm just so shocked, and I'm so surprised. I couldn't understand what it is that would cause these changes. Well, oh man, what would cause these losses? What would cause this loss? I wonder. Well, what was the thing that people were overcorrecting for? I just, the words they just don't come to me. I'm just as shocked as you are, chat. And like, goddamn, I don't know. Goddamn, I don't know. Interesting. Interesting how quiet he is. Interesting. Very interesting. Lock my ass and pull my hair, Mike Wazowski. It's a fucking mystery.
Heavily championed behind the scenes. Now we know this because Sony ended up... What's funny is that the game is presented in Q1 2023 as...
Sony just hired me to make all your decisions.
Kind of getting towards the end. The game is nowhere near being done. It's in a horrible position.
Oh, Sony, hire me for all your things. I'll make sure that you win with your business decisions. What are you going to do to make sure that they win? Any examples, Keith? None? No examples, Keith? Oh, that's crazy.
And then Sony buys the team. The idea behind this was...
They should have got fired, whoever made that decision.
The term, apparently verbatim, had been used that Concord is the future of PlayStation. That they had such major ambition for this game that it was referred to internally as a Star Wars-like project for Sony. That it can be repeatedly revisited over and over and over again, not only in cross-media, but in what we were seeing. We've already kind of seen little bits of it. So the weekly story...
I think he's about to talk about what I was saying earlier. No. No. There is no way you could look at this and say this was going to be the next Star Wars. When we first got that like 10-minute long trailer, like it was like a cinematic trailer. I guess I was at like Sony State of Play earlier this year. I was cautiously optimistic. I was like, let's see what happens, right? I'm usually like that with all games. I think it's best to be cautiously optimistic, right? Rather than like just always pessimistic or always very optimistic. I think you should always say, hey, let's see how this goes. Because you can always take a little bit of something good out of something, right? But
that's never been a single opinion that you've said on Twitter.
There is nothing in my mind that came across that said this could be PlayStation's next big thing.
And yet that they were going to release, and then of course the inclusion in Amazon's Secret Levels anthology. That's like just scratching.
That's what I'm talking about.
The surface of it. Ironically, the game was codenamed Chaos behind the scenes, and A major thing about the game is that there was, and I think we can kind of get this vibe from just the nature of the people making it and kind of the way the game reads and all that, a toxic positivity vibe. You weren't allowed to say anything, apparently internally, about this game.
And that's how you die, right?
About how, like, something's wrong with it.
Toxic positivity. When you can't say anything mean about a game, you can't say anything mean about its production quality, keeps words. That's how it dies. So, is everyone still grifters for having opinions about things? Are people allowed to complain? Yes, from your own words. They're allowed to complain about things they dislike because toxic positivity is how games die. So people are not grifters anymore, right? Wonderful. 100%. Confirmed. Lock in. Keith is one of us. He understands. He gets it. Now, do the same thing on your main YouTube channel and say that in your tweets. If you can't say it in your tweets, shut your bitch ass up.
Character designs are not right, and so on and so forth. They really, truly believe this was Herman Hulst's baby, apparently.
Yeah, no. This is probably one of the most, like, damning things that could happen to a studio or to a game is toxic positivity. Like what I was just saying about being, like, optimistic. Now, there are people that will take the word toxic positivity and weaponize it into something where it's, like, justifies the fact that they just hate on everything always, right?
We found it! We found the hypocrisy standard. Toxic positivity exists, but people use it to allow themselves to hate everything without having an actual reason to hate it. They don't hate it because there's legitimate problems. They hate it because they just want to complain. It didn't take us long to get there, chat. It didn't take us long to get there. It didn't take us long. Okay. We are at 1336. 2/3 in. You're allowed to have opinions. You're allowed to dislike things. You should give your opinions, because toxic positivity is bad. You should be able to use as much expressive language as you want and have as much of your personality in it as possible. But you have to have your opinion correctly. If you have your opinion incorrectly, and you have opinions where other people dislike what you're saying, you have to have a legitimacy in them. Because if you're just mad for no reason, then you're just being upset to be upset. Okay.
Those people are still weird. Like, if you hate on all the games coming out or you hoping all these games fail, you're a weirdo. You're weird. But toxic positivity is equally bad.
If you just hate games and you hate the industry and you want them to fail so that they can learn from their mistakes and they start making decisions so that they can return to making the games that you know they're capable of, you're a weirdo. You're weird. But you should be allowed to complain about toxic positivity. No, that means they're also weirdos, right? So it's only legitimate to complain about it if you want them to receive money in making the lesson. Aw, man, it's unfortunate that this company lost money on something that they should have known was going to lose them money, but I didn't wish on their downfall. So that makes the decision to change okay. See, they didn't know that they were going to lose money from this happening. So this way, it's okay. See, they didn't know that they'd lose money if they did these things. So that's acceptable. That's fine. They're not being chud-like. How do you square the circle on that? I'm honestly flabbergasted. How the fuck do you square the circle on that? I swear to God. I swear to God. There's certain levels of stupid. I'll say certain levels of stupid. Because I'm not going to say that it's inept. In some ways, it makes sense if you think about it. Maybe you don't know any better because you've never been in the industry. You've never been in the business. You've never thought about being in the industry and business. You sit there and you try to square the circle. How did you lose money? How did you ever think it was wrong to do this and that it wouldn't have a consequence? Let's remove it from the world of video games. Let's put it in the context of a new hire on a new job. The new hire on a new job says that they have experience in fast food, but they've never worked chicken fryer. They don't know what they need to do to make a chicken fryer work. A person who's an expert, who's been working at that business for years, tells them exactly what they need to do and what their job requirements are when they are working the chicken fryer. Somehow, this person breaks the machine and starts a fire in the kitchen in a way that's impossible to do if they were following the goals, the receipts, and the safety suggestions on the appliances, which was inside of the contract that they were hired on. Literally, it is impossible to do this except if you are ignoring any and all rules of safety. Oh my god, I don't understand how I caused a kitchen fire. I did everything that I thought I would need to do. So you did everything that was written down on the rule book, right? No, I just winged it. You know, it didn't feel wrong when I was doing it. It didn't feel wrong when you were doing it. When you were just guessing at what is very clearly listed in your job description. I mean, yeah! How was I supposed to know that if I put this together with this, that it would actually cause a combustion fire? So going in order. From almost all of these from Bloodia. He's living out the Jinx life of adding nothing but his potato face to the corner of the video doing that ass crazy and face reactions. True. They did. Did Keith know that they made merch controllers and spots on the Amazon show and PS5 skins? Probably not. He probably knows now, but he'll come up with an hypocrisy opinion. He swooped on the Consort Special Edition of the controllers whether they pulled them, because you were all in on that. Based. So he agrees with the Juds, but there's a line in the sand that's acceptable to be doubtful and upset with a product. So, the Keith on Twitter told me that all the products were fine and that I was just hateful because I doubted the product. So, Carl, which one is Keith? Is he ignorant and uninformed and maliciously grifting, or running off the Dunning-Kruger archetype? It's a combination of 2 and 3. There's a level of it, right? Because if he's ignorant and uninformed, he wouldn't feel so comfortable saying the opinions that he says on Twitter, because then he would just look at the fucking content from people in question. Because if he's just uninformed on how things work, you can find out how simple it is. You just oh, I don't understand why people trust Madam Savvy. Look up Madam Savvy's content. Look at what she says on her streams. Look at what she says in her content. Look at what she says when she goes on to side scrollers. Look at her opinions. Read her opinions. Ask her questions. Talk to her. Oh man, I would have assumed that she was a nasty, evil, misogynist bigot. But now after talking to Madam Savvy, I now know that she has opinions that are based on things that have actually happened. Same thing somebody could do with me. Since I'm willing to say what I think, and even though all of my retweets are not endemic of me agreeing with somebody, but instead me looking at the issues on a topic, just because somebody says something doesn't mean I believe it, and just because somebody else wants something to be heard or said doesn't mean that it's true. If somebody's confused with something that I think or say, they can simply ask me, and I can tell them, no, I don't believe this. Yes, I do believe this. And then, of course, this then hits the Count Dankula opinion of, but you could just be lying in that position. You could be saying things so that I agree with you, and that you can look better in that. The Vosh opinion from that debate. You say you're not a chud, but once upon a time, you did not have vagina, and now you do have vagina. Coincidence? You say these things about video games opinions, but at the same time, you and all the other people think certain things about certain other things. It seems to me that you have these opinions because you have evidence to believe them, rather than just shooting off from the guns. Strange. Weird. Weird and strange. Coincidence? I think not. If it was just being uninformed, he would be repeating opinions uncritically from other people. His problem is not just repeating opinions, plus or minus uncritically. His issue is he has strong opinions about things that he is either misinformed about or believes is anything as simple as, oh, it's just the Chuds being angry, it's just the Chuds being mad. They don't have reasons to be concerned with what they're talking about. They just say these things. Because you see, if he really had opinions that he was confident about, they would say them in this context, and they'd behave in this context. And many people do. But that's never satisfactory for him. Oh no, they don't believe those things, they just say that they believe those things. But they do believe those things. Because those things are serious, and they're honest, and they're happening. Almost all of the fucking time, in some capacity. But does that matter to him? Probably not, because it wouldn't change his opinion. Because he claims it wouldn't change our opinion, either. See, they're all just grifters, you see. None of them have real opinions that are deserving to be dug into, except when they do, except that they're not, except when they do, except that they're not, except that they do, except that they're not, except when they do. Back and forth, and back and forth. On whichever opinion will give him the best amount of attention and deniable plausibility. I'm not malicious, I just don't like the way that they do things. But they do them respectfully. But you see, they're only doing it respectfully for this reason, and this reason, and this reason. So what's your reason? It's because I actually think these things. Okay, so are you willing to put your money where your mouth is? It's boring. On the high level of it. It's boring. Ultimately, their greatest concern is that no matter how you look at it, just tends to add up to bullshit on the high end, high key. Poison on it. But if I were to give him the benefit of the doubt, which I'm not, to speak the way that he does on issues, and speak the way that he does about people, and then seeing that he does not keep the same energy on his own broadcast, he would be maliciously grifting by his own design. Other than that, just based on how he speaks on Twitter alone, it would have to be DK effect. He would definitely have to be speaking like Dunning-Kruger. Because, sure, let's say he knows a lot about fighting games. I know he don't know shit about JRPGs. I didn't see anything about mentions of JRPGs on his channel. If I ask him to pull up his fucking profiles for any games that he's played that are JRPGs that have come out within the last 10 years, whether they be originals or remakes, I'm going to ask him, okay, so if this game gets a remake, or if it has a remake, do you think that it was acceptable for them to remove this and remove that, and for them to change and localize this and change and localize that? That they didn't just have the original script for the dialogue in the game, and instead it was molested by people like Katrina, the 30-year-old localizer? Do you think it's acceptable for people to antagonize people like this on social media and then blocked by them because they're fucking with their games? Because instead of being able to translate the game as faithfully as possible, using AI or machine or human divester, that they needed to say swag Gangnam Park Champ, it was necessary for them to insert political diatribe nonsense of leftist itpol directly into the game world, when I know for a fact that there is no such movement that exists inside of Japan, within Japanese countries, in companies, in developers. He would come up with some bullshit. More than likely. That's what I suspect. But you know, only way to find out is for us to kick the hornet's nest. But of course, I don't think I'm big enough for him to cover. So there's that. Let's finish the video.
Because that stops people from growing and changing a bad product into something that everyone can enjoy. So yeah, that and that's really bad. If you can't take negative criticism and instead want everyone to just talk positively about something, you know, because you're scared to step on someone's toes or whatever, like that's just gonna end up failing. Like it's just, there's no way that anything can grow from that environment. And I'm very shocked that this multi-billion-dollar company is still allowing things like that to be rooted inside, because it's like you should know the formula to being successful, and you should know that's not part of the formula. So why is that even there? You know what I mean? Like, you.
Good question. Do you have an answer for it, or are you just asking the question to postulate publicly? I think you're asking the question to postulate publicly. Stop that.
Losing $400 million or $200 or $300 million or whatever is just like, bro, someone's got to get fired, right? You can't just lose that amount of money from a company and not get fired. Someone's got to.
Okay, so here's an interesting development. Someone has to be fired. But if you wish for them to be fired, now you're a chud and you're weird. But if you just look at the situation, you're like, well, obviously they have to be fired. You know, I asked a kid a question. I also mentioned that I'd talk a bit about the Trump Joe Rogan podcast, and I'll do that after this. You ask a kid a question. Obviously, I would fire that person. You could state it as a fact. Just good business sense. But if I wish for it, I don't deserve Gucci. Interesting.
And he internally was himself a massive champion of the game. So it's not that. So the reason I'm telling you all of this, it's some interesting information, of course, but it's that I had said when people were like, Concord lost $200 million. Now people were pulling that money out because that's basically how much like some of the first party games like Ghost of Tsushima, The Last of Us Part 2, etc. kind of cost in that frame. And I was like, there's no way that it costs that much. I was saying like it cost 9 figures probably, like low $100 million, but there's no way it cost.
Bloat. Industry bloat. So you should probably stop being so fucking flippant when it comes to you not understanding things or you describing things, because how is this shocking to you? It's been like this for fucking 15 years. Might have started out slowly in the first 15 years, but it's been like this for 15 fucking years.
$200 million. No, it cost $400 million. So, and I am totally solid on this source, by the way. So that's why I'm willing to share it with you, because again, I'm not really a journalist. So yeah, the big things to take away: $400 million loss. The game was in horrible shape as of 18 months ago before release. Not even monetization, no onboarding, most content not even there. The game was in such bad shape at that point that they spent the budget of it again in urgent outsourcing to get the game finished from all of these different angles over an 18-month period. Internally, the game was considered part of the future of PlayStation with heavy cross-media references and a system of toxic positivity surrounding it.
The characters, everything about it didn't even look
anyone
good.
to meaningfully change.
Oh, the game didn't even look good, but bro, if you say, damn, that game didn't look good, I know y'all motherfuckers can do better. For real. Maybe y'all should have lost money on it, so you know not to make decisions like that. So you know what? Nah. Chuds. Virgins. Chuds.
The course of the game. Because if the people at the top truly believe in something.
Now, I've had people that played it, right? I did not play any bit of it. But everyone I know that's...
So why are you... Carl, do you have to play a game in order for you to give an opinion about it? If there is enough evidence that I can see through gameplay evidence, you know, somebody shows the quality of the systems, the understanding, the same things that I did for The Last Descendant, of course. You know, you want to play a new game, you have no idea how the system plays, so somebody shows you gameplay footage of it. If I see enough footage of it, it can show how people talk about it. And if I can see enough financial reports into it, and I have enough experience looking at other situations, I can be able to talk about it. But, you know, being able to personally say that people shouldn't be able to have a passionate response such as, you deserve to lose money for this because how dare you waste my time, because I paid money for this and this is what I get from my experience. Or even, in my position with Dustborn, I didn't even pay money for this and it feels like it's a fucking waste of time. Man, that's crazy. Y'all motherfuckers be griffing people off. For real. I suppose that's an argument that works. But that makes the passion argument even worse. You don't even have that much of an emotional reason to tell people that their anger or annoyance isn't valid. I shouldn't use the word anger in this context because, oh, you're angry about the game, therefore people deserve to lose their jobs and business because you're angry? No, but I am annoyed. And as a consumer, I believe that my time and my money is precious and valuable. And if you don't value my money, I can take it away from you because it's not yours. You have to earn it. And if you can't earn the money, then I guess you don't deserve the money. No, something like that.
Played it, said it was okay. Like it wasn't like the gameplay wasn't bad. It was just okay, right? Which is what it looked like to me. It looked like the gameplay was just okay. But if you're gonna have O-play gameplay and you're going to have a very ugly looking roster and a very I guess bland looking environments, right? And it costs $40. No one's getting that. When you have games.
Okay, so now you're making the aesthetic argument. The characters are not aesthetically like the game is not aesthetically pleasing. It's not selling. And it doesn't look like a satisfying product that people want to pay for, even in the free-to-play model with freemium. So, ... they don't like it. So, when changes are made for reasons that make no sense, like altering characters, outright flatline changing shit, bad localizations or poor localizations and poor scripts and products, with bad worldviews injected into the medium as a form of proselytization, we can say that it's flat out wrong, right? But only when they're chuds, and only when you wish for it. That's the line. When you are slaverous, when you are cruel and evil and maliciously rubbing your hands, when you want it to happen, that's when you're a chud. And when you're just using the conversation point as a way to talk about how much you want it to happen, that's when you're a chud. At no other time is that a concern. Only then. Only then. Only then. That is the only time when that becomes a problem. Only then. No time before, there, or after. But just then. There are so many dips, dives, hooks, and strangles to his particular beliefs. I don't think he really has any beliefs. Ever. I don't think there's a single thing that he's probably passionate about that he'd be willing to say, nah, I can't fight. We're gonna fight over something like this. Because it's all permissive. Subjective to how it feels to him personally on an argumentative level. Okay.
In that genre that are better, right? And are free. It's like, why would I go back and pay this? I think Sony saw that everyone jumped onto Helldivers 2 for $40 and was like, oh, they'll do that with Concord as well. No, that's not how that works. Helldivers 2 was fun. Helldivers 1 was fun. You already had a fan base from Helldivers 1.
Well, you see, you're making an argument about pre-existing audiences, and they're literally two different games. They are literally designed as two different games in their full context. The gameplay of Helldivers 1 is not the gameplay of Helldivers 2. You've got an extraction shooter versus what is effectively a twin-stick Castle Crashers, but it's supremacy and fascism versus aliens. All of the supremacy and fascism becomes flavor text for the world building and the design of how you go about the missions in that extraction shooter. Different argument, different context, entirely. But okay, I guess that's an argument that exists to him. I guess that's an argument that exists to him.
That was your live service game. Helldivers 2 was your live service game that you could have made very well. And right now they have updated it. More people are playing. They've basically reverted all of the bad patches that they've done over the past 8 months or whatever, and people like it again, right? They finally listened to.
Okay, so you're willing to talk about Helldivers 2 and about how when they had a failure, it then brought people back. Now, I know I wasn't wishing on a downfall. I know there were plenty of people who wrote it off and treated it like it was a downfall. And shame on those people who decided to do that, Grums. Shame on those people who decided to do that and not give them the benefit of the doubt so they could be able to get back to the point where they could fix the problems and make changes to make things better. What have you done recently and lately to achieve that? Have you played it recently in order to see that? Did you experience the changes recently to do that? Because I know I did. I know we all did. How many people actually did that after the changes? How many people after it no longer was the popularity talk of the town to monetize for the algorithm? How many of them went back to go experience the fun of the game just for the love of it? If Sparking Zero wasn't going to obviously be the success that it was, not just amongst black consumers, but amongst fighting game consumers, would you have taken the position and angle that you do about it? Simply for the love of the game? Probably not. Not if the argument is, look at all these people like being against it because they said it was going to be woke. Probably not. You probably would not. Isn't that a fucking crying shame in and of itself?
To the community, and now people are playing it and liking it again. But with Concord, like, bro, you get, what are you gonna do? Spend another 200 million? I can't imagine Sony's just gonna let it go though. They're probably gonna bring it back, make it free to play, right? I don't know if that's enough, but they gotta do something about the way a lot of times in hero shooters, you wanna feel like that power fantasy, you know what I'm saying? Like you don't wanna feel like no one even looks cool. Like no one had any aura behind them. Every character in Concord was auraless.
You know, you're not going to be able to do much about that, I don't think, from the trenches. So I thought people would be interested in that, and just wanted to throw that out there. That yeah, Star Wars really apparently, or I'm sorry, Star Wars.
Is that Chris
Sony really saw this as a Star Wars like project.
That guy looks familiar.
Like, the potential to, and now it makes sense. Yeah. Not only why they spent so much money on it, but why they bought the team. So there are people there, and to me, it's unclear who exactly the people are. I know some of the names. I don't want to get too deep into that because a lot of the things I learned were off the record, but obviously this is on background. And it's like, yeah, now it makes a little more sense. You spent, and by the way, the $400 million not included in how much it cost to buy the team.
What? That was my question. Was the money cost about the was the cost because of the acquisition? But he's saying no. So I need like a fucking itemized bill of where this money went to, because ain't no way.
So yeah, so Concord is Sony's biggest released game by budget to date, and it is the biggest loss that they've ever had as a company on a project before.
Yeah. So main takeaways, Sony is, they don't have
incompetent.
A pulse on the community.
Incompetent. Say it. They are incompetent. Incompetent. They are incompetent.
As much as they used to. Yeah, they just announced the PS1 30th anniversary colored like PS5 Pro. So they know that nostalgia will get us. They know that. But
gets you. Not us. Who's us? Who's we? You ain't Cajun. You barely French. You a French looking ass motherfucker. Stop being toxic, Carl. But who's we? Negro, who is we? I don't get pulled in by nostalgia. Very rarely. Certainly not over shit like this.
For them to truly believe that Concord was going to be some type of like Star Wars-esque event for them, you don't have people in the trenches, man. You don't have people in the trenches understanding what the gamers want. I don't think a lot of these companies do. Microsoft doesn't. Nintendo's like the only one that actually is just like, yeah, I know what my fans like. PlayStation has... I don't know who's running it right now, man. I think it's Helmley, whatever his name is. Yeah, this is just no. There's $400 million. So you know what Sony could have done with $400 million? What kind of games that they could have made? They could have made 2 great AAA games that we've actually wanted. They could have remastered or remade a bunch of old games that we've wanted, like Bloodborne. They could have made very good. They could have made. They could have made 40 AA games that cost $10 million. You can make a good game with $10 fucking million. You could have made 40 good like AA games for $10 million. You know, and when I say AA, I mean something that costs like anywhere from $30 to $40, right? You could have made like these little things, just like what's it called? What just came out? Astrobot, right? That was only like, it was like 60 million, right? Or something like that. Make something similar to that, right? But make it cheaper, obviously. Not with a whole bunch of all the bells and whistles, but you could have done so much more with that. I don't know. Oh yeah, the other takeaway is that this guy clearly said that he doesn't know if it was Sony that put in the whole 400 million. We just know that Concord cost 400 million to make.
Which means that the problem is not just relying on Sony, but relying on the entire industry believing that they could go cash in on this. How have you not put that together yet? Here's a question I could ask. Did you think this at the time, or was it a thought that occurred to you as you were watching through the broadcast, that the industry opinion was that they could try to get cost out of this? That when it was clear that they couldn't salvage wealth from it, that they said, well, fuck it. It's not gonna be fruitful, so we should just stop. But the industry said, no, we can get some milk out this cow. How did that not register to you? Would it have become registered if you had removed the chuds? Like, what would it have required in order for that to be clear? That's a question I would definitely like to have an answer to. But I can promise you I ain't finna get one. I can promise you I ain't finna get an answer to that question. Not with any fiber of my fucking being.
But Sony did at very minimum put in 200 million, which is still insane for this type of game. It is unclear who put in the original 200 million prior to Sony buying it in its alpha state in 2023, I believe were his words. But anyways, guys, let me know what you guys think. Yeah, Concord's gonna probably go down as the biggest failure in gaming history.
So, what have we learned from watching a single video made on his secondary underperforming channel? For all of his blase and bravado, he does not, cannot, will not, and is not willing to repeat and say the same shit he was willing to say confidently online on either channel. And when he says anything that can ever approach that, he's not willing to go all the way through with it. He doesn't keep the opinion all the way up. He's only willing to say just enough. I call that cowardice. I don't know what you call that, chat, but I call it cowardice. But I digress. I fucking digress. Which, of course, to look really quick at Aiden's opinion, because I did ask you for it and I didn't put it on the screen. The way that 50% is nearly reached by including mobile games such as Candy Crush, the mythology of this, Jesus fucking Christ. That's a mod. That's a mod. Insane cope. 95% of us buy video games that are heterosexual men and female characters to be designed accordingly. Was this translation accurate? What a mod for Resident Evil 2. Sir should do some research on gamer demographics these days. It's merely about half and half now. The way that near 50 numbers is reached by including mobile games like Crunchyroll, the methodology of this game studies have been lying about this for decades. Gaming almost any way would die is largely a male hobby. Then if you look further into the games, women do play on console and PC. When they do, it's largely things like The Sims, Animal Crossing, puzzle games, and not RTS, FPS, and heck, an RPG. That's perfectly fine, but they're not the gamer market that buys the major titles. I'd also say that women actively buying and playing some of the consistency of those real-time strategy, first-person shooter, and RPGs let Haley to agree on the guys on whether or not female and male characters should conveniently be attractive or not. And to which she says yes, to which she shows actual real player-tested data from a study that I'd have to ask her about. But she has not published the video that she has on it about it yet. Which then brings me to my discussion, or rather, my opinions about the Trump Joe Rogan podcast appearance. Which, to staple that, let's bring up Styx's opinion about Kamala Harris. Because the Madison Square Garden thing was talked about before. Let's see here. This. These two things. How am I doing? I'm alive, Scott. My nose is congested, but I'm fine and alive.
All right.
First video. Kamala Harris, an 8-sucker, attempts to drink beer.
Alright everyone, we have a Kamala double header today. Yes indeed. First we've got a supposed leak of internal communications involving somebody in the White House, claiming that Joe Biden effectively said the election is dead and buried, and proceeds to complain about Kamala Harris not really understanding what she's doing. This is believable. And then called her an innate sucker, actually. I believe the claim. We don't have any corroboration of this. We don't know exactly who was in this conversation. It could be entirely fabricated, so big grain of salt mode here. But it is believable that Biden would gripe about that, considering the fact that he was effectively stabbed in the back by his own party, and now he's watching someone who's clearly unqualified to run a basic bitch campaign that should be easy to win, because supposedly she's running against someone who's literally Hitler. It's not that he likes Hitler, or he's kind of like Hitler. Now he is Hitler. He's literally the reincarnated ghost of Adolf himself. This is the new claim from the legacy media. I thought a few weeks ago he was Super Hitler. He was Hitler, Stalin, and Mussolini all rolled up into one, so they've downgraded him again from a Cat 5 to a Cat 4.
It's like the choice and decision between, listen, he's not just Hitler. He's not just Super Hitler. He's Ultra Hitler.
So that claim is reasonably believable. And then there's the derp moment. She decided to go get a beer with Gretchen Whitmer. It's funny because at the start of this clip, link in the description, it's just a video clip, so not archived, it is remarked, well, aren't you more of a wine drinker? Oh boy. Yeah, she is, quite clearly. Although I don't really think Kamala cares what kind of alcohol she slams into her liver. She clearly has a drug problem. She does use cocaine. We know this. It's quite clear. That little white bag was probably not Hunter's. It's probably Kamala Harris's. I wonder why they wouldn't release a final report on whose baggie it probably was. Oh yeah, the vice president is snorting rails in the White House. Ta-da! Yeah, that would have gone over really, really well, especially for her election bid, which they presumed was probably coming at the time. I think they were waiting in the wings to throw Biden under the bus at any given moment. They were waiting with bated breath with regards to the debate. If he had done a reasonably coherent job, he'd be the candidate right now, and he'd be doing better than Kamala is, by the way. Then you have the derp moment. It's a double derp. First she says, oh, I'll have what she's having. Hee. Cackle thing. With Gretchen Whitmer. So two older ladies going out and trying to be fresh and hip and young and appeal to the young male vote. Her way of doing this is to, look, I'm drinking beer. It's like Elizabeth Warren with her cheap Rolling Rock bullshit that one time. It's like, she drinks $100 a bottle of Chardonnay. She does not routinely drink beer. So when she randomly decides to, I think I'm gonna grab a beer. Here's my hubby. At least, she actually drank a little bit. Kamala gets her beer. She takes one little sip, puts it down. She probably didn't even finish the rest of the beer. She's more of a wine and champagne person, if I had to guess. Although I can imagine there's some bourbon there occasionally. Maybe some vodka, maybe imported from Russia or Ukraine, you never know. And some vodka, schnapps. I can imagine her mainly being wino and schnapps and maybe gin or something like that. Like she just, she staggers around the White House. Maybe the poop that they found in the hallway, it wasn't all challengers. Maybe some of it was Kamala. She's like, she couldn't get to one of the 20 bathrooms in the White House, so, she just squatted in the alley like it was the French Revolutionary period. By the way, apparently that big-ass palace they built, it didn't have any bathrooms. People would just poop in the hallways and on the stairs, and then they had people dedicated to come and clean up the copro, so to speak. Interesting. Seems to be the case in the White House these days with the various animals that inhabit it, some of which walk on two legs. So she's attempting to drink beer, and I guess the idea is like young males are going to be there, and they're going to see that and say, wow, man, she's cool. This chick likes the brewskis as much as I do, man. All of a sudden, I'm going to vote for Kamala Harris. Fuck, literally every issue under the sun. She drank a beer. And Trump is a teetotaler, so I guess, the idea is alcoholism is cool or something like that. And Kamala is an alcoholic. We know this. She's also a coke fiend. Because multiple times she's come out and quite clearly been blitzed out of her mind. We must be unburdened by what has been, and she'll meander off, and it's not entirely clear always what she's trying to say. But even when she's scripted, sometimes it's hard to follow her. I mean, Joe Biden sometimes is more coherent. And it reminded me of several other instances, by the way, during the Kamala campaign. You remember that time that she was talking to the mostly black audience? I think that was in Atlanta, if I remember correctly. And she starts doing the y'all, like she's gonna drag out a box full of fried crayfish, crawdaddies. Gonna get some of them crawdads up in there. Now I got hot sauce in my handbag. These politicians do this on a regular basis. Like if Elizabeth Warren had accompanied Joe Biden to the Indian reservation, you can be assured she would have feathers in her hair or something like that. Hillary's done it, Kamala's done it, and the problem is that they're trying to do the id poll I'm relatable to you thing, but because they're not relatable, and it's not like Trump. Mitt Romney did this too, like when he was like, who let the dogs out, and he's talking about people's fancy ponchos that are like fucking $10, $5 at the fucking store, and he's trying to be relatable. But it doesn't come off very well, because it's like, okay, you have $100 million in holdings, you're a vulture capitalist, which means corporatist, of course. Your entire, job resume is basically, I bought up this failing store, rebranded it, slapped a coat of paint on it, and sold it for 10 times as much. That was how Mitt Romney made his money. He's a used car salesman on steroids. You've got a car elevator. Your home, some of the bedrooms in it are probably like 5 times the size of my bedroom. With vaulted ceilings and everything else, and gold and stuff like that, and you're trying to be relatable. I'm a man of the people. I just happen to be able to buy and sell most people. That's basically the MO. Hillary's hot sauce in the handbag moment, Joe Biden, you ain't black, Elizabeth Warren trying to convince us that she drinks piss beer, and now Kamala Harris trying to do the relatable thing. So if she's in front of a black crowd, she's black, and she's from the Bronx or something like that, and she lapses into Ebonics, and you can imagine her saying, I do show I love some fried chicken. Like, hey, I'm cleaning off the collards in the fucking bathtub, and stuff like that. I love me some Oprah. I love me some option.
That's a new one. Cleaning the collars in the bathtub.
Mama on my flapjack, stuff like that. Then she goes in front of a group of people, it's ostensibly mostly younger males, at the hipster bar. And all of a sudden, around her rich friend, she's tippling back the $50 glass of champagne. Now she just wants a brewski. And it was made locally in Kalamazoo, says Gretchen Whitmer, as though that literally matters at all. It's alcohol, dude. Yeah, some beers taste better than others. I'm surprised she didn't say, I'll take a Bud Light or something like that. Just really cringy. She's the cringe master. She's a middle-aged woman, well, a little bit over middle-aged now, she's 60. Not elderly, but, she's in that spot, she's getting up in years. And she's trying to be like the hip wine aunt or something like that. And it just doesn't come off very well. Nobody thinks you're cool, Kamala. You're the most cringy person who's run for office since Jeb Bush. You're basically the same socioeconomic rung as well. Find it funny, she'd be imbibing a mind-altering substance when her MO as prosecutor there, as head attorney, as the attorney general in California, was putting young black men in prison for extended periods because they had a dime bag. You're really hip. By the way, she's embraced the marijuana issue semi-belatedly because I believe that Trump came out in favor of recreational marijuana many months before she did, actually, during this campaign. And had spoken of it casually for years in the past as well. Scheduling, testing, medical pot and stuff like that, dispensaries, allowing the states to shake their own laws. It's a 10th Amendment issue, which I agree with. Kamala would want a federal cut of that revenue, I guarantee it. She'd be dipping into your dime bag. Hey, this slice used to cost like $30. Why is it 35 now? There's not even the inflation was because the government's taxing it probably. They'll do the same exact thing that they do to every other substance that they deign to maintain legality for. and Kamala's on board with that. I guarantee she probably drank half the beer, left the rest. Somebody else probably drank the rest of it up from under her. And then she went back home. When she gets into her limo or the plane or whatever, she immediately grabs a bottle of champagne or Chardonnay or something like that. Maybe she does box wine. We know Elizabeth Warren is not below that. She'll go low shelf. She doesn't give a goddamn fuck as long as there's alcohol in it. Kamala seems to be about the same. An innate sucker. That's about all.
Thanks, Switch. So, much on the issue of politicians and their appearances, when Trump made his appearance on the Joe Rogan podcast, the amount of things that he was capable of speaking on, how erudite he was on the issues, how clear he was on it, the back and forth between the two of them, between Joe and him, on interests that I didn't think that he had, but I should have expected that he had, simply because of how he's been involved in broadcasting. Trump was capable of not only having a conversation, but was more than happy to talk about things and do things without needing to, quote, be held to account and forced on the issue. Those who watched this with me on the broadcast know this, because I covered it live on the channel. The VOD is up. There's no need and attempt for Trump to have to be personable. He just does it. Whereas every single attempt made with Kamala and other politicians by comparison not only feels forced, but feels like somebody's doing it specifically to hope that they can appeal to the youths. Having Twitch streams where Twitch people try to talk to politicians, like AOC streaming with Pokemon and Valkyrie, which is supposed to be happening at some point in time, if it hasn't happened already. Beyonce needing to go on stage to bring out Kamala Harris and then taking her ass back fucking home so that she doesn't have to be seen next to the woman. Any and all of these things happen to be the viewpoint of people who are just out of touch. And in their inability and personability of being out of fucking touch, the amount of in touch that Trump is, not just on the political issues, but also on social interests, was refreshing to see on that broadcast. Now, that doesn't mean that he wasn't sometimes circling, or that Rogan didn't try to dig for a deeper answer. It's that when he dug, Donald told him. Now, me personally, if he does go back on and then he comes back with the documents that he said that he would have for him about the issue in the future, things that he's supposed to have gone to court about, I would love to see that. I would love to hear that. Because realistically, the greatest takeaway from the podcast is that any of the things that Donald talked about, Kamala would not be able to talk about. It would be 3 hours of cackling, which is ironically what one of my mutuals came up with. Of course, George Alexopoulos. He's been crushing it as a political cartoonist. It's hilarious how crazy it is. However, that is indeed, in fact, what it is. So, I do not believe I have anything else for you at this point in time, chat. And we have almost covered everything almost all the way till 5. And I am getting peckish. So, I'm gonna go eat something. I will be back. Different broadcast. Boy, we talked about a lot today. Later on in this week, at some point, I will be sparse and unobtainable on Thursday because it will be Halloween and my child will be trick-or-treating down my block. I believe his grandparents are going to help me because Star's going to be at work. There's something else that was coming up, but I can't remember at this point in time. But I will be back later today, after I eat something. And we will be playing video games. I will be playing video games. This video game here in the corner. Trying to work on this characters, before this challenge league is done. And then, later on this week, or actually no, later on this month, actually. Number. Is it under Path of Exile 2? Doesn't appear to be.
My son, are you clear?
No, it doesn't show it here. It does not show the early access live stream design and when it's coming, but I believe it was the first 2 weeks or first week of November. I'll talk about it more as the dates get closer, but excuse me. Early access of Path of Exile 2 is coming in. Yeah, November 15th. But on November 15th, early access will begin for Path of Exile 2. At some point in the future, I'll probably take a look at Throne and Liberty. And I'm feeling that for this month, Community Group Gaming will be us returning to Toontown Online. I never stopped playing it, but that will be Toontown Online. And if there's any other updates or games that are coming out that are free to play, I will have to let my audience know. Hope being that we will be able to enjoy them together, but who knows. When Path of Exile 2 drops, I will try to put as much knowledge into that as well, because one of my personal friends will be playing with me about that. Ironically, somebody who's coming to my audience through other audience members that actually lives in the town with us, which is Kasog. More about that later at a later date. But lots of games that are coming through and coming out for whatever and whatever. Yes, you can join the Discord and keep me up to date on your video progress if you wish, Scott. But that will be happening in those ways. And we'll see what we can get into and what I can get into and sink my teeth into and get my hands on. The nasty, grubby little hands. Anyways, I will see you all in like maybe 30 minutes. Goodbye.